And welcome to a very resplendent Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough for our annual double-header meeting here, with racing both on Saturday and Sunday for rounds 4 and 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. I am David Sullivan. I will be joined in approximately around about half an hour's time by a very, very sleepy Tom Butterworth. He'll be here picking up the action when we commence our opening heats of the day. We've got one more practice session this morning, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the series before we get going. Please do remember to give us a like and a subscribe on the YouTube channel. I explain why you must do that in a few moments' time. On the screen, note the weather forecast. Few clouds expected this morning, although if you're looking out the window here at Teesside, the sun already beaming through the commentary box window to my right. Now, in terms of the weather, we have actually had qualifying this morning. We'll have another session of that tomorrow for our classes. The sessions for qualifying this morning, a real mixed bag, as the overnight drizzle meant the track was drying this morning. You can see there on screen, you wouldn't guess, but this morning the qualifying sessions, a lot of our drivers out on wet tyres for that one. So we'll run through the grids before each one, but certainly in Honda Cadet Pro, a real mixed up grid there in qualifying. The wets were the tyre to go with in the early part of that session, but as the time counted down the final laps, the slick runners came into their own, and we have a maiden pole position in Honda Cadet Pro for the 195 of Holly Swan. So one more practice session this morning. They'll be out in a few moments with Senior Pro Kart. Now that class we'll see and will feature quite a lot throughout today, will also feature a huge amount next weekend when we return to Teesside Autodrome on the Alpha Live YouTube channel for the 2022 running of the NRG British 24-hour race. We'll have 37 of these Senior Pro Karts out for you next week. Many of these drivers that are currently going out to race in sprints against each other will be teaming up next weekend in what is the biggest endurance event in the country in terms of numbers. We're going to have in the region of 95 teams, of which we'll have 37 owners, and then we're going to have 60 or so hire carts as well, using the 24-hour fleet that last week were out at Le Mans doing the 2022 race that Teesside run out there as well. That's if you're watching this and you're looking at the sprints and then you're thinking, I really want to get involved in some of this, but I want an entry into it, and I'm quite liking the idea of that 24-hour race. Have a look at the 24 Karting series. Have a look at 24 Karting on Facebook as well to find out all about that event. You can keep tabs on the race next week on the Facebook as well as on the YouTube channel from Alpha Live. Like I say, do give us a like and a subscribe if you could, because what that means, if you do have a subscribe, you can get in touch via the live chat comments, and we do like that. Obviously here at Teesside, we're normally racing on the 4th Sunday of the month. Every year we come and do one Saturday for the double header, so we really, really do appreciate you joining us on a day that might not be your standard day for watching motorsport. As you can see on the track there, our Pro Karts going out. Now next week, when these are out for the British 24, the D chicane, which you can see up there towards the top end of the track, rather than looping round the national loop, they head off down onto what we call the West track, and that adds around about 30 seconds onto the overall lap time. These karts are currently going out. They're going to be doing around about 46 seconds. The lap times at the 24 are around about 1 minute and 11, 1 minute 12, so it does add around about half a minute to the lap times when they disappear behind that big cluster of trees at the top and down to the infamous rib bend, the mountain section. Then they reappear towards the right hand side, which is somewhere in between that pile of trees and the big blue cargo bridge that you can see on the right hand side there. And then they'll run and use the rest of the Teesside National Circuit. You can see on the left there as well our brand new commentary box here at Teesside Autodrome, after the last one did not fare well at all against the inclement weather back in November. So thank you very much for joining us. We're around about 5 minutes away from the first race of the day, which will be our Bambino class. So Senior Pro Kart are out now for their practice session in the first instalment for them today. We'll have a quick look at when the things are coming up. This is on the left-hand side there on your screen. We've got 2 minutes of this session left, but you can see the drivers that we will expect to see towards the sharp end. Not in every heat, you see, because in Senior Pro Kart we have a random grid format, so it's not like this isn't a qualifying session. We've got the driver spun down there at the far end in the 171 machine. That's Jack Hewland, a novice who joins us for the first time from Hull. So you see the numbers, they'll just bounce around. We've got different colour backgrounds for those. We've got blue for our elite runners as Connor Jupp makes a big jump up. Club class, they're going to race with a red background. Then we've got our 40s class who are going to race with the green background on timing. And then our novice class racing with the black backgrounds on the timing. We'll keep tabs on each of those classes throughout the day and see how those drivers are faring. Many of the drivers actually just popping back into the pits now, not electing to run all the way to the end of this fairly short 5-minute session, but it still gives them enough time to get 6 or 7 laps in with their lap times at 46.1, which is a roundabout 7/10 off lap record pace around here at Teesside Autodrome. So whilst the track is warming up, and we don't expect to actually get anywhere near that lap record pace given how warm it is, you do need a little bit of the temperature to be a little bit lower, and whilst increased temperature does increase grip, it does mean your engine does not perform to its optimum power output. So as you can see from track at the moment, not quite as busy as it was 2 minutes ago, as a number of drivers have elected to come in, maybe just scrubbing their tyres in for 3 or 4 laps to put some heat cycle into their new tyres that they'll be running for today's race day. So as they make their way round, it really is going to be an interesting day, certainly in our senior classes, because we do have a random grid format as we cut to our Weybridge cam. That's Tom Braid, Jessica Alexander coming in. Harry Warby's been on to the live chat asking when Junior Pro Karts are out. Well, the first race of the day will be our Bambinos, and then Junior Pro Kart follow those. So to run you through our 8-race cycle, we'll start with Bambinos, then we'll go into Junior Pro Karts. Then it's going to be Cadet Pro, then Cadet Club, then we go to Junior Max, Mini Max, Senior Rotax, and then we go to our Senior Pro Karts. So as our Senior Pro Karts are making their way off, I'm going to see whether I can replace Tom Butterworth with somebody else just for 1 or 2 moments, and then we'll probably leave it to everybody on the live stream to see whether we bring him back in or not. I'm going to pop a headset on this young man, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Charlie Varick. Charlie, now it's been a while since we've seen you at Teesside Autodrome. We started live streaming back in the tail end of 2018, early part of 2019, when back then you were in Bambinos. You've grown a tad since.
Well, yeah.
So you're now in Minimax, I believe.
Yes.
So you were out last weekend. You raced the pre-round for the British at Warden. You're here today at Teesside Autodrome. First season in Minis?
Yeah, it's my first season.
Yeah, how are you finding it?
Really good in the big cars. Prefer than minis than IREs.
Yeah, have you jumped up mid-season, or have you been there all year?
I've jumped up since Christmas on the mini.
So obviously we saw you here in the early part of the Teesside live stream back when we were running a mix of Bambinos, both Coma and iArmy. Then we switched to Coma, but you'd already moved by then. You went into the iArmy cadet route, I believe, and then now you've gone into Minimax. Big changes obviously next year when it comes to the whole sort of like chassis sizes. Are you staying in Mini next year with the big changes, or is there still decisions to be made as we go deeper into 2022?
We recommend that we might have a decide about all of this change with the chassis. So.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think it's going to be difficult for a couple of months for everybody to make their mind up, and then I think somebody's going to make a decision. Everybody's going to follow suit. Your race today then here in our Minimax class. What are the expectations? Where have we qualified?
Last.
But did you go out on slicks or did you go with wets?
We went on slicks.
Yeah, I think the track was drying. It's pretty much dried by then. You showed really good pace in practice yesterday when I was stood on the bank watching all of the sessions and sort of getting an indicator. Obviously, you've not been racing here at Teesside. Have you done much practice here, or were you just straight in yesterday, first time back in a while?
Straight back in here from yesterday because this is our first time in the mini around here.
So, are you doing both days? You're here tomorrow as well?
Yeah.
So plenty of time to move up, and obviously you've got another qualifying session tomorrow morning, so another bite of the cherry for that one. And hopefully we can watch your progress throughout the day.
Yeah.
Charlie, thank you very much for joining us. Almost time to go racing as all of our senior Pro Kart come off. Charlie Very there, he'll be out in the number 37 Mini Max. We'll keep an eye on his progress later on in the day. Charlie, thank you very much. As we saw there, senior Pro Kart on the screen, what they were doing is they were all coming off. They were all checking their weight and making sure they were over the 185 kilo weight limit. That's why the Bambinos aren't out yet, because the pit lane is full of senior Pro Karts down there, with everybody just making sure that they go over the weighbridge. Some of those drivers obviously not practicing yesterday, with it being a Friday. So this will be the first time they've been able to go out onto the track. However, in a few moments' time, it will be time to go racing for the first time here at the annual Teesside doubleheader. And we will start with our Bambino class. Now, in Bambinos this morning, we had one qualifying session, then we had another qualifying session. That was because we had one or two issues with our timing loop. Pole position then goes to Riley Morrow, the lap time around about 1.5 seconds off the usual pace, as the session was quite wet this morning. Alongside him on the front row, Buddy Hugo, Austin O'Man and Chloe McGill on row 2, Jake Gibbon and Sebastian McCarthy on row number 3. Noah Smith, he debuts here at Teesside and he'll start a very credible 7th alongside Grayson Crawford, with Freddie Blackshaw and James Pybus on row number 5. Ethan McClellan starts on row number 6 in 11th place, having looked like there not being able to have his time confirmed on the timing. So they're going to roll back round. I wonder whether the man alongside me has caught his breath from his sprint into the commentary box. I did say you'd be here from the start, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't believe it. But welcome, Tom Butterworth.
Thank you very much. I'm here, we can do the racing now. I felt a bit like Ron Burgundy driving in this morning. Don't do the racing without me.
To be fair, if we hadn't have had to redo Bambino Quali, you would have missed the start.
Okay, well, I'm here.
But we
I'm
did
here,
have
don't
to
worry.
redo
We're
Bambino
here.
Quali, and they've done you a massive favour.
Yes, well, I'm here.
I've also
That's the important thing.
I've done you also a massive favour, because I always like to stand to the right of our duo, and that's put me in this baking hot sun that's only going to get warmer throughout the day.
You're welcome.
And because I'm quite tubby, you'll be in my shade, not only on a commentary front, but also from from nature's front as well.
Always throwing shade, David. Now, absolute pleasure to be here, as always.
Just a quick
yes,
one, though.
David.
Alpha royalty in the commentary box.
I know, I was just about to say that. We've got all the big bosses here as well, so what a day to turn up on time. We've got basically 3 producer directors in the commentary box today, and one of them is the big biz boss. Hi, James. Lovely to see you. Hi, Chloe. Chloe's here as well with us. And now he's off to Warden Law. So
there he is.
There he is. There's Big Boss James. Different to Big Boss Luke because of the spelling.
Oh yeah, of course. And the additional letter in his name.
But yes, they are the 2 big bosses of Alpha, and then we have Darren in here as well today. So all of the dream team back together.
Darren's back. He's heard there's a new commentary box and he's come to check it out.
I don't blame him.
Ahead of a big weekend next weekend, Tom.
And he was here on time as well. Oh, dearie me. Right, yes, catching my breath. Right, we're about to go for Bambino's heat number 1. Just the last couple of drivers rolling into position. But it was very much a drive-in this morning. Hold the racing! Hold the racing! Oh, but David did a brilliant job filling while I had some technical difficulties with my brand new phone, which we'll go into a little bit later on today.
It didn't beep when it needed to, did it?
It didn't, and the old one decided to take a swim to Brazil on my holiday last week, and so there's a lot of new changes have had to be made, and apparently one of them is setting the alarm properly. Anyway, green flag is up. Green flag is about to go down. We are about to go racing for heat number 1, and away we go. Heading through the D chicane for the first time. They are side by side and into the national loop, but all make it through nice and cleanly. Line astern so far.
And Tom, Buddy Hugo has snatched the lead from second place, although he will relinquish that by going very, very wide at hairpin 1. And Riley Murrow sweeps back into the lead, and Austin O'Man may well grab second place. So a good start from Buddy Hugo leads to a little bit of overexcitement into hairpin 1, and he runs wide, although he will squeeze O'Man to the inside. O'Man note through, and then in 4th place there, the 18 of our championship leader, Chloe McGill.
Yeah, Chloe McGill looking much improved already from the difficulties of the last round. Already right there with this front group of 4, and they are moving well away from another group of 4 behind. So we've got 2 trains of 4 already forming. So it is Murrow from Oman, Hugo and McGill. Then it's Jake Gibbon heading up the second group of 4 with Sebastian McCarthy, Noah Smith and Ethan McClelland. Then across the line comes Grayson Crawford, Freddie Brackshaw and James Pybus, and they are side by side into hairpin 1, but it is Riley Morrow just managing to hold on from an ever pressuring Austin O'Man. They went slightly wide, and Buddy Hugo managed to get a run up the inside. Is he going to get his nose all the way through by the time they get to South Bank? He is. That was a slight mistake there from Austin O'Man, leaving the door open, and the 2 of them go through, Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill. And Hugo, 2 moves in 2 corners, straight into the lead at hairpin 3, overtaking Riley Morrow. And Austin O'Man doing the old switcheroo through hairpin 4. He takes 3rd place from Chloe McGill. So all action here at the start of Bambino's. Buddy Hugo trying to go round the outside of Riley Morrow. That's not going to work there. Not unless you're all the way in front anyway.
No, but the leading quartet, Tom, have broken away by a considerable margin here, and this does often happen in Bambinos, doesn't it, where they sort of break away, and then we'll see at some point as well, they'll break into a 2, then one overtake will mean that they come back into a 4, as we're side by side down the back straight with Oman with a nose down the inside of Buddy Hugo, and that is going to be enough. Can Chloe McGill fill in the gap? But Hugo there with a superb effort to slot back in.
Exactly what we've seen for the last 3 times they've been down the back straight. Those 2 have swapped places in exactly that way. So it seems to be a bit of a relay tactic almost between the 2 of them. Holding on to the back of Riley Morrow. Let's see whether Austin O'Man has got some pace now and is able to take the lead. He's certainly right on the tail of Riley Morrow, to say the very least. Slight gap has appeared now to Buddy Hugo. Chloe McGill still on the back of these 4. Oh, sorry, these 3. And now we've got essentially 2 pairs.
Yeah, I think this will slot back. I think this will become a 4 again, Tom, as soon as Austin O'Man decides that he's had enough of looking at the back of Riley Morrow. As McGill decides to go around the outside. Austin O'Man, oh, he's trimming the daisies down the inside on the back straight.
Wow, that
through
was
he
brave.
goes as well. Now, Buddy Hugo in the background also coming under pressure. It was Chloe McGill trying to run all the way around the outside. So it wasn't Hugo putting an overtake in. It was McGill trying to a differing line all the way around the outside. And now, Tom, we're almost back to a 4. There is 1 or 2 kart lengths between them as they come over the line. Now, Oman and Morrow, you'll remember at the last round, they were the 2 that were really putting the times in. Crossed the line with a 1,000th of a second between them as Austin O'Man smashed the lap record here at Teesside in the Bambino class, down to a 58.053. I don't think with the temperatures we're going to get somewhere near that in terms of breaking it again today.
Well, it's extremely brave on the previous lap with that overtake from Austin O'Man. Overtook on the grass, 2 wheels fully onto the grass, being squeezed down there by Riley Morrow. Morrow leaving about half a car width and Austin Oman taking full advantage of it. It's a great move from Oman to be able to get through there and really just force the issue and got through. Not starting to pull away though. Riley Morrow is right there, but dropping back now slightly is Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill, as they go side by side as they come through the kink in front of the commentary box. And McGill, again on the grass, a bit like Oman, bounced over the inside curb and took third place from Buddy Hugo. Riley Morrow with the fastest lap of the race on that lap.
Yeah, lap times, Tom, still very, very strong. Only 2/10 off lap record pace. And I thought with the temperature being quite high, the engines wouldn't be quite where they are, but maybe they're not quite as affected as much as the Hondas. Obviously, the Hondas have got a big foam air filter. The Comas have got the same, but they are a lot lower down the air filter on the Coma. It's almost like on the bottom of the engine. It's almost like in behind. Look at Chloe McGill.
I'm just looking out the commentary box, and it looked like Jake Gibbon and Ethan McClelland came to blows, and unfortunately Ethan McClelland came off worst in that one. Yeah, I think Gibbon managed to just make contact with the rear of McClelland there, and that sent him round.
A number change as well for McClelland, ran 23. For the rest of the season. A number change as well for Jake Gibbon. He's moved from the 111 to the 24, which I think was his original race number back in the day. And when he first started out, so he's back on the 24, having run the 111 for a long period of time. There's some lap traffic in front of the second place battle, Tom, and McGill's decided to go round the outside, and it's allowed Buddy Hugo to come through into third place. Hugo was in fourth, had a little bit longer to react and went down the inside of the lap traffic. McGill had to go round the outside, and that has swapped us round for second place, for the battle for third and fourth.
When the battle for the lead has obviously swapped places as well, as we've got Riley Morrow now back in front of Austin Oman. As they head into hairpin 3 for the first time. We're watching this battle on screen, and Oman tries the up and under, which worked for him well earlier in the race. Side by side as they come through the kink, he's going to need a real overspeed here as Austin Oman to get anything done into the D chicane, and manages it. Brilliant move again from Austin Oman. 2 for 2 in this race. Fantastic overtake. Around the outside of the kink and into the inside of the D chicane. We don't often see that done because you do need, as I said, a massive speed difference, and he's got it, and he's got it done there. Well done, Austin Oman. Brilliant move to retake the lead. 40 seconds left in this race.
They're going to get 2 laps in, Tom, aren't they? 1 minute 1 minute a lap is the rough time. We've been down to sub 50. In sub 59s in this one, but I think they're going to get round before the last lap board potentially comes out, though it is waiting with the start line marshal. It's whether the start line marshal is instructed to hand it out in a few moments' time. We'll wait and see whether Austin Oman and Riley Morrow, who are now side by side, and Morrow has slipped back through and into the lead as they come over the line. So then Oman comes to the inside. 6 seconds remaining in this one. No last lap board. 2 laps to go then in the opening race of the 2022 doubleheader weekend.
Well, 2 more laps of this action is going to be very exciting. I say that Riley Morrow has now pulled a kart length on Austin Oman. And then back behind these now, 5.7 seconds behind is Chloe McGill, but still being hounded by Buddy Hugo all the way through. And behind those, we've got another train now. So it's Noah Smith from Jake Gibbon, Sebastian McCarthy, Ethan McClelland is now clawing his way back onto the onto that group. And Grayson Crawford is there as well in 9th. Freddie Blackshaw and James Pybus now scored as a lap down.
Oman this time, Tom, he's going to get the same cutback that Morrow did on the previous lap. Morrow's not going to be able to stick his nose in to prevent that. And Austin Oman leads us over the line as the last lap board comes out. Now, would you now rather be Oman in the lead or Morrow in second place, knowing that you've both done an up and under on the final corner and that you can both do it?
I'd rather be Oman and park it on the apex.
Oh, I'd rather be Morrow, so knowing that he's going to have to park it on the apex and that I can potentially run all the way around the outside.
He's trying the up and under here in hairpin 2 to get that better drive out, but Austin Oman quickly to the white line on the inside. He's going to force Morrow all the way around the outside, who of course can't lift, needs to keep that momentum up. He's going to try and tuck back in here as they enter hairpin 3. Is he?
See Murrow with a much wider line there. He's going to carry more speed and then here potentially get the up and under on Austin O'Man. There's the up and under. They're side by side out of the final corner. Who's going to get it? Riley Murrow slides across the front of Austin O'Man. Will O'Man get the chop back? They cross the line almost side by side. Riley Murrow takes the opening race of the weekend by less than a tenth of a second from Austin O'Man, with Chloe McGill third from Buddy Hugo. Then we've got a bit of space back, and it looks like it could be the debutant Noah Smith who will cross the line in 5th place. We'll confirm that in a few moments' time as they're making their way round hairpin number 4. But an intense battle, Tom, between Murrow and O'Man, as it was at round number 3. The scene set for an intense weekend between our youngest drivers.
Yes, indeed. And Ethan McClelland has taken 6th place as they went over the line from Sebastian McCarthy. And we've got Grayson Crawford and Jake Gibbon has crossed the line in 8th. So Ethan McClelland clawing his way back up to 6th place, did very well there after that spin.
Did very, very well. Next up though, Tom, it's time for the first instalment of Junior Pro Kart here at Teesside Autodrome. Of course, Junior Pro, of course, Tom, a random grid format sees Maximus Shields starting against debutant Marty Gillifan, Harvey Still and Joe Arnold on row 2, Ben Arnold and Finn Collister on row number 3. And we've got Sophie Pawsey and Seb Pereira on row 4, Harry Brown and Oliver Watson on row 5 with Christian Oblang 11th alongside Amy Frame. And then in 13th place we have Danny Bean joining us once again in the number 23. So juniors will go round. Tom, we know these grid up quickly, they always do. Yep. They almost go out, just stay 2 by 2. They're impeccable at this. And they stay in grid order and make it really, really easy for us. So I'm fairly sure that within no time at all, we'll be going. Thank you for everybody that's joined us on the live chat as well. Rob Fags joined us from the Isle of Man. He's been over a few times racing Senior Pro. Freya Yeadon joins us as well and says good morning, as does Colin Young, who then follows it up with some fantastic racecraft being shown there from our Bambinos. Also, a really big good morning as well to Angela Folkus. Her son Josh, he'll be out in Senior Pro Kart later on. He was also the star of one of our quotes of the week, which we do on the Teesside owner page from the Monday all the way through up to the race days here at Teesside Autodrome for preceding each heat. So we get a quote from a few of our drivers and then we'll get them on there as well. So thank you for everybody that takes part in that and is so open with their quotes and sending me pictures that we can get them onto the page. Also, keep an eye out on that Teesside Owner Drivers page going forward. We'll have interviews coming up throughout the rest of the month. We have them come out. They go up on a Wednesday. We have highlights go up on a Friday as well to really keep the action going and highlight the fantastic racing here at Teesside Autodrome.
Indeed we do. Very much looking forward to Junior Pro Karts here with this random grid formation that we have. We've got Maximus Shields taking pole position. He's going to be tricky to beat from there.
Right behind him though, Tom, Harvey Still.
Yes.
Race winner, final winner as well here at Teesside Autodrome.
Of course.
A driver that has really, really stepped up to the plate in Junior Pro Kart this season. Last year it was all about Max Shields and Lennon French. Lennon, he won the championship, and at 16 he's moved himself up into seniors Harvey Still has really stepped up to take the challenge to Max Shields, but he's not been alone. We've had Seb Pereira and Christian Oblag as well, running right at the sharp end of this Junior Pro Kart class. Danny Bean's just being repositioned. We've got a couple of debutantes in this one as well. We've got Marty Gillifan and a moving class as well. We see Oliver Watson moving over from Rotax into Junior Pro Kart for the first time.
Green flag up. Green flag is down and we're away, and it's not the best start for Gillifan. Drops immediately back into 4th place, but slots in nicely, and it is Shields and Still heading round the National Loop for the first time.
3 wide round, and it's Finn Collister who joins us from the Isle of Man, debuting. He's had to slot himself back in. The first time he's probably gone 2 and 3 wide through that D-chicane, but he's got 2 days of this race meeting, Tom, to get himself up to speed. He was practicing here yesterday, and in the background you might just catch him getting down the inside of a slightly sideways Danny Bean.
Yeah, wow, that is, that's the O-plate, isn't it?
Pereira all the way around the outside.
Took the car park route and got it done.
I think he saw a big group of traffic there, Tom, and thought they might actually get each other caught up there, and just thought, well, I've got nothing to lose by going around the outside. You're probably going to add half a second, but if it works, then it's fantastic, isn't it? All the way around the outside from Seb Pereira, and he crosses the line in 5th place. Joe Arnold with the fastest lap in 3rd. And Tom, that's a driver that's sticking with them. We don't normally see, and you know, I'll stand corrected, but we've watched every race here for the last 4 years, so we must be at the 600-700 mark now for our appearances in terms of races. But Joe Arnold, not normally a driver that you would say he's going to stick with Harvey Still and Max Shields, Tom, but he's right there, and the top 3 have got a bit of a gap then back to who now Sebastian Pereira, who's managed to get past Sophie Pawsey. She's fallen behind Christian Oblang as well, and now her and Amy Frame in a very, very familiar helmet there, Tom. Can you guess whose helmet who that normally belongs to?
It looks very similar to Danielle Gardner's.
It's very, very similar to Danielle Gardner's.
Is that because it is
Danielle Gardner's?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I picked that out. I've also noticed that Harvey Still, is he rocking a new lid as well this weekend?
I think he had it at the last round as well, but it's debuted at some point this season because he was in a black one, remember, at the start of the year.
That's what threw me a little bit on the grid. But yes, very, very good. Nice pink and white design as well.
Yes.
Very Falcus-esque.
Which in turn is like very Jess Alexander-esque, because
correct,
despite what they both say, it's the same helmet.
Yeah. You know you're just going to make him angry now, don't you?
Not at all.
It's totally my design. It's totally unique.
To be honest, I can't remember which one of them two had it first. Oh, we've got something coming off a cart there, Tom, at the D-chicane.
Yes, I can
see that. That's an air filter box off the top. And let's see if we can spot who it belongs to. It belongs to Amy Frame off the right-hand engine.
Okay.
On Amy Frame. So the air filter box has come off. Now they're only fastened on with a wing nut at the top, or a 13mm nut on the top. So if that wing nut's not been tightened up properly, or it's worked its way loose, but as you can see on the top of the engine there, from the back, you can see at one side is the exhaust, and on the other side is the air filter box. It's a plastic box over the top of a foam air filter, and on Amy Frame's on the right-hand side, you can see that is exposed.
So now, the filter is there, which is the important thing to stop any gubbins going into the car.
Yeah, you don't want gubbins.
But the filter is still there. That's the important bit. But the cover is missing. Well, we know where it is, so it's not really missing. It's just not on the car anymore. Missing from the car. As Frame had a good look at the inside there of Sophie Pawsey, but couldn't get it done. She's been very racy through the hairpins today, as she already tried a little bump and run earlier on Sophie Pawsey and couldn't get it done. We're looking at this battle here for 5th place. This is Oblag, Pawsey and Frame. Pawsey's going to have to get past Christian Oblag here very, very quickly, otherwise Amy Frame's going to probably run both of them over. I think the way that she's going today, she's looking very aggressive, trying to get through, trying to make up the positions on this random grid formation style. It is still Shields from Still. Joe Arnold still going with them, a mere 2.3 seconds back, so a really good showing early doors from Joe Arnold. Seb Pereira there in 4th place is now 4 seconds behind and just in front of this group of 3.
Yes, that's 4 seconds off the lead, Max Shields, so keep an eye on the gaps. I think Pereira is closing in ever so slowly on Joe Arnold, but we're beyond half race distance now, Tom, in this 10-lap opening heat of the day. That will then go up to 12 laps for the final at the end. So we'll cover all 3 heats before we have a short break for lunch, unless it starts to rain, and then the chances are we're going to have that lunch break condensed down to running straight through. The race day, though, Tom, at the end of this day, and we'll cover it a little bit more throughout the day, will not be finished at the end of the stream. Now, we'll finish streaming, but there's still plenty more on-track action as we have a very, very special race at around about 6:30 this evening, as our ladies of the paddock for charity take to the track. There's going to be 35 of them out there, Tom, in the hire carts. They'll do a 20-minute qualifying followed by a 40-minute race. And that is going to be something very, very special. There's obviously some people out there that for charity, they've never been in a kart before. They come, they watch, they support their drivers, but for the first time they're going to be out there on track, as we see Harry Brown with a move down the inside of the debuting Finn Collister. And now Oliver Watson as well, trying to get alongside. They're going to have to be brave through there. And Collister, despite it being his first time, he's not easing out of it, but round the outside comes Oliver Watson and sweeping through. We do have support coming in as well from Finn Collister, from Amanda Collister, wishing him all the very, very best from the Isle of Man. Well, he's mixing it up here in a 4-kart battle for 8th place. It goes down from Arnold, Brown, Watson, and involves Collister as well.
Yeah, so 3 laps to go. It'll be 2 as they come across the line this time, triggered by Max Shields, and there he goes in front of the commentary box now. 2.1 is the gap to Harvey still. That gap to Joe Arnold is not just coming down to Harvey still, but also coming down to Max Shields. It was over 4 seconds a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, Pereira's
still 3.9 now. But
Pereira, Tom, has got a lap
down.
and a half here, and now he's in slipstream territory.
Yes, he's right there, isn't he? He's got time. He's just got to get, use that slipstream and pull himself up onto the back of Joe Arnold. And like you say, he is closing in. So they're all closing in on Maximus Shields, who's probably just eased off a little bit, in all fairness. Well, he's got this one done.
We are on the limit of tyres, and I imagine that most of these drivers who've bolted news on this morning. And here we are, Tom, as we enter the last lap. Sebastian Pereira has reeled in Joe Arnold, and there is nothing between them as they cross the line.
Yeah, they head round the national loop. They are still line astern, nose to tail.
Arnold defending into hairpin 1. That's exactly what he's going to have to do. Pereira's going to have to try and mix this one up and get a good run down the back straight, and maybe slide one down the inside into the final corner. Personal best coming in from most of our field as well, from Oblang all the way down. Gillifan puts in a personal best as well. Pereira's going to try and go round the outside, and he's going to have to go down the inside into 3, but Arnold holding the white line out of the final corner. Then the first spoils in Junior Pro Kart go to the 181 of Maximus Shields. Harvey Still's going to get second. Pereira's going to try and run round the outside, but it's going to be a personal best in terms of finishes for Joe Arnold. 3rd place for him, holding off Pereira in 4th. Oblang, Frame and Pawsey 5th down to 7th respectively. Harry Brown's made his way through the traffic for 8th place. A fantastic result for him in front of Ben Arnold, Oliver Watson and Finn Collister, with Danny Bean and Marty Gillifan crossing the line in 13th place.
And there we go, there's Gillifan across the line now, just in front of the commentary box. So great result for Joe Arnold. Great result for Max Shields as well, but great result for Joe Arnold. It really shows that this mixed up format can really help the drivers, but in terms of getting to the front. But he maintained it, and that's the important thing. He did a really, really good showing there, managed to hold on to 3rd place, and hopefully he can continue that form, or for his sake, he can continue that form throughout the day.
The thing with racing in general, and it's no different to any other sport, is that you have a mixed ability. And when you mix up that grid, you start learning from other drivers, and we do that on a practice day as well, where we go out and we have the junior pro karts go out with the seniors. They learn from the more experienced drivers, and it really does bring them on.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. I could not agree more, Dave. We just had a really good shot of Harvey Still's brand new helmet there that was, as David said, was debuted at the last round, and moved it forward, moved it through. Oh, we're just having an adjustment here in the commentary box. But yeah, has really had a good look at that new helmet. It's pink, white and blue, which I believe has replaced the traditional now red, white and blue, because he's got the Union Jack on the helmet. But I think, if I saw it correctly, I think the Union Jack is actually pink. Oh, rather than red. So it must be.
Whose helmet?
I might have missed.
I've been busy doing
this
some.
This is Harvey Still's new helmet, but I might have seen that wrong.
I was doing some admin, so I
missed that. I might have missed it wrong.
The admin also has to come with an apology. Because I added an I into Gillifan when it should just be Gilfan.
Oh, Gilfan.
Yeah. So that one's on me.
Good. Okay.
Because I wrote it down.
Well, Harvey Steele's new helmet is really nice. Let's just bring that to a close and move on to Cadets Pro, shall we? So your Honda Cadet Pro heat number 1 is going to be headed after qualifying by Holly Swan. Brilliant performance and a maiden pole position here at Teesside. Taking pole position here in the Cadet Pro class. Second place goes to Stanley Clark, who's just coming a little bit sideways on the grid. Stanley Clark getting adjusted to be straighter on the grid. Then it's going to be Amy Peacock and Thomas Potter. So we have 2 females in the top 3. 3 in the top 5 because Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is there, heading up row 3 in 5th place. Then it's Edward Rye in 6th place, JJ Plowman in 7th, Harris Alley in 8th, Ben Robinson in 9th, and Joshua Sullivan in 10th. William Howard in the 11th with Jack Collinson in 12th. Then it's Alex Lynn, Larry Price, Sam Hayes, Jensen White, and Felix Smedley rounding out your 17 here. But brilliant showing, as always, from our female drivers here at Teesside. Brilliantly supported, as always, and we love seeing them here and doing so well.
Well, Honda Cadet Pro, Tom, was a real mixed bag of quali because we started off with quite a wet track this morning after the overnight rain. Those drivers that went for slicks, they weren't the fastest at the start, but that final minute, the top 3, all on slicks, all jumped up. Potter was the quickest on wets. He starts in 4th place the first time. He hasn't gone off the prime berth. Of course, he's going off the back of a 12-race consecutive win, hoping to take all victories here this weekend to tie with Connor Lucas with a record of 20 consecutive victories, but he's going to have to do it from 4th place here at Teesside Autodrome. The first time, as I say, he's not going off the prime berth in one of our races here in 2022.
Has he got new stickers as well this round?
He does. Same colours, but different stickers for Thomas Potter. Green flag in hand then, Cadet Pro is underway. It's a good start from the outside by Stanley Clark, and he's going to sweep all the way round the outside of Holly Swan. He's got 3 or 4 kart lengths already. A flyer from Stanley Clark. And through he goes. Holly Swan drops into 2nd, then it's Peacock and then Potter as they head down into hairpin 1, and Sullivan's makes a move down the inside of Harris Alley, and Ben Robinson follows him through as well. So as they go onto the back straight, Clark leading the way from Swan, then it's Peacock who's towing up to the back and looks to go down the inside with Potter. And then it's Plowman, Edward Rye with a personal best qualifying for him, sees him up in 6th place, but he may now lose that one to the fast-starting Sullivan, who goes down the inside into hairpin number 3.
There's someone in the midfield there got pushed wide through South Bank and ended up going way around the outside and losing a few positions. I missed whose number it was, unfortunately, but it is Stanley Clark leading over the line from Swan, from Peacock, Potter, Stansmore-Wilson.
Sullivan now, Tom, up into 6th place, crossed the line just in front of Plowman and swept all the way round the outside into the D-chicane, though. So the top 5, Tom, have broken away already.
10th to 6th from Sullivan on the opening lap, so flying start for him, and there's a bit of a gap in front.
Potter down the inside, though, Tom, of Peacock into hairpin number 3, and immediately asks for some help from the driver of the 17.
If you were Amy Peacock, would you give it?
I would, actually, because I know that he's got the outright pace, and if you can push him, you know he's going to tow up onto this leading duo as Holly Swan has closed the gap ever so slightly on Stanley Clark.
What I was going to say is the flip side of that is you know he's got the pace, you need to be in front of him, otherwise he's going to pull away.
You might as well use him while he's there. And see, there into that move there, she could have easily gone down the inside. She was right up to him with the slipstream, but elected not to. Amy Peacock, a driver with a huge amount of experience, not only here at Teesside, but all around the country, using Thomas Potter here to just push down the back straight. 2 karts, Tom, go quicker than 1.
Absolutely, and that's what we've always said. It's much better to work together, much quicker, especially at this Teesside circuit. Potter goes up the inside now immediately of Holly Swan at hairpin 3 and takes 2nd place. No messing there.
That was the issue that Peacock was going to have, is that as soon as Potter was going to catch up, he wasn't going to hang around, and if you can't get through at the same time, it's going to break your transition.
Yeah.
Stanley Clark then will come under pressure, and Potter does not mess about, Tom. Down the inside into hairpin 1, P4 to P1 in under 3 minutes.
Yeah, good move there from Potter as well. Robust on Stanley Clark, but takes the lead now, and they're all going to have to try and work together. As we said, 2 karts are faster than 1, especially here at Teesside with the long straights, the slipstream effect. Working very strongly here at this circuit. They are going to have to work together now to hold on to the back of Thomas Potter.
They are. Oh, Clark goes wide, Tom. You saw him there sliding, almost skipping.
Yeah, a little bit of snap
over the tarmac. Yeah. The thing with that there, you know, he got away really, really quickly at the start. Is it a case that those tyres now, you know, with him there, it looked like he was gripping up a little bit too much.
Yeah,
you know, it wasn't so much over to. He wasn't sliding, was he? He was bouncing over the tarmac.
Could be that they came up to pressure very, very quickly, and now they're a little bit over. As you can see, still sliding the back end. Swan with...
That's going to let Peacock down the inside, I think, Tom, if Peacock can get a good run. And what Stansmore Wilson will do here, I'm sure, is in a moment come across behind Amy Peacock if she was close enough to get down the inside. She's not, but I thought the first thing that she'd have done there, if she knew she could get the run, would be to go to the inside, and she has on Stanley Clark. Clark dropping then from 2nd down into 5th place, but immediately back down the inside of Stansmore Wilson. Stansmore Wilson bugs out and allows him to come back down the inside. Not really a venomous defend there from Stanley Clark, from Stansmore Wilson. And probably too early in the race weekend, Tom, to be getting too physical there.
Yeah, it is, but also, you know, with the 4 of them battling as well, that's all that's done is give Thomas Potter a 1.1 second gap in front now, and that's going to be nigh on impossible for them to close up, barring any mistakes from Potter.
Yeah, that's really been the scene for the season now, hasn't it? Battling for 2nd. You know, and let's not take anything away from Potter. You know, he's got the speed. We know he's got the speed. But if you're battling for 2nd, you've got no chance of 1st.
Especially if Potter's at the front. Yes, it's going to be very, very difficult. These 4 really need to start to work together now. Essentially become a team of 4 drivers. Push themselves along.
Yeah, Stansmore Wilson's dropped off by a couple of kart lengths, Tom, out of hairpin 4. I wonder if that's whether she's had half a move, although Stanley Clark sets the fastest lap of the race with a 48.121 to put himself right back in there, as Peacock has a nose down the inside of Holly Swan, and then backs out. It really was just a bit of a sniff down the inside there for Peacock, but the run she's going to get here down the back straight.
And she is pushing Swan.
Now she's going to, she pop out down the end. She does right at the end there, but too late. There's a little bit of contact there between Amy Peacock and Holly Swan. That tips Swan into a slightly sideways spin. Clark, Stanley Clark there was the nearest driver. He's had to back out of that, and that has allowed Isabella Stansmore Wilson, who had 2 or 3 kart lengths. We mentioned earlier on in that lap that she dropped off. Them 2 or 3 kart lengths allowed her to take advantage and have more reaction time to that incident in front, and she slides through and moves up a place.
Now, Stansmore Wilson is not showing on timing at the moment.
No.
She's currently scored as 13th place, so we've obviously got a transponder issue because she is there in 4th place on the track.
Neither Sullivan either, Edward Rye as well, and Harris Alley, all showing us 1 lap down. They're not where they're classified on the timing down the left-hand side. So it looks like we've got a timing loop issue. Stansmore Wilson does reappear in 4th place there now on timing. It looks like there could just be a slight delay on where they are, but the results as they are at the moment with 1.5 minutes remaining, Potter leads the way from Holly Swan and Amy Peacock, with Stansmore Wilson, Stanley Clark and Joshua Sullivan the top 6. Behind them, Jack Collinson has just slid down the inside of Ben Robinson, so he's going to cross the line. He's going to show us 5th, but he's actually in 7th.
Now that we've got Swan and Peacock seemingly working together, that gap to Potter is not going out, and if anything, it's coming down. Both of them, when they were pushing it, well, when Amy Peacock was pushing Holly Swan along, they both set their personal best laps of the race.
Yeah, Edward Rye as well, Tom, now being classified as 1 lap down. He's not. I can assure you of that. He is right in the mix of things. Currently mixing it up with it JJ Plowman and Larry Price at the moment. A great showing from Edward Rye, Tom, a driver that's still probably the youngest driver in this Cadet Pro class. He missed club completely. His performance in the Winter Series, Tom, saw him put straight into the Pro class, and admittedly, whilst he was running at the tail of that, he wasn't dropping away. And that performance for Edward Rye now means that really he's just continuing now to push, and he's really, really developing as a driver. In the wet particularly, he is fantastic.
Yes, he is. We've seen that right the way through Bambino as well. We've got scoring issues here because Holly Swan is not showing as being in second place. But now they are, as we said, now Peacock is working with Swan. They're closing that gap. It's come down. That's Peacock in third place. It's only 1.1 seconds behind Potter now. So I think they're going to have this a little bit too late. They've managed to figure this out a little bit too late in the race, and they're not going to have time to get this done in terms of catching Potter for the overall win. However, it does show that if you work together, they are going to be quicker than Potter. So Stansmore Wilson still in fourth place, and it is Stanley Clark in fifth with Joshua Sullivan, again not showing on timing at the moment, but he is in sixth place overall.
Yeah, showing his ninth at the moment on the timing. It's all over the shop as it is.
But Sullivan is closing in on this front group as well.
Well, he was, Tom. I think since they've sorted themselves out and stopped battling, I think it's been fairly stagnant. Nonetheless, the last lap board is already out and out of the final corner. 12 wins becomes 13 for the 38 of Thomas Potter. Swan gets a personal best in second place from Peacock in third. Stansmore Wilson fourth. Clark in fifth place. Sullivan sixth. Collinson 7th with Robinson 8th, Price 9th, and Edward Wright in 10th in front of JJ Plowman, Sam Hayes, Harris Ali, and William Howard, with Alex Lynn crossing the line in front of Felix Smedley. They are your 16 runners in our Honda Cadet Pro class. The timing, not quite what we expected there, but we've managed to get them into the right order as they cross the line nonetheless.
So that's another W in the column for Thomas Potter. How many is that now, David?
That's 13.
13 in a row. And the record is 20.
20 to match.
He's still going to have to go.
Well, he's going to have to clear this weekend, isn't he?
Yes.
Clear this weekend.
All weekend.
All weekend. And then have a long, long wait, because we're not back till September. No round here in August, and then we finish the season off with rounds 6, 7 and 8. From September through to November.
So that's Cadet Pro done. We will move on to Cadet Clubman. Just waiting for the Cadet Pros to clear the track before the Clubmans hit the track for their first race of the day. So heat number 1 is headed by Sebastian Benson. Then it's a brilliant performance from Mason Dinsdale as well, moving up into second place there. Jake Walker in third. Drew Davidson takes fourth place with Charlie Eyeball in fifth. Morgan Cooney in sixth. Cameron Tipping in seventh with Joey Swan in eighth place. Then it's Joss Hushka, Alfie McBain, Samuel Yeadon, and Summer Wood in 12th. Row 7 is headed by Mason Webster, then it's Layla Berryman, Reese Cranston, Ollie Carter. Row 9 headed by Thomas Harper, and then it's Riley Sims-Ezard. Then we have Riley Buckton-Young in 19th, James Winstanley in 20th, Henry Colborne in 21st, Max Hausago in 22nd. 23rd is Alfie Watson, and 24th goes to Freddie Hausago. 25th is Toby Turner, 26th Archie Loveridge, 27th Jacob Cartilage, and 28th going off the back is Jamie Balding, but Cartilage and Balding clearly having issues in qualifying.
I'll guess weight.
I would imagine so. That's the most common thing.
Yeah, isn't it? Certainly, if there's more than one of them, and they've not potentially not practiced yesterday, they've not had a chance to run over the scales.
If you've never been to Teesside before, just while we've got this shot here, that's where you go and get the cakes.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? But the bar and cafe.
The bar and cafe. It's up the steps. It's just to the up to the left of where we're stood in our commentary box. The right, as you would look at it in that picture. You've got the race control booth there on the right-hand side, and then the bar and cafe. And it is a bar as well.
The first door on the right there in the single story, that's where you go if you've been very, very naughty.
Yes, it is. That's the very naughty boy corner. And girls, sometimes.
Of course, we've got a lot of them racing here at Teesside Autodrome, of course.
But yes, that's where we go for cakes. So when we get cake chat, then now you know where we get them from.
We'll be having some of that later.
Ever the informative piece that we
later
do here,
on, Tom, shortly after lunch, I have agreed
for the
first time in my entire life to sample some carrot cake.
Oh God.
Which we know has been a running theme for most of the season.
You're actually going to try the carrot cake. I can't believe you've never tried it before.
It's because I can't bring myself to put a vegetable cake in my chops.
No, I'm the same as well. The two just don't go together.
Yeah, my mind just won't allow it. But I've said I'll be brave, and I'm brave enough to even allow them to zoom the camera in whilst I try it.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
We're gonna have
honestly.
Full on chops.
Oh, I'm a big boy now, Tom. I'm a real boy.
Carrot cake chops. Lovely.
There we are. Which camera's that?
I'll see if I can miss that one.
That camera down there.
Hello.
They normally zoom in from the South Bank camera.
We'll actually stand. Look, it's not Ant and Dec. It's David and Tom. There we go.
Well, we used to be Baldilocks and the Three Hairs, but you've grown some recently.
Yeah, it's coming back. It's coming back. Magic pills are all the way. Yeah, a bit of Baby Grow.
I've accepted my fate.
Baby Grow? Baby Bio. That's the one.
Oh, is it?
That's the other brand name.
There's a team next week at the British 24 in Hires called Receding Racing.
They raced last year.
Who've got the Alpecin. They're back again this year.
And I said that was what they've done is they've taken a top-down view of my previous hairline.
Yeah, they've gone for a yellow and red colour scheme on the front, sponsored by Alpecin.
Yeah. They need to now. What they need to do is adjust it and make it slightly more patchy. To move it into 2022?
Do you see the graphic that went up on the British 24-hour page this week, introducing the commentary team, which was inadvertently in the order from most to least hair?
I didn't.
And
see
Michael
that.
Kimber picked it up.
I did see it, but I didn't notice that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I didn't notice it until Michael Kimber of 30, I think it's one of the GrabX teams this year, pointed it out. And it got a lot of traction on the laughing face emoji.
Oh, great.
Oh, they dined out on it.
Yeah, well, that's what I would like to say is that's an old picture of me. But it'd still be in the right order.
Let's explain what's happening here, Tom. This is called scrutineering. And this is where the man in the blue T-shirt, who's not on the left, the one on the right there, who is, when he stands up, is like 9 foot tall.
Yes.
He's
also a lot less tanned than he was last year.
Yeah, well, he's in the shade at the moment, isn't he? That's Ben Douthwaite. He's our chief scrutineer. And if you finish in the top 3, you're generally called to just have your machinery checked over. Then throughout the day, you'll periodically pick 1 or 2 others to make sure everybody is running as they are. Hence why in the qualifying, obviously, when they came over the weighbridge, we maybe had 1 or 2 drivers that were underweight, because obviously in Honda and all of our classes, they have to run to a minimum weight. Now, if you've got a lightweight driver, we'll pick one out here, for example, Alfie Watson, who weighs nothing at all. You have to bump your cart up by fixing chunks of lead with some big bolts to the side of your seats. You might sometimes even have a seat insert that's got, we'll certainly see a few of them next week at the British 24, where we've got a big weighted seat insert. In fact, I tried to pick Scott Tate's weighted seat insert up yesterday, just before we did our paddock walk, which will be out later on.
You fancied doing some reps, did you?
Oh, there's a lot of weight. Honestly, I barely got it off the floor. I mean, there's no way he puts that in himself. It must weigh the same as him. Cadet Club, though, Tom, are rolling into position. Sebastian Benson, who, for me, Tom, probably over 1 lap at least, has been the fastest driver in this class all season. I was speaking to him yesterday. I was very honest in my assessment that he is probably the quickest driver over one lap, but over a race pace, he's lacking a little bit of consistency. Let's see whether that's been worked on, because this time he's going to go off that prime berth at the front. Alongside him, Mason Dinsdale, who's missed the last 2 rounds for various reasons. He returns with the number 24. He returns to the front row. Behind them on the second row, Jake Walker, Andrew Davidson. Walker in a brand new kart this time, switching from the Project 1 onto a brand new Zip. That kart hadn't turned a wheel before practice yesterday. Admittedly, it took him a while to get to grips with it, but looks like he's done. All that practicing on the Friday has come good with a 3rd place start come qualifying this morning.
I've just thought we've got a very large grid here, haven't we? And we're gridding up from the dogleg section.
Yeah,
so we might have a...
Later on in the day, Tom, when Honda Cadet Club, I think they may do this senior Pro Kart style and bring them round South Bank and through the barrier, because I think it will make it a lot easier for us. Normally we've had around about 20 to 22 in Cadet Club. This weekend, with it being a double header, we've attracted a few new drivers that have maybe come from, I know we've got one from Ledbury in Hertfordshire making the way up. It's a long way, but when you add an extra race day, it really makes that race weekend worth it as well. So drivers
Ledbury,
coming...
not Herefordshire?
I don't know. Yes, is it Herefordshire?
Okay.
GCSE Geography with Tom Butterworth.
That's what 10 years of driving lorries does for you all around the country.
Yeah, so I think when we come to heat number 2, maybe, that we may do this senior Pro Kart style and slide that barrier
and I think
down,
we're learning that now.
Yeah, down at hairpin number 2, round South Bank, and slide them into position because they're going to be gridded up all the way to that barrier anyway. We have never ever seen Honda Cadet Club go so deep down this grid. Look at them. This camera
Not
shot.
since we've had this new format anyway.
No, I mean, and let's put it together. We've got 16 in one and 27 in the other. This is the biggest collection of Honda Cadets we've had here at Teesside Autodrome, and long may it continue as
this is another reason why we've split the format this year as well, because the grid is to say the least, very bumper.
Yeah, one of the House It Goes rolls into position. They join us from Great Staunton in Cambridgeshire. So they're brothers. One is 10 and the other one is 11.
I recognise that as a new name on the grid.
Yeah, I've seen them a few times in other championships, Tom, but
namely.
They're in the Cadet Kart Championship. They do
okay.
that as well in the same class. But they've made their way up to Teesside Autodrome.
Also brought to you by Alpha Live.
Also brought to you by Alpha Live.
Little plug in there. Little plug. Got to get the ads in. So we are almost there now. It looks like everybody is finally gridded up. And we've got the start line marshal is making his way forward. So looks like we're about to go racing. So Cadet Clubman, heat number 1. Really looking forward to this one. 27, I believe, on this grid. Absolutely enormous. And here we go. Start line marshal has green flag in hand. The green is up. The green is down, and we're away, and it's a good start for the 24 of Mason Dinsdale, immediately sweeping into the lead with Jake Walker taking second place. Not the best start for Sebastian Benson as they head round the national loop for the first time. Through the wiggles they go, and everybody seems to have made it through cleanly at this point.
Yeah, solid.
Oh, there was a bit of contact into hairpin 2 between our 2 front drivers as well. So that was Dinsdale coming to blows with,
Benson, was it? Who's moved into the lead. Now he's back down the inside. Whether Benson's allowed him to come back through there, because it doesn't look like he defended too much to sort of like redress that situation, but now he's back to the lead as well. Walker's dropped to place behind Davidson. Charlie Eibel, who won all the races here at round number 2, having won all 3 heats and the final, is running into the top 5. 84, Tom, is under investigation. That's Jake Walker. Now, I'm not sure what generally when it says under investigation on the opening lap, that normally means he's applied the throttle before the start line marshal has applied the green flag.
Yes, might have had a slight jump start there. It wasn't picked up by us, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen by any means. the start line marshal is usually very hot on that kind of thing. We've seen a few in the last round, actually. We saw a couple of jump starts, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We've had 2 or 3 picked out in one of the classes, but Sebastian Benson leading the way so far, with Dinsdale in second and Davidson third in front of Walker, Eibel. Morgan Cooney running very, very well up in 6th place. And here's a bit of trivia, Tom. He's got the 80 on the front of his kart, the 80 on the back, the 80 on the side, and 80 shaved into the back of his head.
You are joking.
No, it's school holidays, isn't it? They can do what they like.
Oh, goodness me. Well, you know, I suppose it'll make him a bit lighter, won't it?
Yeah, I think
2/10
what
right
I might
there.
do is I might see if his mum and dad are listening, send him down to our camera person after the race that's on the front straight, and we'll see if we can get him to zoom in on the back, and we'll show that one off because it's superb.
Okay, well, if it looks good, we'll let him off.
Well, you'll be the judge of that.
Well, normally I'm very, very against. Have you seen Phil Foden has done the go faster stripes into his eyebrows off of the 90s?
Brown. Yeah, but that's what I mean. It should have stayed in the 90s. Oh, big off, Tom. Charlie Eibel off at the final corner. Arms off the wheel. I'm fairly sure that suggests that it wasn't at his own volition. But he trims the grass, punches the steering wheel, but he's still going down, albeit down in 12th place.
And he needs to get focused now, eyes forward, because he's got other karts coming through behind him.
Yeah, channel that red mist in the right direction.
Exactly.
And start working his way through. There's a little bit of bump and run in the middle of hairpin 1 with Yeadon going into the back of Joey Swan, who's running very, very well up as there's a contact warning for the 84 of Jake Walker in 4th place. Swan running at a personal best so far, Tom, up in 8th place in front of Samuel Yeadon and Mason Webster in 10th. He started today in 11th place as Dinsdale goes wide. Out at the front, though, the battling for second has allowed Sebastian Benson to disappear at the front.
I was just going to say, Sebastian Benson showing it's not just one lap pace today. He is clearing off at the front of this grid to the tune of 2 seconds at the moment, and we're only halfway through.
Yeah, going well, and the gap really starting to open up for Benson, a driver who we know he's had the speed, maybe lacked the consistency and the racecraft, but out at the front, Benson gets his head down and is moving away. Dinsdale's broken a bit of a gap now to Davidson, having got involved in a scrap on the previous lap. Davidson taking a tighter line down that back straight, and in the background, Alfie McBain slides down the inside of Morgan Cooney, who was up into 5th place with Eibel dropping outside of the top 10. McBain now there as Walker throwing that number 84 round. Still doesn't seem to be 100% comfortable with the handling. Obviously, when you go off one frame onto another, it is very different.
Yes, it is. And it is a massive adjustment that you need to do, and not just your driving style, but also the way that you apply the throttle and the brakes, and the handling of the kart is totally different.
Certainly at cadet level, when there's not, your experience isn't into the, decades like a lot of our senior pro kart lot.
Yes.
It is a big step change, isn't it? As there's a move down the back straight there. Now Walker gets to the inside of Drew Davidson as they head down the back straight. Davidson might have enough to run all the way around the outside, having got better drive out of hairpin 2, and he does slot into 3rd place.
You make a good point there, David. Some of our senior pro kart drivers have been driving not just pro karts, but senior pro karts for longer than some of these cadet drivers have even been on the planet. Not that I'm saying some of them are old, but they've been driving for a long time. We have an over 40s class, and some of them have been driving since their junior days. We are hoping to bring you an interview with one of the Mr. Pro Karting of the UK as well during the British 24 hours, so we will preview that as well.
McBain down the inside of the 84 of Jake Walker and up into 4th place. So they swap round. The gap at the lead is 2.5 seconds with Benson moving away. Dinsdale hasn't managed to break away too far from the chasing gap as we see different lines. So Jake Walker really struggling to hold that kart to the inside. The pace is clearly there, but still struggling a bit with the handling as Dinsdale goes wide round hairpin 4, and that's going to allow Davidson to get alongside. Davidson's going to then have to back out, and Davidson and McBain are side by side into the D chicane. They all relent and slot back into position, but that 3-kart battle for second place, Tom, now goes 5 or 6 deep, all the way back to Morgan Cooney. Not too far back, we've got Cameron Tipping, Samuel Yeadon and Joey Swan coming through as well.
Yes, indeed. All action here in Honda.
Oh,
Cadet
Dinsdale
Club.
wide, Tom, on the curb. Sorry to
twice.
cut across you, but he was wide onto the curb, and that's going to lose him 2 places, with Davidson coming through, McBain sliding round the outside as well. Walker taking that wide line again. That's going to allow, I think, Morgan Cooney to close right up. And what was a 3-car battle is going to be 8 deep, I think, here, all the way down to Swan in 9th.
Yeah, there was contact with Dinsdale as well there, and that pushed wide. I think it was Walker. Pushed him wide in hairpin 3.
Yeah, McBain then up to 2nd place now, and if it stays as it is, he's shown some great pace coming through. It's going to be sensational in Heat 2, I think, between him and Benson, because that way McBain then, as we start in positions that we finished in the preceding heat, we'll see Alfie McBain go off the front row.
Yes, indeed, we will. And also McBain with not just that lovely colour scheme that we can see differentiating himself massively from everybody on the grid, but also he's running the old-style Nassau panel as well, which I really like.
If you like old school, you wait till Senior Pro Kart if you like old school.
Okay, I will.
I'm not going to ruin it for you.
All right, I'll hold my breath. But Alfie McBain is actually being closed back in on now by Mason Dinsdale. There was a big gap at the start of this lap, and Dinsdale putting in his personal best lap of the race and has brought him right back onto the tail of Alfie McBain. Sebastian Benson now in the lead by 4 seconds at the front of this race, which is an age in Honda Cadets.
Yeah, they're going to get the last lap board, I think, when they come round, because despite Benson being miles away at the front, he's not going to get round the remainder of that lap in 10 seconds.
Got a blue flag going out for some lapped traffic as Benson comes onto the back and makes his way through.
Good awareness as well from Jamie Boulding.
Very good awareness, moving well clear and allowing the leader through, and then trying to tag onto the back as well. Final lap board is out, so good driving from Jamie Boulding there. Well done. That's exactly how you want to do it, textbook. Cooney and Eyeball setting their personal best laps of the race on that lap as well. Eyeball, of course, recovering from that earlier spin.
Yeah, I think Boulding must have had an opening lap excursion, Tom, because his actual pace isn't seeing him being dropped too far by Sebastian Benson that would normally see him a lap down here at Teesside. So I imagine an opening lap excursion. That's why he is some half a lap behind the rest of the pack round this Teesside National Circuit. Round the final complex of corners, though, and into the final one, Sebastian Benson. He's managed to hook a race up for one of the first times. He's dominated heat number 1 in Honda Cadet Club. Benson takes victory over the line. It's going to be McBain in 2nd place, Dinsdale 3rd. Who's it going to be in 4th? It's Walker from Davidson, with Yeadon in 6th, Cooney, Tipping and Swan with a personal best in 9th. Eyeball recovers, having dropped to 12th to finish in 10th in front of Webster, Wood, Berryman, Hushka, Cranston, Harper, Buckton, Young, Carter, Sims, Ezard and Cartledge. Winstanley, Colburn, Turner, Watson, house to go. And then the other house to go, although they're still battling all the way down with Alfie Watson and Toby Turner crossing the line. It's almost together. There was your race winner, the 77 of Sebastian Benson, making his way round hairpin number 4 and heading towards pit lane.
So it's going to take us a while to clear this grid, or clear this field.
Benson's thrilled with that, Tom. Obviously his work not done. Still got 2 more heats and a final here at Teesside, but it does mean that he'll be starting heat number 2 from pole position. Alongside him will be the 8 of Alfie McBain. That one setting up a mouth-watering tie between the two of them. This time McBain won't have to come through, and that is going to close him in the championship as well, Tom, as he currently is Benson in 3rd place, 21 points off our current championship leader, Ollie Carter. And Carter well down in the standings in this one after a difficult qualifying session for him meant that he had to come through. So you can see there what the scrutineer is doing, Tom, whilst crouched down, is he's having a look at the front fairings. And what we mean by that is all of the noses, the bit that's coming in there, we'll use Layla Berryman's, the bit with the pink on at the bottom there. If you apply too much pressure to that in terms of hitting a kart in front, that nose pops in and drops down by about 5 millimetres, and you're applied a 5-second penalty. Because of that, there's Ollie Carter, the current championship leader, rolling through in front of Riley Sims-Ezard. And that 5-second penalty for that, the pressure applied, will be added to a driver's race time, and wherever that is, it will drop them down. Now, we saw penalties applied earlier in the season, Tom, and in the class that it happened in, it was so close at the time, it was dropping drivers from 4th down into 15th, so you really do have to be very, very tidy when it comes to the racing here at Teesside, as we that's a 69, I think, of Freddie Housego. Just drops his head down onto the steering wheel.
We've got Ashton Carmichael scored a 69 on.
Ah, yes, but that's because Freddie should be running 169, but Ashton isn't here, so I think they've
allowed him.
They've done him a favour by not having to get some red tape out and stick a 1 down the front.
Okie dokie.
Ashton, of course, was with us at round number 2. They're not able to make it, but I think that they're looking to get back here in September, and we look forward to welcoming them back to Teesside Autodrome.
So we will move on to your first heat of the day for Junior Rotax. So heat number 1 for Junior Rotax is going to be headed by Melissa Adrian. Then it's Alfie Wallbank, Ben Ficini, Lizzie Mentier, Nathan Jensen and Finley Watson. Catherine Potter and Monroe Renard going off 8th place.
Melissa Adrian moving into juniors for the first time. It's gone quite well for her so far,
Yes,
Tom.
not too bad, is it?
No, obviously we're used to seeing her out in minis, and after the qualifying in juniors, appears to be taking to the additional power in Junior Rotax rather well. Now, the move up here does have one eye on next year, where she will do a full season in juniors, but having not really been in the mix for the championship in Minimax, absolutely nothing to lose for Melissa Adrian in moving up early into juniors, and maybe stealing a march on some of the others in this class.
Indeed, it's all about seat time and experience, isn't it? And the more she can get of that, the better.
Yeah, certainly, obviously, the weights between Minimax and juniors considerably higher. You're looking at least 15 to 20 kilos higher. So, you know, in terms of actually bringing them carts around now, some of that will be increasing the fact that the radiator is wider, so then it's going to increase the natural weight of the cart. But then, you know, longevity, it means that we're going to have to carry more weight round. Over the line they come, though. It's a good start from the outside, and looks like Wallbank's going to sweep round the outside of Adrian into the lead, as does Lizzie Mentier, and Finley Watson, the championship leaders, sweeps through as well. So the top 3 as Mentier down the inside early into hairpin 1. Couldn't get the job done. Will that allow Watson to get the run down the back straight, as there's a good move, I think, in the background there's Ficini, as Adrian seems to be slowing out of hairpin 2. They're 3 wide with Minot Renard in the middle of a Nathan Jensen and Catherine Potter sandwich. Down the back straight, Renard holds on though, as now the leaders have all changed order. Watson leading the way with Mentier snatching back 2nd place from the 64 of Alfie Wallbank. So the top 3, Watson, Mentier and Wallbank, in front of Ficini, Adrian, Potter, Renard and Jensen.
Yeah, Melissa Adrian really struggling at the start. Went off pole position and immediately dropped back down to 4th place, and then got mugged coming through hairpin 2 and is now in 5th place, unfortunately for her. But we'll see whether she's got some pace now to close this back up. Got Catherine Potter right on her tail, and in fact Potter, I can see through the commentary box window, has moved through, so that's demoted Adrian down to 6th place now. So it is still Watson, but Mentier right on his tail. Wallbank and Ficini now 3/4 of a second back, and they are nose to tail as well. And I say that, and it is Ficini sending it up the inside of Wallbank, and immediately replaced back into 3rd place by Wallbank.
Went in hot there, didn't he? Hard on the brakes, got it a little bit crossed up.
open the door back up for Warbank to come back through, and all that's going to do is allow the front two to just move away again ever so slightly.
Yep, these two, Tom, have been the mainstay at the front of this Junior Rotax Championship here this season. Watson was fairly dominant at round number 3, which saw him extend his championship lead out to 44 points. You know, the point differential 10 between them if one of you wins all the races. Mentia goes down the inside though. Watson's going to have position to run that one all the way around the outside. Will that give Mentia the cutback option down the back straight? She's to the inside, but Watson is going to have the track position, I think, as Mentia thinks about it again and gets a little bit crossed up there on the entry into South Bank. Had to back out of that one late. Watson wasn't giving it up, and Mentia has to live to fight for another corner. That corner being hairpin number 4. Through she comes and back into the lead.
Yeah, great move from Mentia there. As you said, David, 2 minds through South Bank, but got it all back into 1 mind again and focused. Centre of the inside into hairpin 4, job done. So Mentia moving through now into the lead. It is still Watson second, as we saw. Then it's Warbank from Ficini, still 3rd and 4th.
Let's see whether she can break away though here, Tom, because it is often the case that you know the pace might be there, but you have to get through. And she's got through, and will she break away now from Finley Watson in this first race? Obviously it was a random grid format, so we don't have to worry about starting where you finish. You just run and then you'll be into a different position for the next one. Half race distance coming up, Tom, looking at a penalty applied in Honda Cadet Club that's dropped Reese Cranston from 15th down into 20th place for a front fairing. I'm fairly sure you spotted that one as he was pointed to go into a different direction when he came in on the dummy grid.
Yes, and I didn't want to say anything just in case. I waited for the result to come through.
Five places that's dropped Reese Cranston down.
That was why our scrutineer pointed in the other direction.
Yeah.
For number 19, Reese Cranston. So Watson is still holding on to the back of Lizzie Mentia here, not being dropped, but not close enough to make a move either. Warbank and Ficini seem to be a little bit status quo at the moment between all 4 at the front of this race. The gap seemingly staying similar, but Catherine Potter seems to be closing in a little bit now on the back of Ben Ficini. That gap is 1.1 seconds. Melissa Adrian is now 6.5 seconds off the lead, so not the best opening heat for Melissa Adrian here after that superb qualifying, moving up into this class for the first time. Qualifying on pole, but now 6.5 seconds off the lead. Then it's Monroe Renard and Nathan Jensen, 7th and 8th. But again, they are in fairly close company. And in fact, we've got Ben Ficini there trying to have another look at the inside of Alfie Warbank and not getting the move done, tucking back in.
Yeah, Ficini, Tom, a driver who we've seen here a few times, predominantly last season, racing the number 4. This year he's got the 27 on his car. I think that's to do with the NKC, which he races in as well, keeping the number consistent there for Ben Ficini. But Catherine Potter is closing in on the back of this one, Tom. It was there or thereabouts, having broken away from the rest of the pack towards the tail in the early phases of this race. Monroe Renard, Tom, continuing to impress me and a lot closer to the front than he was in the first round. He came here in round 3, and we were impressed with him then with his, when he debuted here at Teesside, running of course in the Teesside Karting Academy kart, one of the karts that is kept here at the circuit, and you turn up and you effectively arrive and drive, but you arrive and drive on a race weekend rather than the normal arrive and drive sessions that are put on by the circuit. And Monroe Renard continued to impress and improve, currently running in 7th place, but just under 9 seconds off the front of this pack. Yeah,
and what I'm looking at here is this battle where Catherine Potter, I was just about to say, has hauled these guys in at the front. They come over the line for the final time, but hauled in Warbank and Ficini by, they were over a second in front. In fact, they were over 2 seconds in front, and Catherine Potter has started to find the pace at the right time in the race, and she's looking to get herself onto the podium here. Still in 5th place, and it is Mentia from Watson, Warbank, Ficini and Potter.
In terms of actual outright lap time, Catherine Potter, 2nd quickest in terms of best time behind Lizzie Mentia. So when she comes to have her front starts, expect her to really take advantage of that. Out of the final corner, though.
Oh, and Potter's gone round.
Oh, out of the final corner, we'll come back to that. Mentia v Watson, the first round goes to Lizzie Mentia, with Watson in second. Wallbank and Ficini. Potter, nonetheless, will cross the line in 5th place. Tom, I didn't see it because I was watching the 2 leaders come round the final corner out the window. Talk me through it.
So Potter just gets a little bit of overspeed, goes in a little bit too hot into hairpin 3, got caught out by Ficini and touched the back and round she went, but still managed to hold on to 5th place.
To see whether she braked enough to stop that front nose being pushed in, because the gap back to those behind, if more than 5 seconds, may be a problem for her, and it certainly would drop her from 5th place down to 7th if there is an issue there. Obviously, she had slowed quite a lot, and it really just tipped her into a spin, so it wasn't like it was a big punt. There is your race winner coming in, the 50 of Lizzie Mentia, who moved through on the 3rd lap on Finley Watson and then drove off into the distance. And by distance, I mean like 1.5 seconds, which in this game here in our junior Rotax is night and day really between those two, because they really do and really are very, very evenly matched.
I've not been keeping up with the live chat, but
well, I haven't since I dipped in. Since I dipped in at the start.
Just had a look at it now, and apparently we're setting up an Alpha Live dating site, according to producer Adam. Oh, okay. We've had some bots on the live chat apparently, and they've been dropping some links and things like that. So instead of that, we're going to do. Oh, here we go.
Yes. Look at that.
So we're going to do an Alpha Live dating site, but now we've got the number 80 shaved into the back of the head. That's definitely worth 2/10 right there.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, but also means that he's probably going to put half a kilo on for the hair that he's taken off.
That's absolutely right. Thank you
Morgan
very much
Cooney,
for that.
Thank you very, very much for that. So, Tom, we're on 2 rolling laps. I'll run through the grid in Minimax while you have a quick chat, look at some live chat comments to bring to us. Next up then, Minimax, they're making their way round for the start of heat number 1. Jared Fox-Whiteley, who held pole position for most of the session, had it snatched away by Lewis Goff and then retook it again on his final lap. Starts with Goff alongside. Ben Adrian and Joseph Yao, row 2. Benjamin Lee and round 3's final winner, Addison Smith, starts in 6th place. Sam Robson and James Philip Byrne on row number 4. Zach Turner and Ollie Poole, row 5. Frankie Smedley and William Robinson on row 6, with Finley Fishburne and Charlie Vary on row number 7. Here we go then. It's going to be the resumption of what has been, for me, the most entertaining class here at Teesside Autodrome, and that says a lot because it's always entertaining in all of them. Here we go then in Minimax heat number 1. Goff makes a good start, but maybe not enough to sweep round the outside of Fox-Whiteley, and Fox-Whiteley slots into lead. Addison Smith with a great start from 6th. He's up into 3rd, and the top 3 in the championship are the top 3 on track as we go round hairpin 1 for the first time.
Yeah, they're flying through hairpin 1 and 2 already. We've already got a retirement as well. It's the number 73 out on the back straight. Didn't take the start. I haven't got the 73 on my...
Could be a late entry there, Tom. I think it could either be Smedley or Fishburne. I think it could be Smedley, but we'll confirm that in a few moments' time. Out of the final corner for the first time, and Fox-Whiteley's broken away from Goff and Addison Smith, with Ben Adrian in 3rd, Benjamin Lee, Joseph Yao, James Philip Byrne, Sam Robson, Charlie Vary, and there is the 73 static on the inside. And soon as we can see Finley Fishburne's 14, that will be Smedley, who rolls to a halt on the opening lap. 8 minutes plus 1 lap then for our mini Rotax. And Fox-Whiteley has a gap of 0.4 of a second. This is a move down the inside there by the 59 or 58. That's Robson on James Philip Byrne. Couple of new names, Tom, in terms of that we've not seen here before. Philip Byrne back down the inside, and there's contact between the two of them. Charlie Vary has nowhere to go and tags the back of the 21.
That's to Charlie Berry, who very graciously stood in for me this morning.
He did a grand job, and we spoke to him, obviously a driver that we know from a while back when we first started streaming here at Teesside Autodrome. He's taken a different route into classes that don't necessarily run here, and he's made his way past James Philip Byrne, and he's moving up. So he's come through from the back. Philip Byrne there with a contact warning. Charlie Berry as well, although Berry had nowhere to go really but run into the back. But nonetheless, the contact was still there. Fox Whiteley, 0.6 of a second the gap. He's starting to open up by 0.3, but as we've mentioned for most of the season here, Tom, the move on to these Comet tyres does mean that you can go early and then the tyres go off and then those behind come back into play. It is a management game, even though it is only 8+1.
Yeah, it's all about getting the right tyre pressure for the conditions, as we saw with Catherine Potter towards the end of the junior heat that we've just had, because she really came on song at the end of the race, and unfortunately for her it was a little bit too late, but struggled in the early part of the race. Tyres came in and all of a sudden she found a lot of pace, and it's going to be exactly the same in this one with the mini Rotax. So you might see gaps go out at the start of the race and then they will come back in and people will start to move forward and other drivers will start to move back and be overtaken as these pressures come up in the tyres and the tyres start to move. And I've just got my first whiff of the day of two-stroke as they came past the commentary box there. Oh, it's the best smell in the world. If they made like house candles of that, that would be my chosen room scent, I think.
Second best smell in the world after bacon.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd put bacon up there, top
there,
five. Top five, but no, two-stroke is the best smell in the world. Got a contact warning for the 26 of Benjamin Lee, currently scored in 6th place. Not sure what happened there, but it is, and he is on screen here, right behind Joseph Yao.
The gap for the lead, Tom, came down by 1/10 on the previous lap, and Goff has broken away ever so slightly from Addison Smith. Now, whether it was a one-off or whether we will keep an eye on it when they come over the line next time, but whether that 0.5 becomes 0.4, and when you're down to 0.4, then we start getting into the slipstream and things start getting very, very interesting. Yao there in the 8. The Honda Cadet O-Plate winner from the Winter Series. That was his final race in Honda Cadet before moving up into Minimax. He loses a place to the 26th of Benjamin Lee. And Charlie Berry getting very, very racy on Joseph Yao. Got alongside, but not enough. The gap, sub half a second now, Tom, 0.4.
That's well into slipstream territory now for Lewis
Yeah,
Goff.
he's...
And he's dropping Addison Smith now as well.
He's getting in range now, isn't he, Tom?
As we said, the gaps will go out, and then they will come back in together.
Yeah,
in together again.
Jared Fox Whiteley firmly in the sights of Lewis Goff as they head round South Bank, still with 3 minutes remaining, and at 45 seconds or so, maybe a little bit lower than that, 42, 43 seconds a lap. Still got 5 to go here for Lewis Goff. So the gap closing in, timing's disappeared, so we'll have to just do this on the visual. It's reappeared, still 0.4, ever so slightly. It's down from 0.44 to 0.42.
So Lewis Goff, as we said before, really into slipstream range now. He's got that target on the back of Jared Fox Whiteley. The homing lasers are engaged, and here he comes. He is well into slipstream territory now, as you can see down the back straight, just closing all the time.
It's the straights where the time's made up when you're 0.4 or so off the back. Now, out of the final corner, the gap's going to open up slightly because Fox Whiteley can get on the power earlier, but 0.4 becomes 2.5.
And that's it. Lewis Goff is right there now. Change for 5th place as Charlie Berry finally gets his way past Benjamin Lee. That battle has gone on for a fair few laps. Charlie Berry now up to 5th place. Joseph Yao still in 7th and putting his personal best lap of the race. Only just in front of Sam Robson, though, in 8th. Then it's James Philip Byrne and Zach Turner, who are in very close company as well. Less than half a tenth between them as they came over the line. Lewis Goff right there now, not quite within striking distance. He's still got a minute and a half plus a lap. Plenty of time for Lewis Goff to make a move here on Jared Fox-Whiteley. Charlie Very and Benjamin Lee in 5th and 6th, both putting in their personal best laps of the race, so their tyres are starting to come into their own now as well and hit the window.
Yeah, it's really spread out after that start, Tom, but as we with minis, because they're a qualifying class, the oldest of our qualifying classes, where you finish this race is where you start the next one. So for me,
oh, there goes Goff.
Yeah, straight down the inside by Goff.
First chance he got as well, the first sniff of an opportunity, and sent it fully up the inside. He's still got the inside through the dogleg kink. Is he going to be able to hold it? Yes, he does. Fox-Whiteley can't get the move done back round the outside.
Yeah, to be fair, that took us both by surprise as soon as you started your sentence with, oh!
Yes, definitely did.
Yeah, he really did come from quite a way back there, but didn't really give Fox-Whiteley the opportunity to defend, because took him by surprise with the move down into hairpin 4. Both have a look over the shoulder. They've got a comfortable gap, and now Fox-Whiteley using that slipstream to run through. The timer's going to a lap start down. It's going to be a tight one, Tom, as to whether they get round. I think they're going to. We're going to get 2 more laps of action here potentially as they come over. 10 seconds remaining. Let's see whether the board is presented to Fox-Whiteley. It's not. 2 laps then for this one to be sorted out. Fox-Whiteley has actually opened up a gap since he got back in with that overtake down the inside, back up to 2/10.
Yeah, Goff had a bit of a slide through hairpin 4, but he's going to use that slipstream again to try and make his way past Fox-Whiteley again here as they head onto the back straight. It's a good move from Fox-Whiteley on the entry into South Bank on the previous lap.
He
nice
stayed in the
clean.
slipstream a long time, didn't he, before popping right out at the end. Even the slipstream works round South Bank as well, because even though you're still flat out. Let's see whether Goff mixes this one up, as Fox-Whiteley actually took a more defensive line in there, even though he didn't necessarily need to, with Goff being a little bit further back. Last lap board is out then. 0.2 of a second between our leading duo of Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Goff.
Charlie Very putting in the fastest lap of the entire race.
He's going to be one to watch at the end of this day, isn't he, Tom? He's going to have a shout of a podium, I think.
He's going to be right there. He's right on the back of Ben Adrian now as well, for 4th place.
Well, bear in mind, he's come from 13th.
Yes, made his way through. It took him a while to get past Benjamin Lee, but eventually got there and has then set about dropping in by 1.3 seconds and closing in the back of Ben Adrian.
Fox-Whiteley introduces himself to the white lines down the inside of the complex of corners towards the end of this lap. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Goff have changed positions, but it's going to be Fox-Whiteley with victory over the line by less than a tenth from Goff, who got alongside Addison Smith in 3rd, albeit 2.5 seconds further back. Very on the final lap, snatches 4th from Ben Adrian with Benjamin Lee, Joseph Yao, Sam Robson, James Philip Byrne and Zach Turner completing the top 10 here at Teesside Autodrome in front of Ollie Poole and Finlay Fishburne, with William Robinson classified 13th and unfortunately Smedley retiring on the outlap. There's Jared Fox-Whiteley, your race winner, making his way round. Didn't have it all to himself though, as Goff reeled him in and put him under some real pressure, including taking the lead down at hairpin 4 where they're going round now. But Jared Fox-Whiteley closing the gap on championship leader Addison Smith, who was unfortunately after the early phase of this race left into a fairly lonely 3rd place as Fox-Whiteley and Goff took the fight to each other.
And that brings us to the final heat of our first round of heats, which will move us on to Senior Pro Kart. My apologies, Senior Rotax first. I've skipped a page. Yes, I have. Skipped a page, skipped a class, and missed out Senior Rotax, so apologies. Taking pole position on the random grid for Senior Rotax heat number 1 is going to be Martin Fisher. Then it's Chris Stowes, then Shane Collinson and Andy Collinson. Andy Ambrose goes off the front of row 3 with Kieran Savage in 6th. 7th is going to Paul Swan, then it's Ashley Savage and Emma Brown, Paul James and Arthur Louthian and Roger Cheek in 12th, then it's Sophie Stevenson in 13th. So we've got a bit of a recovery going on, of course, for the kart that didn't make the start of the Minimax heat. So we're just going to have a little bit of a pause here while we make that recovery, and senior Rotax are allowed out to do their 2-lap rolling up lap to get some heat into these brand new for this season Comet tyres.
Yep, just having a quick look at some of the live chat. Josh Pagden's been on. Just says, racing on Saturdays. Well, yes, we are. But cancel your plans for tomorrow because we're back for round 5. We are here for the double-header weekend, of course. Round 4 today, round 5 tomorrow. 2 separate race meetings, 2 separate qualifying sessions for our qualifying classes. But really, Tom, as it's the midpoint of the season, make or break for some people's championships, because obviously we run to a 6 best results from our 8 rounds. So really, the double-header, a big weekend for our drivers if they're challenging for championships. It really can be make or break, because after round number 5, that's when we start to apply them dropped scores, and when we really get to see our championships really taking shape as to who we're going to be looking out for towards the end of the season as we look towards November, the final round, round number 8.
We've got some new names on the grid as well for this particular round.
We do. I don't know a huge amount about them, and I don't think they're going to come and see us just yet, because
we will try and do some digging. So if there are any supporters of our new names on the grid, so we've got Paul James is one, Roger Cheek another. I'm trying to see if there's any others on there, David.
There'll be 1 or 2, won't there? I'm sure. They've left the holding area, though, Tom.
No Connor Lucas again for this round.
No, I think what that is with that sign on, he's shown as being signed on, but he will have signed on for the previous round. Remember where he had the issues with his ribs?
Yes.
And then because if he signed on and paid his entry fee, that will just roll to the next round if he doesn't compete. So
this is pretty much got to be the longest time he's spent out of a kart since birth. Well, yeah,
he's done BPEC, hasn't he? So it's just a longest time we've not seen him here.
Yes.
Since birth.
much like Craig David, he was born to do it, wasn't he? He was born into pro karting and karting in general.
Oh, I imagine Labour Ward. He was takes him straight out and just put straight into a seat rather than a cot.
No, it was what's your helmet design going to be rather than what's your name. on the register, it's just got a picture of a crash helmet.
Oh, the scrutineer has been busy, Tom. But before we get to that, that looks to me, Tom, like Andy Ambrose rolling to a halt round the National Loop corner on the outside. Not quite sure. I'm not sure we're going to get this race going at the first time of asking if that kart stays there, with it just being off the outside of the National Loop. If they can get the kart moved, then we should be good. We've got around about 20 seconds as they make their way round the final complex of corners. But that, to me, looks like it's Andy Ambrose. The kart on the grass on the outside. Are we going to get the green flag to go ahead? The driver's moved away. The kart is stationary, but is just off track. And we don't know whether we're going to get the chance to go. The start line marshals put the green down. We're going to roll around here because of that stationary kart.
And it's a bit of a shame. I think if they'd had about another 10 or 15 seconds, that would have been safe to do. And in fact, that's it. It's already moved out of the way.
Absolutely the correct decision, Tom, because, you know, to roll that one round, that kart at the time when they were coming and they were gridding up at the final part of the corners, they come out hairpin forward and they get side by side. That kart was still just off the tarmac on the outside. Now it's been moved to safety right up against the barrier on the outside. But Andy Ambrose, who's won races here this season, really took the fight to both of the Collinsons, as has Ashley Savage as well. That's one down for him, and not quite sure, but you know, Rotaxes and the two-stroke karts, generally it's if the plug oils up or you've got a connection shortage from the wire on the battery, then anything can happen. Out of the final corner they come, though. Martin Fisher will lead them through on the left. The kart looks white, but it is actually white and green in the traditional Tony Kart colours. Through they come then. We are green flag, we're away and racing. Fisher leads us through, but Collinson already down the inside into second place at the expense of Christopher Stoves, and he's through into the lead at hairpin number 1. Emma Brown sideways, Arthur Lothian as well. as Sophie Stevenson takes evasive action. They're stuck together. They're going to need marshal assistance to get that cart lifted up. Louthian's going to have to get out of the cart. We've got 2 sideways, and the field spread now from at least the top 5 down as we were sideways. Can Louthian get that cart going and moving? He can, and the yellow flag should be brought in by the time the leading pack make their way down towards hairpin number 1. Marshall there doing a sterling job to get across and lift that cart up. 162 kilos the weight limit in Rotax for our lighter class. So
bend your knees.
Bend your knees when you're lifting, because if you don't, you'll split your pants.
So, yeah, unfortunate for Arthur Albion, but is going again and is about to cross the line in front of us now. So, just over half a lap down. We've also got a black and orange flag. The meatball flag is coming out for somebody. We'll yet to see it on.
I think it would have been for Louthian, Tom.
But he's coming to the
yeah,
pits.
but he's coming anyway, so.
Parked it. Okay, so across the line for the first time we've had Andy Collinson from Martin Fisher. Ashley Savage has now taken 2nd place as they come across the line for the 2nd time. So it's Collinson, Savage, Fisher, Swan, Stoves, Kieran Savage. Roger Cheek takes 2nd place from Paul Janes. We're waiting for Sophie Stevenson to come across the line, but I believe it's going to be either...
Yeah, she's through.
Have we had some timing issues again there?
No, she's through alongside Emma Brown. Emma Brown was involved with Arthur Louthian on the opening lap, so they are together. Brown has come through in front of Stevenson up into 9th place now, or got through at the similar point. Tom, penalties applied in Minimax have gone to Charlie Very, Sam Robson, James Philip Burns, Zach Turner and Finley Fishburne. Has changed the order ever so slightly, but given that most of them were in the same sort of battle, it's just sort of nudged them all down together. Very, though, Tom, drops from 4th down into 7th, so despite setting the fastest lap of the race by over 1/10 of a second, we'll be starting from 7th rather than 4th place for the 2nd heat.
But started down the back of heat number 1 and managed to come through to 4th, although picking up that penalty on the way. So we'll look for Charlie Very making his way through again in heat number 2 of Minimax.
Yeah, we had quite a lot of cake chat, Tom, after I mentioned earlier on that I was willing to try some carrot cake. So that'll be coming up later on, just after lunch. We'll keep that as a separate feature. And support as well coming in from Nate Ethan saying, come on, Thomas Harper. Well, he had a good performance earlier on in our Honda Cadet Club class, running in 15th place, as Emma Brown here moves up into 8th at the expense of Paul Janes.
Yeah, 6 laps to go here, plus 1. Well, it's actually going to be 5 laps to go as I called him Holly Swan then. Paul Swan moving up the inside of Martin Fisher and taking 3rd place on the road. Different classes, of course, that we have here. We have the regular Rotax class, and then we have the 177, which defines the weight limit. So Martin Fisher running at the front of the 177 class. So not even, essentially, although in the same race, but they are not in the same class. Paul Swan moving through now.
Yeah, still leading the class then from Christopher Stoves. There's a 2nd between them, but they are next to each other now on track. Paul Swan, he'll be back next week, Tom, swapping Rotax for Pro Kart as he enters the British 24-hour in the Pro Kart class. Are
they running number 95 as well?
No, they're running 66 because they're racing as A66.
Oh, A66.
Pro, yeah, again in the clubman class in Pro. They'll also have another team out as well in the Highers, A66 Higher.
So they're running an owner kart.
And a higher kart.
And a higher kart as well this year.
And effectively another higher kart under Garage 29.
Okay.
Which will run the 629 number, making the 6 look like a G.
Right. Okay. Trying to picture it in my mind, that was all. If you could hear that, that's the silence there was my mind working.
It works so well, you can't even hear the cog.
Yeah, exactly. Well oiled, well oiled. So we've got 4 laps to go here. 3 laps as they come across the line this time, as we've got blue flags heading out for, I think that's Paul Janes. And that's actually going to give Andy Collinson a little bit of a gap to Ashley Savage and sort of...
I've just picked up on something there. Obviously, the blue flag comes out. Collinson managed to get round the outside. Him and Savage were fairly close. Now, Savage had his arms up off the thing now. just a reminder that in karting, the blue flag does not mean jump out of the way in the same way it does to cars. It is a flag that makes a driver aware. It is still the driver that is behind. It's their job to get through. The driver does not deviate from their line like they do in cars, where you're supposed to move out of the way and let everybody through. The flag is just a visual. The quicker driver, it's your job to get past. If you can't get past because of a certain part of the track is single file, you've lucked out, unfortunately.
The best way to put it is that you've got World Endurance Championship rules on blue flags. So what happens is, in that series, of course, you don't have to jump out the way. Like David said, the blue flag is there to make you aware that a faster car, or in this case, kart, is behind you, and it is the job of the car or the kart behind to make that overtake as cleanly as possible.
The reason for that is obviously in karting to cars is that in a kart,
Ashley Savage forgot that, I think.
Yeah, but in a kart, you can turn that steering wheel and almost turn that kart 90 degrees in 4 meters of track that you can't do in a car.
Yes.
And that's why it's dangerous for people to jump out of the way, because the steering is directly from the steering wheel down to the wheels effectively. And you can't just expect, if people do that and just jump out of the way, you'll have huge accidents, and it's just not safe to do it.
Yeah, correct. So it did drop Ashley Savage back quite a bit, but he's already closing in on the back again of Andy Collinson. Unfortunately, he is going to run out of time, but there are 2 more heats and a final still to go for Ashley Savage to make up for his disappointment here in this heat. But it is going to be Andy Collinson taking heat number 1 from Ashley Savage. Paul Swan will come over the line in 3rd place, and here he comes now. And it is going to be Chris Stoves taking the 177 class in front of Martin Fisher. Kieran Savage will come across the line in 6th place, and 4th in the 165 class. Then it's going to be Emma Brown recovering from an earlier spin, taking 3rd place in the 177. Roger Cheek, Sophie Stevenson, Paul Janes, and Arthur Loudian, who didn't complete the first lap.
Good showing there from Brown, Tom, because she was obviously stuck with Loudian.
Indeed.
Quite clearly showing the pace. That means later on in the day she's going to be mixing it up with Christopher Stoves and with the driver whose name escapes me, Martin Fisher.
Yes.
Later on. Collinson now wins in 162 and overall. He's going to roll the car into pit lane.
But yes, Emma Brown still taking the podium in 177 class is a very good driver and a very good recovery driver. And as you said, David, that's going to stand her in good stead for the rest of the race. Now, slightly premature earlier on, but now very much on time. We are going to move on to Senior Pro Kart. So random grids here for our, once again, bumper Senior Pro grid. It is headed by over 40s class Steve Nichols, number 58, is taking pole position. It's Caitlin Frame taking 2nd place, with Joe Burrell lining up in 3rd. Then it's Brandon Truman Reddish and Gareth Plackett and Daniel Tate in 6th. Andrew Worley, Lennon French, Harry Nottage and Scott Tate round out your top 10. 11th place goes to Josh Folkus, then it's Jake Richardson. Jack Morris heads row 7 with Thomas Hewland. Jessica Alexander and Mark Tate, and then Thomas Braid and Jonathan Allen. Philip Sadeghi and Callum Booth round out your top 20. Then it is Connor Jupp, Josh Yeadon, Simon Doughty, Jake Hewland, Henry Bode, Jordan Cranston, Alec Bowd, Harry Roddis, Paul Rye and Scott Blackburn. So 30 karts here in Senior Pro Kart, and some returning faces as well, David.
There is. We'll run through them throughout the day. One of them, I think there's Andrew Worley in the 79. He's made sporadic appearances after a full effort last year. Tom, whilst Pro Karts are gridding up, I think whilst we don't want to lower the tone at all of this race meeting, I think it's now is probably the right time for us to pay homage to somebody who was a big name in the pro karting community, particularly in Enduros in BPEC, who sadly passed away. A lot of people on this grid in the paddock attended his funeral on Thursday. We would like to pass on our condolences to Wayne Mallard, the Mallard family. Obviously, we've seen Alec here a few times racing in Junior Pro Kart. He'll be back here next week. And I would just like to give him, as well as his family, a massive shout out, is that he received the news, unfortunately, of his father's passing on the morning of a race weekend and still competed, which I think is what Wayne would have wanted, but showed a huge amount of character for a lad that's only in his teens. Tom, obviously, I knew Wayne reasonably well. He was from North Nottinghamshire, where I'm from. I think that's going to leave a bit of a gap in the BPEC paddock.
It is, and there's a lot of heavy hearts there as well. You could see just from the comments on the Facebook page that Wayne is going to be very, very sorely missed. And like you said, David, Alex Mallard was a good racer here in Junior Pro Kart, and for him to even compete that weekend just shows the character of not just the young man, but also of the family as well. So all of our condolences and best wishes go out to the Mallard family, and we hope to see you, Alex, again here very soon.
Final few drivers then in the Senior Pro Kart class rolling into position down there through the thing. Tom?
Just while we've got a second as well, and we're doing shout-outs, I'm going to give a shout-out as well to Jordan Guy as well, who, of course, had his crash here last round and is not competing this weekend and potentially not again, but we will see what the future holds. But Jordan Guy is here.
I have put a little message out to try and get him into the com box at the end of this Honda Pro Kart Senior Pro Kart heat. So hopefully I'll be able to replace you for the second time in the com box.
Okay, but he is here. That's the important thing,
yeah.
and he's looking well and making a recovery from what was quite a nasty accident at the previous previous round.
Yeah. Here we go then, Tom. We'll keep an eye out. You know when you said you loved retro, keep an eye out for ones that come over the line. I'll take this one. You can do the visuals. Good start from the pole position berth of Steve Nichols. Then we're 2 and 3 wide with Gareth Plackett and Brandon Truman Reddish bouncing over the curbs as they make their way through the chicane, and Tate's round. Don't know which one, but I recognise the colours facing the wrong way round the National Loop corner. The leading duo have broken away. Caitlin Frame on the back. It's the 31 of Scott Tate, the current one of the championship front runners. He's going to have to come now from the middle of the pack where he was. He's dropped all the way down to the back. Now he's got plenty of work to do as Nichols and Frame have broken away at the head of the pack. They're 3 and 4 wide. Alexander right the way round the outside. Hewland, one of the new names in the 8, as then she's going to try and slide one down the inside. There's going to have to be a couple of laps, Tom, before we can even sort this one out, as she's now down the inside of the 757 of Simon Dougherty. No time wasted then by Jess Alexander.
No, and it is Nichols from Frame. Dan Tate has made it through, so it's not Dan Tate, then it's Gareth Plackett, Brandon Truman Reddish, Lennon French, Joe Burrell, Josh Falkus, Harry Nottage and Jake Richardson rounding out the top 10 at the moment, as Jess Alexander is making more places up. I can see out the commentary box window through hairpin 1.
Oh, Jack Morris facing the wrong way and stationary on the inside of hairpin 2. He's going to have to wait for all of the field to come through. Not quite sure why he was round there, Tom, but it's very unlikely he's dropped that in the position that he was in mid-corner, because to be parked on the inside, if you outbrake yourself, normally you go to the outside. So looks like he's been tipped into a spin there. Nichols continues to lead, but there has been a change for second place. Championship leader Daniel Tate moves up into second place, with Caitlin Frame still leading the club class with Plackett. Alexander picks up a contact warning in her charge through the field as Josh Volkers there slides down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish. Can Reddish hold that one out round the outside? It looks like he has done, but then Volkers will try and get the cut back down the back straight. He's going to get a push, is he? It's catching the background, see whether he appears down the inside with a bit forceful move on Brandon Truman Reddish, and Lennon French will take advantage of that as well. The 120 coming through. Josh Volkers picks up a contact warning. Can't say either of us are surprised with that one, Tom. The move down the inside, whilst it was side pod to side pod, the door was always going to close. Volkers wedges himself in that closing door and moves through into 5th place.
Dan Tate has now taken the lead. We've got a second warning for Jess Alexander already, so it's a 3 strikes and you're out policy here for the day at Teesside. So
yeah.
Jess Alexander already picking up 2 warnings, so going to be on thin ice for the rest of the day. Bear in mind, we've still got 7 laps to go here, but Dan Tate has taken the lead from Steve Nichols. Caitlin Frame still holding 3rd place.
Focus has moved up to 4th, Tom, with Plackett dropping to 5th. French is still there as his contact there. The bright yellow helmet, that is Connor Jupp, returning after missing round number 3. He's back here this weekend.
Yeah, 2 places in 1 corner for Connor Jupp there. Part of the Team Tate, what I'm going to call Enterprises now. Team Tate Enterprises, Team Tate Motorsport. Putting in some good practice here, I think, for the 24-hour next weekend.
Yeah, he'll be back here as part of the Team Tate lineup. With he'll be sharing duties in the number 81 kart with Dan and with Scott and one other. And that's Josh Falkus has now moved in front of Steve Nichols, so from 3rd to 2nd. So Falkus making his way right the way through this field now, and he's going to be homing in on the back of Dan Tate very, very soon. Yeah, all Caitlin Frame there, Tom, is going to get hung out by Lennon French. It's going to be difficult for her to get back in that train, and Brandon Truman Reddish sweeps through, and Harry Nottage all the way around the outside, and just out the window, you will not see it, but he's had a massive jump in his seat to try and just force that kart forward, and Jupp is through as well, as the 4, I think, of Yeadon picks up a warning as well. Braid moving into 10th place as well and setting his own personal best lap of the race, and they are still in a massive train here from the front of the field right the way through to probably 14th place, 13th, 14th place. They're all nose to tail here, as you can see. One big train. It's Jess Alexander on the back of that train now, right behind the 13. No, right in front of the 13 now. Oh, yes, indeed. Of Callum Booth. And now with that Joe Burrell on the inside, Booth's going to have, I thought she was going to try and run all the way around the outside there. Falkus setting the fastest lap of the race, and he's already right on the back of Dan Tate and looking to make his way through and take heat number 1 victory, potentially. Not managing to get it done at hairpin 1, I can see out of the commentary box windows. We look a little bit further down with this train on screen. The noise past the combox, Tom, with this massive grid, it's just continuous, isn't it? All the Hondas coming through. Good impression there, Dave. Thanks, mate. Tate still holding on. They'll have me on Good Morning. You know that lassie was on because she could do an impression of Big Ben? No. Oh, it's good. Don't watch daytime TV. Some of us work for a living. Neither do I, but I've got social media. Falkus trying to go around the outside of Dan Tate. That's not going to work there. And they are still as they were on the previous lap. Falkus looking very racy as well. I think this is only a matter of time, isn't it, really? Dan Tate's doing a very good job defending here, but if Falkus is going to make his way through, Dan Tate would be better off. The cutback is where it's going to be at here, Tom, for Falkus. He's got to drop into the slipstream, which he has done, but Dan Tate comes to the inside. A line that I can only describe as Bambino-esque. Yes, it was Bambino-esque. You're absolutely right, David. And what I was saying is whether this defending is going to bring the pack behind French into play. Through, Tom, into 3rd place. By the look of it, I can see green instead of yellow. Yes, indeed. The Flying Farmer is through into 3rd place. Steve Nichols still holding 4th. Connor Jupp now up to 5th place. Jess Alexander in 11th, setting the fastest lap of the race. And he's part of that second train that we can see in the back of the shot. Lap and a half remaining then. Dan Tate leading the way. This time Josh Falkus sticks a nose out down the inside, but his nose isn't big enough. And Dan Tate manages to close the door. I think that might be a little bit more forceful, Tom, in around about 45 seconds time if the move is on the final lap with Falkus. In fact, he's got the cutback on Tate. He's going to be on the outside, though, and I don't think Tate's going to give this one up, and he doesn't. Holds the lead. Final lap, then, with Tate leading the way from Falkus. French up into 3rd place in front of Connor Jupp and Steve Nichols. And French, because these two are battling and Dan Tate is defending as hard as he is, that's bringing French, Jupp, and even Nichols and Plackett right back into play. Yeah, honestly, if this was Formula E and you get fan boost, the love for Lennon French is coming in the live chat. He'd be getting one down this back straight. Now Falkus got to the inside, ducks back into the slipstream, left and right, over each shoulder because he knows French and Jupp are closing in. Tate, though, defended this one so far in this race. Up to this final corner, will he do the same again? Dan Tate has defended this one absolutely superbly. Textbook from the reigning Rotax 177 champion, the British champion, takes Heat 1 in Senior Pro Kart from Josh Fulkerson, Lennon French with Connor Jupp. Steve Nichols takes victory in 40s in front of Gareth Blackett. Tom Braid, your leader in our club class, with Harry Nottage second in that one, albeit down in 10th place. So your top 10, Tate, Fulkers, French, Jupp, Nichols and Blackett, with Braid, Truman Reddish, Alexander and Harry Nottage.
I thought it was a dangerous game that Dan Tate was playing, but he actually played it to perfection because he almost brought Lennon French into play to try and attack Josh Fulkers himself from French. And yeah, brilliant driving from Dan Tate. I thought it was all over with 4 laps to go. I thought Fulkers would come through easily and take that win. But no, great driving from Dan Tate and well-deserved victory.
Agreed. Tom, I replaced you once in the commentary box and I'm going to replace you again.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to be replaced this time. I'm going to hand over the headphones and the microphone to a very, very welcome guest, and it is Jordan Guy.
Jordan, welcome to the commentary box. We'll grab a few words with yourself before the start of Bambino Heat number 2. Now, we'll start off with your rib protector that you've got on, your Gaio rather than your Bengio.
It's the new 2023 model, this.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Now, let's go back to round number 3. There was an unfortunate incident that brought an end to our final in the Pro Kart down there at hairpin number 3 that you were involved in. I'll start by saying it's absolutely fantastic. I'll echo Tom's sentiments. It's fantastic to see you here. It's fantastic to see you in such good spirits as well.
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
It was an interesting afternoon, wasn't it, Jordan?
It was, yeah. I wasn't having the greatest day to start with, but, you know, it was just an unfortunate event. You know, I've seen many karts have similar incidents and walk away. I've just been very unfortunate that it happened the way it happened, but, you know, it's racing. There's no hard feelings on any side. I spoke to the other guy involved, and you know he was more than happy. It was just a very unfortunate event, you know, and luckily both drivers are all right. And we'll.
I mean, we've seen it in that previous heat we just watched there, with drivers being like just tipped into a spin by, you know, with a bit of exuberance into a corner or just a racing incident, and 99 times out of 100, maybe even 999 times out of 1,000, and that's just a spin. It was just a little bit unfortunate that you ended up in a precarious position at the end, but like I say, it's great to see that your thing. Run us through, obviously, what happened. I think we've got we'll start top down with the collarbone.
I mean, the collarbone, I believe, was called an ACR separation, so the collarbone popped out the cuff and now left me with an unattractive lump on my shoulder, but, you know, it is what it is. And then the spine's an L2 vertebra fracture. Again, both, I've been told, should be a full recovery, you know, some physio and whatnot, but, you know, I'm not going to say it's put me off karting forever, but for the time being, you know, it's going to be stood on the hill cheering on from now on. But never say never.
Stick with us, Jordan. I'm going to run through the Bambino grid. I'll probably do the first lap or so, and then I'll just come back to you just to run through a few more things, because I know that obviously there was a fair few people during that day that sort of helped you out. I'm sure you'll want to give them a quick shout out. Riley Morrow starts on pole position then, with Austin Oman alongside Chloe McGill and Buddy Hugo row 2. Noah Smith and Ethan McClelland on row number 3. Sebastian McCarthy starts 7th alongside Grayson Crawford, with Jake Gibbon and Freddie Blackshaw completing the top 10. James Pybus will start heat number 2 in 11th place. So yeah, Jordan, obviously you had that incident. The medical team came on, did a grand job in sorting you out. There was obviously a few other people as well that were helping out that day and have subsequently done so as well. So I'll hand this one over to you.
Yeah, I mean, when something like that happens, you know, you're just hoping and praying it's dealt with correctly, and I truly believe it was. You know, the ambulance were there quick, the race was red flagged, you know, the marshals were over there as quick as they can be, and you know, there was family members coming over. Angie Fox-Whiteley, you know, Jared Fox-Whiteley, number 22, you know, she came over and, you know, she was brilliant. I really couldn't fault anybody.
Trained nurse as well, obviously, so she was over there offering her assistance at a time when it was required.
Yeah, she was a little bit like a mum figure, you know. There was a few words that she put me in my place for sure. But yeah, I was definitely a good boy, and yeah, I can't fault, you know, thank you very much to Teesside. They did everything that you can expect them to do. You know, I couldn't fault them. Couldn't fault them all.
Some solid support at home as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, my girlfriend at the time was in the room, but the doctor definitely told me there's no hoovering for 6 months, maybe even a year.
Oh.
We'll see how that one goes.
It's going to be difficult for you to get down to the washing machine as well, isn't it?
It's hard, you know.
Yeah.
I have to take it slowly.
So what we're saying is get the washing machine on it, lifted up, yeah?
Well, one thing's for sure, I won't be lifting anytime soon.
Wonderful. Jordan, obviously that's fantastic. It's great to see you here at Teesside. Sadly, what that does mean, I'm going to get, is that we did have a bit of a deal, which we'll come to after the start of Bambino, that you're unfortunately not going to be able to fulfil. You might not know about it, but I'll jog your memory again later on. And it was certainly going to be helped massively by the random grid format. Bambino is about to go racing now. We'll run you through the first couple of corners and then I'll remind Jordan with what I wanted to. Green is up, green is down. It's a good start from Chloe McGill in 3rd place, but not enough, I don't think, to get alongside and round the outside of Austin O'Man, and O'Man slots back into 2nd place behind Riley Murrow. Everybody else, though, is nose to tail and working their way through. The top 4 already, despite the fact we've only done the national loop, are still nose to tail and have got 10 kart lengths or so on the rest of the field. So as they make their way round the hairpin 1 and 2 complex and onto the back straight for the first time, Chloe McGill gets a good run to the inside, but I think scrubs off too much speed. That's going to allow Buddy Hugo to get a good run, as we're still 3 and 4 wide down the back straight. They're all nose to tail. Jordan, there was a bit of a deal in place, which was along the lines of, if you were to ever get a pole position, you would propose to your good lady. Now, what happened at Teesside this year is we went to a random grid format, and we were hoping that one day they would just dump you on pole position and you would have to fulfill your obligation. Now, you appear to have taken quite a drastic measure to get out of that by retiring.
I wouldn't say drastic. I definitely wouldn't say drastic, but no, that was a deal. And again, like we say, one day I may be back in the car. We will never say never. Yeah, maybe one day I will be on pole. We shall see.
And maybe one day you will propose.
As long as she doesn't lift that washing machine up, yeah.
Absolutely. Jordan, thank you very much for joining us. Absolutely wonderful to see you back here at Teesside and in such good spirits. And look forward to catching up with you again throughout the weekend. I'm sure I'll see you in the paddock this evening. Time for you to take the headset off and hand it back to Mr. Butterworth.
Are you sure you want me to?
Yeah, please. I like him. We're good friends, and I've got to spend next weekend with him here as well for the British 24. Chloe McGill is up to 2nd place with Buddy Hugo briefly up into 3rd, although it looks like Austin O'Man is trying to wrestle that one back quickly. He's going to get the run, but maybe not all the way around the outside. So the top 4, Murrow, McGill, Hugo and O'Man as they cross the line in the opening 2 minutes.
Yeah, great to see Jordan back in the commentary box, and it just took me a minute to come back on the microphone there because I had to pick Jordan out of it that you very much dropped him in during that chat.
Didn't drop him in anything.
Very much dropped him in.
I reminded him of his contractual obligations.
Well, it's brilliant to see him here, in great spirits and lovely conversation there with Jordan Guy. So we are already 3 minutes into this Bambino heat. It is still Riley Murrow from Chloe McGill. Buddy Hugo has now moved through into 3rd place, and Austin O'Man is slightly dropping off the back at the moment, although we've seen this before with O'Man, where he kind of drops back a little bit and then seems to get a run and come back through.
Yeah, McGill gets the outside, but that's going to leave her high and dry and will allow Buddy Hugo to slot himself
good driving
into
from
2nd
Hugo.
place. Yeah, took advantage of that, didn't he? McGill in going for the lead, drops down into 3rd place. Austin O'Man still right on the back of the train and ready to take advantage. Ethan McClelland is now up into 5th place in front of Noah Smith, who started the race there with McCarthy, Gibbon, Crawford, Blackshaw and Pybus.
And McClelland, of course, had that spin in heat number 1 and recovered very, very well. And is now back up into 5th place overall. Oh, that was firm defence from Riley Murrow there. Buddy Hugo had a good run down the back straight, taking that standard Bambino line of hugging the white line.
Oh, McGill there, Tom, runs into the back of Buddy Hugo, and Austin O'Man is going to take advantage and at the very least move up into 3rd place.
The only person that hurt was Chloe McGill.
Yeah. She's drops down then into 4th. Oman, oh, and Oman contact there with Buddy Hugo. The door was always going to close there for Austin Oman, and these Bambino karts do not take those dogtooth curbs very, very well, and Oman is slowing round the national loop, and looks like the number 7 kart could be heading towards retirement as the engine cut there, Tom. Do you think as it's bounced over, or do you think there's a bent track, or he's looking over his shoulder? Is he going to get going again? Don't think he is.
Potentially, it was big air.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was, wasn't it? And you know, they're not carrying a huge amount of speed, but nonetheless, he's still in the kart, so he seems to be okay. But as he bounced over, it could well be the chain, because it did come to a gradual halt around the national loop corner straight after he bounced over the curbs on the inside. The top 3 now then fairly split and fractured, a couple of kart lengths from Murrow and Hugo.
It looks like it could well be chained because the marshal's not attempting to start the engine on it. So normally if the engine's just cut out, you'd see the marshal try and start it again and get him back in the race. But
he's going to have a go now whilst he's in safety. But we'll keep an eye out. It'll be to the right-hand side of where this camera position is, behind our actual camera point down there with Austin Oman. And there he is getting out of the kart. So the engine deciding it doesn't want to complete heat number 2, and Austin Oman takes himself to safety under the guidance of one of our marshals there on the far side of the circuit. 2.5 minutes remaining, and Buddy Hugo, who was right on the back of Riley Murrow, is now getting himself involved in a battle with our championship leader Chloe McGill. And Riley Murrow is comfortable out at the front. There is some lap traffic in front that Hugo's going to sweep round the outside of. McGill does exactly the same as well. And the top 3 as they come over, Murrow, Hugo and McGill. Tom, what were you looking for there?
I was wondering something, David, in our brand new commentary box, and I think I might have a plan for
next weekend.
Next weekend, we've got some lovely cupboards put in here, so I'm thinking we might put something in there for next weekend.
Better be cake. Chloe McGill gets a good run out of hairpin number 2 to the inside of Buddy Hugo. Hugo went wider, which means that he might get better drive. But nonetheless, Chloe McGill, Hugo can't turn in if the 18 is there. And Chloe McGill is through into 2nd place. Now, Chloe is here today at Teesside Autodrome, but only accompanied by her dad, because her mum is due to give birth in the next 2 weeks. But I'm told that she has to give birth in the next 2 weeks, because in 2 weeks' time it's Super 1 and they can't miss it.
Okay. All right, well.
So, Jamie, all the very best. We spoke to Chloe yesterday on the paddock walk. That'll come out in the lunch break. Unfortunately, there's another contractual obligation, because Chloe picked the name of her soon-to-be appearing younger brother. He has to be called Theo, because she said it on the live stream. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, the parents haven't agreed to it yet, but Chloe's picked the name.
But it's done.
It's done.
It's already
Agreed.
on the register.
Yeah.
Okay, so Riley Murrow is still leading. Chloe McGill moving around the outside of the 131 there. That's Freddie Blackshaw. And Freddie Blackshaw kind of having a little spin in sympathy there. Not sure what happened. He just turned a little bit too much. The back end came round, and Blackshaw ended up on the inside.
Yeah, the grass, however, Tom, is quite deep for these Bambinos.
All of a sudden,
minimal power.
All of a sudden, Riley Murrow has now put 3 seconds into not just Chloe McGill, but also Buddy Hugo as well. So that gap has gone out very, very quickly. Ethan McClelland still in 4th place and is a second and a half. In fact, wow, now 5 seconds in front of Noah Smith. That gap went out very quickly as well.
Yeah,
but Jake Gibbon only 1.3 seconds behind.
Just a quick one, Tom. Big development in senior Rotax. Disqualified Ashley Savage underweight.
Oh, from second place.
Second place. Our leader making his way out of the final corner with a gap which I think will have probably gone out to 4 seconds or so as they come over the line. It was 3.1 last time, but Riley Murrow leading the way with a comfortable lead now from Chloe McGill. 4.3 is the gap at the head in front of Buddy Hugo, Ethan McClelland and Noah Smith. Tom, I have to draw your attention to another interesting development. And earlier on in the race day, I said, we'll not get anywhere. Oh, another one, Tom. McClelland down the back straight. That car is going very, very slowly out of hairpin number 2. Our race leader is willing that kart on as Chloe McGill sweeps round the outside. And Riley Murrow with a 4-second gap on the final lap. The kart rolling slowly down the back straight. He might not even finish this race, Tom. Chloe McGill inherits the lead, and as they come round the final corner, may well inherit the victory as well. Flat out for McGill. She's hanging out the side of the kart, trying to will that kart on. Murrow's not going to take the checker as McGill wins heat number 2 from Buddy Hugo. There is Riley Murrow on the grass. Slowly, he'll still pick up points, albeit for 10th place. He's going to come through. I think they've managed to get it moving again and started. He might even be classified a little bit higher. McGill takes victory then from Hugo McClelland. Over the line they come. Jake Gibbon takes 4th place as Noah Smith, I think, comes straight off towards the pit lane. Snatches it at the end for Gibbon in 4th, Smith in 5th, McCarthy, Crawford and Riley Murrow in 8th place. What I was going into, Tom, just before that happened down the back straight, is at the start of the day I said, we'll get nowhere near that record pace. Buddy Hugo's gone sub 58.
Sub 58?
Sub 58. 57, 924, a new lap record in our Bambino class by the number 11 of Buddy Hugo. A 10th of a second quicker than our lap record, which has only stood for 1 round with Austin Oman. Buddy Hugo smashes the lap record and becomes the first driver here at Teesside Autodrome to go sub 58.
Wow. That is an incredible lap time. And what we were talking about at the previous round as well was that last season and even the season before, we were talking about drivers going sub 1 minute. We're now over 2 seconds a lap quicker than that in Bambinos. Obviously, there's been some engine developments and things like that, but also driver talent has increased as well. We were talking about exactly this in the previous round, but yeah, to go sub 58 second is incredible. What's your thoughts on it, David? Sub 58
I mean,
laps.
yes, there's been developments in engines. The new gen engine is certainly a lot quicker, but I didn't think we'd be going anywhere near 57 at all. Congratulations to Buddy Hugo, setting a new lap record here at Teesside Autodrome. Next up, though, it's time for heat number 2 in Junior Pro Kart. Seb Pereira will start heat number 2 from pole position with Harry Brown alongside Oliver Watson and Christian Oblang on the second row with Amy Frame and Danny Bean on row 3. Max Shields, heat 1 winner, starts 7th alongside Marty Gilfin with Harvey Still and Joe Arnold on row 5. Ben Arnold starts 11th with Finn Collister in 12th place. Sophie Pawsey starts the race in 13th place. All of our drivers rolling into position. The final 3, Finn Collister, and then the 9 of Ben Arnold in front of Sophie Pawsey. She starts at the back of the grid, which is where, in heat number 3, we're going to find Max Shields as Sophie makes her way towards pole position for the random grid format. Seb Pereira, who won the final here at round number 3, will go off pole position in this second heat. And for the first time, Tom, he's got that new Apollo kart with a purple and black livery rather than the standard red and black that the Apollos normally come in.
Yes, very nice looking kart as well. Spotted that in heat number 1. Green flag in hand, green flag up, green flag down. Everybody gets away nice and cleanly, and they all slot in with the exception of Christian Oblag, who decided, no, I'm going to go full send into the D chicane and took 3rd place.
He did, yeah. He almost, not to be too brutal, but almost scared Oliver Watson into giving him that one, didn't he? Just decided that he was going to go down the inside and left it up to Watson as to whether he wanted to have a battle about it. Shields has made a good start, Tom, as well, from 7th place and gets alongside down the inside of Amy Frame and Oliver Watson into 1 and 2, and he's moved up into 4th place already as Harvey Still and Joe Arnold, who finished in the top 3 in the first heat, is starting to work their way through together, and Harvey Still is not wasting any time down the inside of the 14 of Amy Frame. Frame, though, will still have track position and still will have to revert to plan B.
So it's Pereira from Oblag, from Brown, who's so Oblag has moved up into 2nd place now, from Brown, from Shields, Frame, Still, Arnold, Watson, Danny Bean holding well in 9th place, and Sophie Pawsey in 10th.
Shields there on that move down the inside. The only thing I was watching out the combox window was his steering wheel movement, and in order to get that stopped, he must have changed from left to right about 15 times. He's using the front wheels to really scrub the speed off as well as the brakes. He was that late on the brakes to get past Harry Brown because he knew that if he waited another couple of corners to try and get through, Oblang would have been too far away, as would Sebastian Pereira.
Yeah, we've seen it in the senior class for a number of years now. It's kind of a seesaw action that you see on the steering wheel. It goes left, right, and it's almost faster than the eye can keep up. But it's all about, as David said, scrubbing that speed off, using the front wheels because obviously there's only a brake on the rear axle of these machines, so there is no front brake. So you kind of use the steering to essentially act as a little bit of an extra brake, and that is Amy Frame moving past Harry Brown, and Harvey Still is going to follow through as well into hairpin 3. So Harry Brown demoted now into what will be 6th place. Max Shields is now right on the back of Christian Oblag for 2nd place here on the road. We're looking at this battle as Pereira is now in the lead by over a second. We've got a contact warning has gone out for Danny Bean in the 23, who has dropped down to 11th now. Pawsey and Arnold moving through on that lap. He's in a battle with Collister now, so there's Marty Gilfillan puts in a personal best with a 49.2. Shields and Oblag, they've got the gap to Pereira at the front is 1 second, as Shields has half a nibble down the inside of Oblag into hairpin number 2. I think Shields is going to push him for a couple of laps here, Tom. No. That's the short version of that story, although they are both closing in. So the Oblag was 0.3 quicker than Pereira on that previous lap, the gap down to 0.8 of a second. So it might be in Shields' best interest to work together here, but already having a look up the inside into hairpin 1, couldn't get it done there, and here we go, straight lines it into hairpin 2, the standard overtake in hairpin 2, rather than the up and under, you straight line out of hairpin 1 and go through into 2nd place for Maximus Shields. Shields with the look over the shoulder, and the first thing that Oblag did was go forwards. Yeah. Which, if Oblag upholds his end of the bargain, means he's not going to try too venomously to overtake Max Shields, at least in the short term. Obviously, that will change as the laps head down. But if Oblag can stick with Shields, I think what he's saying there is, I would rather push you on to the back of Pereira and have a chance of battling for the lead at the end, rather than battling you for 2nd. Yeah, what he's saying is, don't defend to Shields. Don't defend. I'm not going to try and overtake you. Let's get onto the back of Pereira, and then we'll sort it out with 2 laps to go. Yeah, but the problem is that Shields is going. Away. He's going, isn't he? Pulling away. But Oblag, he's doing the right thing. He's still following in the wheel tracks of Shields, using that slipstream as much as possible, and you never know what's going to happen. Yeah, let's see how this one goes. 4 laps remaining then. It says 5 at the top, but that's going to flick down to 4 now as Sebastian Pereira crosses the line. Half a second then, Max Shields is the gap. It was 9/10 at the start of the last lap, and he's made an overtake in the middle of it as well. Yeah, so Shields is really flying here in heat number 2. 4 laps still to go. It is Pereira from Shields from Oblag. Harvey still now in 4th with Amy Frame in 5th. Joe Arnold in 6th with Harry Brown in 7th. Oliver Watson in 8th.
It's happened again, Tom. Lap records are dropping. Max Shields smashing the lap record that was held by Harvey Still. Max Shields a 45.939. Becomes only the second driver to go sub 46 seconds in Junior Pro Kart. But Max Shields, in his quest to close down Sebastian Pereira, has smashed the Junior Pro Kart lap record here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying here. The gap is still 4/10 of a second, so it's come down by another 10th now. Yeah, don't make that lap record too big there, David, that we're writing on the thing, just in case it gets broken again later today. The conditions seemingly perfect for racing here today. Yeah. Not too hot.
I've just put 45.9 and then I can make the 9 and 8 and then finish it off later on if I get any changes.
Just in case.
Yeah.
But that gap doesn't look like 4/10 of a second anymore. Shields is going to be there certainly by the end of this coming lap, if not by hairpin 1 and 2. And another fastest lap of the race, another new lap record. A bit of a help from a slipstream from Sebastian Pereira, but they all count.
Yep, smash it once, smash it twice. 45.914. Max Shields breaks his lap record that he set on the last lap.
And does it again, and there they go, heading onto the back straight now, and he's blissfully unaware of his lap record pace as he sends it up the inside of Sebastian Pereira and takes the lead.
Great move from Max Shields on Seb Pereira. Reeled him in, then actually just defends it into 4, knowing that he's probably going to have enough pace on the final lap to pull it away. Didn't want to get involved with Pereira. Final lap board is out then. Maximus Shields from starting in 7th place. He's done enough here, Tom, I think, because his final heat is going to have to come through from the back to come all the way through. So with 2 wins to put himself right in position at the end of the day here. Hard on the brakes, crossing it up to get that kart stop. Pereira, to his credit, hasn't let this one go just yet. But as they come out onto the back straight, Shields opens up 2 or 3 kart lengths. Pereira still in the slipstream, closing in, but may not be close enough to make a move into hairpin 3. Certainly wasn't towards South Bank.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go the way of Shields unless Pereira can send it here into hairpin 4, and he can't, unfortunately for him. It is going to be Shields taking the second heat of the day to go with his first heat of the day as well. So double win for Max Shields and a new lap record to go with it. Sebastian Pereira crosses the line in 2nd place with Christian Oblag in 3rd. Harvey Still in 4th, and it's Amy Frame and Joe Arnold. Sophie Pawsey in 7th, Harry Brown 8th, Oliver Watson in 9th, Ben Arnold taking 10th place across the line from Finn Collister. Then it's Danny Bean and Max Gilfillan. Sorry, Marty Gilfillan.
Max Shields taking victory, but also taking quite an accolade in the lap record. Not only did he break it once, he broke it twice. 45.914 at the end. Took almost another half a thousandth or half a tenth towards the end of that session. Could we see him go 45.8? Bearing in mind, Tom, that until the start of this year, the senior Pro Kart lap record was only a 45.7 before Scott Tate smashed that down to a 45.4 in prime weather conditions at the start of the year. And what we mean by that is you need enough temperature to make the track sticky, but you need enough wind and air to make these Honda engines and all the engines that are air cooled. You know, bearing in mind the Rotaxes, yes, they've got a radiator, but there's some water in there as well, water cooled. Dog watch.
Dog watch. We've got cake chat and dog watch.
Yeah, it's like an upgrade on Spring Watch.
Spring watch is that's just coiled bits of metal, isn't it?
Jog watch.
Why would you watch? Why would you watch that?
Because he was jogging.
Oh no, sorry, I meant spring. Why would you watch springs?
Coilovers. Yeah. Next up then,
dog and jog watch.
Cadet Pro.
Ah, dear. Car crash TV.
We have fun, though, don't we, Tom?
Welcome along. Taking pole position, heat number 2 in Cadet. Oh, hang on, that's our our junior Pro Kart grid. We will change that for our Cadet Pro grid. Bear with us a moment. Here we go. No, still on junior Pro.
What we might have, Tom, remember this race last time had some timing issues. So we might have to just call this one on the fly. No, we won't. Thomas Potter.
There we go.
He is on pole position with Holly Swan alongside Amy Peacock and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 2. Stanley Clark and Joshua Sullivan on row number 3. Jack Collinson starts 7th alongside Ben Robinson with Larry Price 9th and Edward Wright in 10th. JJ Plowman and Sam Hayes share row number 6. Harris Alley and William Howard 13th and 14th respectively, with Alex Lynn and Felix Smedley in front of Jensen White, who is signed on but I haven't seen him yet yesterday or today, and was a DNS at the start of this race meeting and still hasn't appeared, so I'm fairly sure that if we are going to see him, it will be tomorrow for round number 5.
Okay, we've got the last 2 just rolling into position now. So the big question is, has anybody got any answer for Thomas Potter so far this season? The answer has been no. They are going to have to work together here, certainly in the early stages, to try and keep on the back of the now pole sitter as he tries to extend his unbeaten run. Holly Swan and Amy Peacock almost starting side by side here on the grid. But we have green flag in hand. And it is up and down, and we are going, in a fantastic start from Amy Peacock, and actually pushed Potter through. I thought she was going to go around the outside and take the lead, and I think she possibly could have done with the speed that she had.
But Ben Robinson made a good start, Tom. He's gone, I think, from 8th up into 6th, sweeping round the outside. And then goes straight into the back of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and forces her wide at hairpin 1. Then he's going to be offline, I think, into hairpin 2. And Sullivan's going to get back down the inside of him into hairpin 2. And it looks like that's Collinson as well in the 91 is going to come down the inside. But Robinson then is going to have to slam the door shut on Larry Price, who is in front of Edward Wright, with Sam Hayes behind. Potter, though, and Peacock, Tom, have broken away. Clark is up into 3rd place.
Fast starting as well, because he started well in heat number 1.
He did, yeah. Now Sullivan's on the outside of Stansmore-Wilson. He's going to have to be brave. Into the chicane they are, and Sullivan sweeps round the outside up into 5th place. And if either of them backed out, then Collinson was going to come through, because he was right there as well in 7th place.
Yes, indeed. We're looking at the battle here raging through the field, or battles raging through the field, through hairpin 1 and 2. That's Stansmore-Wilson trying to get past Stanley Clark, who, as we said before, has started very, very well here.
Swan, I think, on the back of Clark. They're breaking off into 2s, Tom. Potter and Peacock, nothing between them at the front. Then there's a 2 with Stanley Clark and Holly Swan in battling for over 3rd and 4th, respectively. Then there's a trio behind of Sullivan, Stansmore-Wilson and Collinson. And then there's another gap back, and then the rest of the field is pretty much nose to tail all the way through, down to around about 14th place. Alex Lynn, big drop all the way down into 16th. Looked like he's had a bit of a spin or an excursion there on the opening lap or 2 in this 8-minute plus 1 lap second heat.
Amy Peacock doing well here to stick with Thomas Potter and use the slipstream to drag her along. They're now 1.2 seconds clear of Stanley Clark in 3rd, and it is Holly Swan in 4th.
Get the feeling here, Tom, that Peacock's not going to show hand too early on this one. Why would you? Why would you give Potter the opportunity to have a run back at you towards the end of the race when you can just stick there and move away and then leave it to just the 2 of you at the end, as Collinson is up into 6th place. He's found a way past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and see as they come through, you'll catch them here as they come through. Peacock is right behind them, pushing Potter through the chicanes, and makes no attempt whatsoever to overtake Thomas Potter. She is just pushing him along, moving it away. The gap is 1.2 back to everybody else, but if they keep doing that, it's going to be 4 seconds at the end, and then you can just battle it out with yourself, knowing that if you get tipped into half a spin, you can just drive back into the second place anyway.
Well, I would like to say this is probably, I'm going to answer my own question here, but it's probably why I'm now doing commentary and not racing, is because I would have just gone 4-10 straight away on Thomas Potter. He's won every race this season. Any opportunity you have to pass him, you've got to take it, otherwise he's just going to
I will use the analogy here. I think Peacock's driving with her head and not her hands.
Okay.
Once again there, through the chicane.
It's a shame we don't do interviews at the end of the race, because I'd like to find out what is going through her head right now.
Yeah. There's been a bit of a close-up, Tom, for this battle that's on screen now for third place, with Clark in front of Holly Swan. But they've been joined by the 13 of Joshua Sullivan, who's towed up right onto the back of this. There was a gap of around about 8 tenths as Sullivan made his way through and has half a nibble down the inside of Holly Swan into hairpin number 3, as Swan then decides that she's had enough of seeing the 51 of Stanley Clark and goes alongside. Then they're going to run side by side and they're going to slot back in, and it's pretty much as you were, but in doing so they may well have backed themselves a little bit into Collinson and Stansmore Wilson, but they've still got 6 or 7 kart lengths of comfort between them.
Yeah, and Joshua Sullivan there, he has, in fact, he's towed up onto the back of Holly Swan and has toe-nailed straight up the inside into hairpin 1.
Yeah, it looked like Swan, Tom, was having half a look down the inside of Stanley Clark for third place and left the door ever so slightly open for Sullivan to come back down the inside as she went slightly wide on entry, trying to maybe get the cut back down the inside, but now it's Sullivan up into 4. Collinson's not too far back, and Clark has left the door wide open, like stable door open, to allow Sullivan to come through into third place now. Fastest lap of the race is Jack Collinson with a 47.9 in 6th place, but he's right now on the back of Holly Swan, and he's dragged Isabella Stansmore Wilson along for the fun as well.
Yes, indeed. And so we've got a train of 5 karts that are separated by 2.6 seconds now from these front pair.
Clark gets a good run though, Tom, out of hairpin number 2. He's on the inside. Sullivan's going to have to come across and close that door, or he's going to find Holly Swan through as well. And the problem now in this train racing, as Sullivan gets back down the inside into 3, there's the door closed though by Stanley Clark, is if somebody goes down the inside, as Swan has there, if you can't get back in, you go from 3rd to 8th.
Yes, very, very quickly. Amy Peacock setting the fastest lap of the race, 47.855. On the back of Thomas Potter, is still pushing him along.
Yeah, this is going to get defensive, Tom, I think, in around about a minute and a half's time.
I think Thomas Potter's going to go defensive?
Yes, I think he will. I think he'll have to. I'll be honest with you, I think he'll be forced to. I think it's the only thing he's going to do is that he knows Peacock's there. She's quite clearly kept him there for a while, and knows what she's doing. Potter knows she's there. It's all she can do at the moment, and why would she do anything different?
Ooh. Potter had a bit of a moment there coming through the dog leg.
Yeah, but was that because Peacock was right under the bumper, if you know what I mean?
No, I think he
was it
clipped,
self-inflicted?
I think he hit a bump or something, and lost the back end a little bit coming through there. A very unusual place to do it. Anyway, our battle rages for 3rd place still on screen at the moment. It is still headed by Stanley Clark. It's Holly Swan in 4th place, Joshua Sullivan in 5th, Jack Collinson 6th, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson in 7th.
Head down from Swan, slipstream. Sullivan in there, he's going to dip out to the inside. Down the inside, forces his way through on Swan. Swan tried to turn in, but there was a kart there, and that may open the door for Collinson as well, although that door is very, very firmly closed, and she's straight back down the inside of Sullivan. There's a cut back, and Sullivan slides through, back up into 4th place. Pretty much hands 3rd to Clark because he's able to move away. 39 seconds remaining in this one. They'll see the last lap board, I think, when they come round next time, as there's only a gap of 4 seconds between the leading duo and everybody else. So they think the times are going to elapse with a few seconds to go before the end of this race. Looks
Joshua
like Collinson
Sullivan
actually just gets into the rear corner there of Swan, and that slowed them down by a few kart lengths and has allowed Stansmore Wilson to roll up onto the back again.
Well, I was wondering why Sullivan got such a good drive out, because I was looking at his drive out of hairpin 2. You were looking at the 2 behind, and obviously that's what made the difference. It was the contact between the 2 of them.
Time has elapsed, Tom. Last lap, and Potter's actually pulled out a kart length or 2 from Amy Peacock. Now, remember, you don't win trophies for heats, you win them for finals, but this one is all about Potter being able to extend that run from 13, and now he has to go defensive. Down the inside, Potter under real pressure. He came under pressure at round number 2 from Ben Robinson. Now, Amy Peacock picks up the baton to try and wrestle this effectively 13 race run from Thomas Potter, and Potter is forced to go defensive. White line down the inside of hairpin 3. What will Peacock do? Will she straight line it? She can't, because Potter's parked where she needs to be, out of the final corner. It's been a valiant effort from Amy Peacock, but she cannot hold off Thomas Potter's winning reign up to 14 for Potter, in front of Peacock, Clark, Sullivan, Swan, and then Collinson, with Stansmore Wilson, Ben Robinson, Larry Price and Sam Hayes completing the top 10, in front of Edward Rye, William Howard, JJ Plowman, Harris Ali. And then we're going to have Alex Lynn, who comes back after that opening lap incident for 15th place in front of Felix Smedley.
Yeah, all action as usual in Honda Cadets. Thomas Potter extending his win rate to 14 in a row. But valiant effort from Amy Peacock, as you said, David. She really pushed him hard, quite literally all the way through to the end of that race, and couldn't quite get the move done.
Yep, she really did, Tom. But like I say, you don't win trophies for heats, you win them for finals. And she's putting herself in prime position to be starting that final from the front row.
Yes, indeed. And so as the Cadet Pro drivers make their way off of the grid, more dog watch, we will move on to Cadet Clubman. So it just goes to show that if you want your dog on TV or you want it on YouTube, just come and bring it to the bank at Teesside, and we'll make sure that it gets on telly. Sebastian Benson taking pole position for heat number 2, with Alfie McBain in 2nd place. Then it is Mason Dinsdale in 3rd and Jake Walker in 4th. Drew Davidson and Samuel Yeadon 5th and 6th. Then it's Morgan Cooney and Cameron Tipping, Joey Swan and Charlie Eyeball. Rounding out the top 10, Mason Webster and Summer Wood in 11th and 12th. Row 7 headed by Layla Berryman, then Joss Hushka. Thomas Harper in the front of row 8 with Riley Button Young. Then it's Ollie Carter and Riley Sims Ezard. Jacob Cartledge and Reese Cranston rounding out the top 10. Reese Cranston incurring a nose cone penalty in the previous heat. James Winstanley heading up row 11. Then it's Henry Colborne, Toby Turner and Alfie Watson. Freddie Housego and Max Housego joined together on row 13. 27th place goes to Jamie Balding and 28th to Archie Loveridge, who did not start the previous heat. So we will keep an eye and see whether Archie Loveridge is actually out there on the grid this time.
Unlikely today, but he may be back tomorrow, hopefully, but I'll get an update on that later on in the race meeting. I know he's had a bit of an incident in the paddock this morning, so unfortunately for Archie, because we did have quite a good story about Archie Loveridge, because this would have been, and yesterday on the practice day was the first time he's actually been in a kart with a petrol engine.
Oh.
He's done 3 years in the Rob Smedley Total Karting Zero Championship with the electric powertrain.
Yep.
And this would have been his first race meeting on a traditional petrol-powered engine.
Okay. But didn't take the start.
Didn't take the start in Heat 1. Don't think he's going to be out for this one either. Might be back for tomorrow. I know he's had a bit of a mishap in the paddock this morning, but we were running through that. A couple of drivers in this one. Tom joining the club class, the biggest ever number we've had in this Cadet Club class at 27. Now, obviously, you'll think, well, why have we not just split them straight down the middle? It's because the club class is really, it's an entry level and it's a way for drivers to keep improving their ability. And that's why so far this season, Tom, we've had 3 podiums, which mean 9 places available. And of them 9, we've had 8 different drivers on the podium in the first 3 rounds here at Teesside Karting. The only one that has been on more than once is Ollie Carter, our current championship leader. Now, he's been on in either 2nd or 3rd place twice this season, but other than himself, 8 other drivers have been on the podium in this Honda Cadet Club class. Let's see Carter just about rolling into position there.
So you can see what we mean by close action and mixed up grids.
Yeah, and you see like Carter, Tom, who's leading our championship, 17th in this one, didn't have a good qualifying session this morning, which put him well down the order. And given that how close it is and the amount of numbers, it's just not easy to get through the pack if you're down and you're charging through. Interesting for me in this one, though, Tom, is Sebastian Benson, who won Lights to Flag in heat number 1, now has Alfie McBain, who charged through the field to start on the front row alongside him. And, and then, obviously, in 3rd, we've got Dinsdale, who's done it incredibly well, qualified 2nd. Jake Walker, who, despite the fact that that car at times does look like he's having to hold on to it for dear life, still has the pace to put him on 4th place on the 2nd row.
Yes, indeed. I feel like we need a Simpson-style sound effect for every time McBain makes an overtake. Yeah, McBain. Green flag in hand, green flag down, and we are away. And it is a good start from Benson, but a better start from Alfie McBain. And is driven straight round the outside and taken the lead as they go around the national loop for the first time. Everybody making it through cleanly so far as they go through the wiggles.
Sorry, Tom. Dinsdale got a good start, but then couldn't go any faster because Benson was in front of him and Walker swept round the outside and into 3rd place as well. So as they go down the back straight, McBain leads from Benson with Walker up into 3rd place in front of Dinsdale. Then it's going to be Drew Davidson and Samuel Yeadon, the top 6. Morgan Cooney is 7th. Cam Tipping in 8th place. And then Charlie Eibel and Mason Webster run side by side into hairpin number 3. Eibel closing the door on the 2 of Mason Webster. They've got Joey Swan keeping them company in 11th. It's been a good start on the opening lap for the 156 of Thomas Harper, moving up from 15th into 12th place. Good opening lap for the 156.
Yes, indeed. Cameron Tipping as well with that Daniel Ricciardo style inspired colour scheme that you can see there. He set the fastest lap of the opening lap of the race, and he's in 8th place now.
Walker pushing along down the back straight. The top 3 starting to break away as now Eibel has broke away from Webster. He's been kept company by Joey Swan. Walker and Benson nose to tail, and Walker's going to leave the door open, is he? Dinsdale has a nibble down the inside, and Morgan Cooney drops into 7th place. The top 7, maybe 8 if Cam Tipping can close up and take advantage of those battling in front. Still nose to tail. Charlie Eibel, Tom, one for me to watch here. He's got moving away from Mason Webster when they were side by side on the opening lap. He's closed right up on this battle for the lead very, very quickly.
Yes, indeed. It started off relatively out of position for Charlie Eibel as well in heat number 1. Managed to make his way through a little bit, and he's making his way through a little bit more here in heat number 2, hoping to show well and score good points to get a good position for the final.
On screen, that's Mason Webster and Joey Swan battling for the final place inside the top 10. Webster currently holding it at the moment with Swan right behind him. Then they've got a gap back then to Thomas Harper, who's got a train of karts behind him, all the way down to Riley Sims Ezard in 20th place.
McBain still not managing to drop Sebastian Benson at all, and Jake Walker's right there as well at the front of then this train that goes all the way down to Cameron Tipping and Charlie Eibel as well. So that's that's basically 2nd to 9th train, isn't it? That's right there on screen.
We've got, I'm not sure why, we'll have to figure it out in a moment, because the Marshall's Post 1 at hairpin 1 was waving a yellow, but for the life of me, I have no idea what's happened.
Likewise. Okay, so we have McBain was 0.169, is still 0.169, exactly the same lap times for the previous, between first and second place. Jake Walker now has dropped off a little bit and is now 0.7 behind. And then it is the train headed now by Mason Dinsdale that goes all the way down to Charlie Eyeball in 9th place. But it's still pretty much as you were.
Yeah, Eyeball has closed up, but hasn't really been able to start making inroads here, has he, Tom? Cam Tipping's closed up on the back of the 80 of Morgan Cooney's, as has Charlie Eyeball, but then nobody's really been able to make inroads into anybody thus far. The leading duo, though, Tom, have started to break away from Jake Walker and Mason Dinsdale. The gap now, I think, is going to go out to well beyond a second. It does 1.5 as Dinsdale puts in a personal best in the 24 kart, with Jake Walker now having to hold on to 3rd place. The leading two are off on their own out at the front.
Yeah, just starting to gap now, aren't they, Jake Walker at the front.
Yeah, Dinsdale's got some slipstream, Tom. I think we might pick that up from the South Bank cam as we cut now in front of this battle. And Dinsdale does go down the inside of Jake Walker on entry into South Bank. And we have a change for 3rd place. Now, can Dinsdale, if he's got the pace, move away from Jake Walker to allow to catch up right at the end between McBain and Benson, and try and take advantage if there's any mishap between our leading two? Davidson, Yeadon and Cooney put in personal best, as Tom points out the window because we're too wide, and Cranston comes into the D chicane with a superb move down the inside. I'm going to try and figure out who the driver it was that he put the move on in there. I think it could be the 4.
I think it was the 4. I think you're absolutely right, David.
Trying to figure out who the 4 is. It could be Jacob Cartledge, actually, Tom, in the 74, who's now shown us behind him on timing. Well, they just have a 4 on one of the sides that we could see as they come between hairpin 1 and 2.
They were four abreast coming through the kink in front of the commentary box, which is why I ended up pointing out the commentary box window.
Along the lines of, you should really watch this, it's going to get tasty.
Of like, I think there's going to be a crash in a moment, kind of levels of 4 wide through the kink just doesn't go. Normally it doesn't work when they're 2 abreast down there, but yeah, 4 into 1 definitely doesn't go. But they did manage to sort themselves out. And Cranston, as I said, making a good move as well into that D chicane. We're already a lap on from that now, and Alfie McBain is still just holding off Sebastian Benson. That gap is toing and throwing around a 1/10.5. Benson still managing to hold in the slipstream of McBain. He's not being dropped, and Dinsdale is now 1.7 seconds behind.
Having a quick look, Tom, we've got the 75 of Henry Colburn going round with his Nauseo panel hanging off the cart, and it looks like there was another cart involved with that as well.
Pulled over.
Looks like one of the Housey-goes has dropped back. Might not have been them, but he's dropped off the back of his brother, and they were fairly close, I think, on the previous lap. They were. Look there, two tenths between them. Now there's around about 5 seconds. Colburn will retire actually to the inside. He'd have been brought in under a mechanical anyway, so it's not done anything, as McBain and Benson now side by side down the back straight towards South Bank. That's the first time really, Tom, we've seen Sebastian Benson nibble at Alfie McBain's lead. Yeah,
the first time he's been in striking distance in probably about 6 or 7 laps. And they are moving away still from Dinsdale. Jake Walker is there, so there's another group of 2 behind, and then it's Samuel Yeadon heading the group that's then goes all the way back to Charlie Eyeball now. So that group that was sort of 7 carts or 8 carts deep is now about 4 or 5.
"18 seconds, which means that we're going to get the last lap board when they come through the next time for McBain and Benson. Benson close, but not close enough, Tom, to make a move on this lap, I don't think. But there's things change on the last lap. As McBain may well go a little bit more defensive, which will naturally slow his times more in order to protect that lead.
Last lap board out.
Yeah, Benson 0.2 of a second off Alfie McBain, but McBain puts in a personal best at a time when he probably needs it most. And Benson isn't close enough into hairpin number 1 to be anywhere near putting a move in on Alfie McBain. Run down the back straight. McBain probably won't need to get his head down. He's not that short, Tom, as a driver, actually. It's just that he's all leg and no body.
What?
He's quite a tall lad, but you wouldn't guess it from looking at him on the screen.
Oh, I see what you mean.
But he's all leg and no body.
he's
a similar height, actually, to Sebastian Benson as they come out the final corner.
Goodness me, David.
I knew what I was talking about. That's short. McBain takes the victory then from Benson with Dinsdale and Walker 3rd and 4th. Yeadon, Davidson, Cooney tipping, Eibel and Swan completing the top 10. Then I think it was Mason Webster crossing the line in 11th place. We'll confirm that when the stacker ticks round to show us 11th down to 20th. It is Met Webster in front of Buckton, Young, Harper, Wood, Cartledge, Cranston, Carter, Berryman, Hushka and Sims Ezard. You not getting it, Tom, is more of a you problem than a me problem.
What, when you say all leg and no body,
yeah,
everybody's supposed to understand what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Don't make me make a poll in the live chat.
It's what we would have used to call lanky,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
But
he's not. He's just, you know, he's the same height as every other cadet. But looking at him in his seat, you'd think
it's all leg and no body.
You'd think that it's his first look. When he comes in, like, he looks like he can barely see over the steering wheel.
He's just got very long legs.
He's got very long legs.
Right, that's all you should have said. Okay, moving on.
Wow.
Thanks. Let's get out of that hole very quickly. Let's move on to junior.
Do you know
Rotax.
who could get out of that hole? Alfie McBain, because he's got long legs.
Oh, David. Right, let's stop this. Junior Rotax coming up. While I try and put David's digging tools back into the boot of my car, we will move on to the grid for Junior Rotax Heat number 2. Nathan Jensen taking pole position from Finley Watson. Catherine Potter in 3rd place with Melissa Adrian in 4th. Alfie Wallbank and Ben Ficini in 5th and 6th. Then we have Lizzie Mentier in 7th and Monroe Renard in 8th. So just 8 runners here for Junior Rotax. First heat was taken by Lizzie Mentier. Today. And well deserved victory in heat number 1. Oh, there's us.
It's us again.
I don't know where that's from. Oh, it's
that's
there,
the far
that
camera.
One.
That's yeah, that's the far camera.
Hi, Jess. That's Jess on that camera. Yes, so a little bit of a pause here. I think we're still recovering. Yes, we are.
Henry Colburn's Nauseo missing cart.
Yes.
Well, it's held on by one R clip. The other two, not there.
So new lap records going again today, David. Are we just putting that down to the conditions, do we think?
Well, we can't take anything away from the driver, but obviously when the lap time can deviate anywhere between like 0.8 of a second. Like you watch morning practice when it's cold, and the lap times are 0.8 of a second down off the normal pace. Not lap record pace, like the normal pace, which, like, for example, is normally 2 or 3 tenths off that lap record pace. But when the conditions are right, the conditions are right. You know, the track temperature needs to be high enough. You need to have enough wind in order to make the engines work perfectly. We've seen them go. They have gone in the classes where the engines are 100% air-cooled. There's no water in the Bambino engine. There's no water in the Honda engines. There is a radiator with water in these Rotax classes, so it'd be very interesting to see how close they get to their lap records this time out, knowing that we're only 20 minutes or so since the last lap record went from Max Shields, half an hour from when the Bambino one went, as to how close they get in terms of junior max down to that 41.1, which is held by Finley Watson.
What I would say is it's clouded over a little bit since those last lap records went as well. I mean, it's only 20 minutes, but there was sun shining through at that point. Wasn't overly hot, but the sun was coming through, and now it isn't. It's probably the best way to put it.
Which means the track temp's going to lower slightly, but the air could be slightly different. So we'll see how we go. Don't worry, they're rolling through. We're not starting just yet. It's 2 warming up laps for our Rotax classes. So they'll grid themselves up as they make their way around. Now, Mentia, who won the opening heat, she's going to go off row 4, albeit on the inside. Finley Watson goes off the outside of row number 2. Oh, sorry, of row number 1. He goes off second place. Now, we know here that second place, unless you can get a really good start, isn't great, because you have to sort of hope there's a gap on the inside to get down the inside, round that national loop corner.
Yes, you do. But you've got to hold it there. You've got to get the good start as well. Of course, they have this rolling up zone, and there's a line, or an imaginary line. It's set by 2 cones that are on the edge of the track, and they're not allowed to accelerate before that point. They're coming up to it now, and away we go. Who was that up the inside? Was that?
Well, it was Nathan Gent. Oh, there's a spin in the middle. That's Melissa Adrian round. Catherine Potter as well has been tipped into half a spin, although that car ends up facing in the right direction. Everybody back in the right direction, but we could have a few noses pushed in. Mentia, though, Thomas took advantage and has moved up into 4th place already. So it's Nathan Jensen off pole position, Tom, was able to hold on to the kart down the inside of Finley Watson, with now Lizzie Mentia getting down the inside there of Ben Ficini into hairpin number 3. So your Heat 1 winner already up into 3rd place. Has to get past Nathan Jensen early, though, to stop Finley Watson moving away. Hard on the brakes into the D chicane. Don't worry too much about the fastest lap, because those that were further towards the tail, they're going to come through at a different rate of knots. Mentia down the inside of Nathan Jensen into hairpin 1. And the top 2 from heat number 1 are now the top 2 in heat 2, albeit now Watson has the gap of around about 7/10 of a second from Mentia, as Ficini and Jensen battle it out over 3rd place.
It's whether how quickly Mentia can indeed close that gap up, as we're side by side between Ficini
and Jensen.
Yeah, and Jensen, sorry, as they go through the D chicane, and that looked like Jensen was having to skip over the runoff bit there, and that's putting right into the clutches of Alfie Warbank.
Down into 5th, isn't he? Warbank through already. The 64 in front of the 34. And behind them, obviously, we've got Monroe Renard and Catherine Potter. And Potter second quickest on track in heat number 1, but facing sideways at the start of this heat, involved in that collection of karts from pretty much 4th down. The only one that really got through it unscathed was Lizzie Mentia, who managed to move up from 7th into 2nd place by the end, or at least the start of the 2nd lap.
Ficini setting a personal best lap of the race. The gap from Mentia to Watson did come down ever so slightly. It was 0.77, it's now 0.74. So Lizzie's going to have to go some now to try and get that gap down to Finley Watson. Of course, the positions were reversed at the end of heat number 1. There goes Potter up the inside of Renard to take 6th place. And I think that's been coming for around about a lap or so. Melissa Adrian is 3 and a bit seconds back from the Renard and Potter battle.
Well, Potter's already started to move away onto the back of Nathan Jensen here, but Renard could use this, Tom, as an opportunity to close in and also try and take advantage of Nathan Jensen in front as well.
Yeah, Jensen's not quite seemed at the races really until
well, he wasn't
since he went off at the D chicane.
Yeah, that one. He was sticking with the
and there goes Potter through
the
indeed.
leading trio, wasn't he, until that incident? And now is going back into the clutches. Having said that, tries to nibble down the inside. Potter has that scouted though. Gives him a kart width and just runs all the way around the outside.
Yes, indeed. So Potter now up to 5th place. And again, about a second and a half to Alfie Wallbank, although she closed up around about the same amount onto the back of Nathan Jensen fairly quickly. So let's see what she's got in the bag for Alfie Wallbank. The gap from Mentier to Watson has halved and has gone from 7 tenths to 3.5 tenths. And in fact, it's a lot less than that now because Mentier is right there.
Not really a gap now, is there, Tom?
No, indeed. And we're going to get it across the line, and it'll be about a tenth, maybe a tenth and a half.
Yeah, penalties applied in Cadet Club to Riley Sims, Ezard and Jamie Balding. Fastest lap of the race, a 41.6 from Lizzie Mentier. Still half a second though, Tom, off that lap record pace, and maybe that's something to do with either the engines being a bit water cooled and the fact that the sun has gone hiding behind a cloud.
Yeah, I mean, still quick lap times. Let's not beat about the bush. They're only half a second off the lap record. We're still waiting for everything to come up to temperature fully as well. But Mentier is looking very racy behind Watson now. She's looking left and right to try and find a way through, try and find a chink in the armour of Finlay Watson, and there isn't going to be one at this point in the race, that's for sure. Melissa Adrian now 2.5 tenths, or almost 2.5 tenths off the back of Monroe Renard. In fact, closed up to 2 seconds behind, so I'm not sure that that's going to change much. Mentier up the inside into hairpin 2, takes the lead. Watson with the up and under, saw it coming, planned it well, and slipped back through as they headed down the back straight.
Yeah, Mentier now taking a much wider line there into hairpin 3. Try and carry more speed out and onto hairpin 4. Closes up once again over start finish. First time she goes under 2 tenths of a second, closing up on the back of Finlay Watson. You know it's coming at hairpin 1, Tom. And Watson has it scouted by parking that 33 right in the middle of the track.
He did. He gave Mentier no option but to just hold position there. Great bit of driving there from Finlay Watson. That's exactly how you need to defend into hairpin 1. Because what will happen is if she'd gone up the inside, she'd have outbraked herself and he could have slipped back up the inside. If she'd gone to the outside, it would be too far round.
Yeah, done exactly what he needed to do at the front. Last lap board is out then as they come over the line. Watson leading the way from Mentier. They've got a comfortable gap back of almost 3 seconds to Ficini, who is fairly lonely in 3rd place, although the battle between Wallbank and Potter could get tasty on the final lap. Leading duo, though, through the chicanes, and Watson once again tight. Mentier this time stays outside to try and get the run out of this corner. Hairpin number 2 onto the back straight into the slipstream. Watson, though, will come to the inside ever so slightly, then moves back out to try and maximise the run round the South Bank corner. It's going to be do or die, Tom. Will it into hairpin number 4 for Lizzie Mentier. She chops to one side. Watson has it scouted down the inside. Not sure Mentier's going to get the run, although she does try to get alongside. But this one will go to Finlay Watson, who wins heat number 2 by less than a tenth from Lizzie Mentier. Ben Ficini completing the top 3 as Potter snatches 4th place from Alfie Wallbank on the final lap to take 4th. Wallbank in 5th, Jensen, then Renard and Melissa Adrian completing your 8 runners.
And I've not pointed it out yet today, but we have a nice little graphic here as well now at the end of the race, where we will follow the race leader, the race winner around, and just give you their number and name, just in case you hadn't seen it already. I like that.
I'm a big fan of it, and what is our race director here on the stream is getting some practice in for next week at the 24th, where we're going to have the same graphic up when we're following karts around the track, so that we can highlight which kart and which team it is that we're following.
And hopefully which driver, if they keep our info updated as well.
Well, I've been working hard on the notes.
No, not your notes. Whether they keep our info of...
Well, the spotter's guide is coming along nicely.
I do love a spotter's guide, as you know, David.
But
so
yeah.
we will move on already to mini Rotax heat number 2, and then we will continue this chat. So Minimax heat number 2 is headed by race 1 winner Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then it is Lewis Goff in 2nd place, Addison Smith in 3rd, Ben Adrian in 4th, Benjamin Lee in 5th, and Joseph Yao in 6th. Charlie Vary in 7th, with Sam Robson in 8th, James Philip Byrne in 9th, and Zach Turner rounding out the top 10. Ollie Poole will go off P11 and William Robinson in 12th. And finally, row 7 is headed up by Finley Fishburne and Frankie Smedley. So while they do a couple of rolling up laps, yes, let's do a quick preview of the 24 on the Spotters Guide.
By going back to your cupboard, because Michael Burke, who is a big fan of the Teesside Sprints, who watches
he offered to buy us a fridge?
Australia. No, he said that we should fill it with Haribo Gold Bears.
Oh, yeah, Gold Bears are good.
Yeah.
Gold Bears are good. I'm more of a Tangfastics man myself. But,
But they keep you going in the night, don't they, with the sugar rush.
Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah. What are the other ones? The Star Mix, obviously, good. I like a Malwam. Oh, I do like a Malwam.
Yeah, but they're too chewy.
No, that's why I quite like them. And they're very fruity.
I remember last year about 3. It must have been about 1:30 in the morning when I was on. It was kicking off in the live chat about which was the best colour fruit pastel.
Oh, well.
Which I will tell you now.
We sorted the main issues of life out, didn't we?
Which I tell you now, it's not the black one because it's horrible.
I quite like the black one. I don't like the red one. The red one I can very much leave.
I always liked you until about 10 seconds ago.
But yeah, we've been having a little discussion off air about potentially bringing a little mini fridge in here. I think
it's going to be good. I might see if I can.
Might see if I could get one of those beer taps as well.
To your left, a kettle corner will be over there.
Called Perfect Pour or whatever. Get one of them in.
Here we go then for Heat 2 in Minimax. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Goff sharing the front row with Addison Smith and Ben Adrian behind. Into the acceleration zone they go. They're side by side. Goff makes a good start, but I don't think he's going to have enough to get alongside Fox-Whiteley as Addison Smith sticks a nose down the inside. Hold your breath as they go through the chicanes. Everybody slots into single file. And Goff slides down the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley into hairpin number 1. Fox-Whiteley going wide with Addison Smith, and Joseph Yao has skipped his way up into 4th place at the expense of Ben Adrian.
Yeah, they head down the back straight for the first time in heat number 2, and we've got tussles all the way down the field here. We're looking at the 73, who we still don't have a number for, but thankfully he's going to complete a lap this time, so we're going to get
That'll
him
be Smedley.
On the timing
the 14 is Finley Fishburne. In front of them, the 94 of Ollie Poole.
Okay, I will get that written down into our notes, and it is Frankie Smedley, as you were absolutely correct, as always, with your names and numbers, David.
Goff leading the way then now from Jared Fox-Whiteley, having got through at hairpin 1 on the opening lap. Addison Smith sticking with them as Joseph Yao and Charlie Vary into the back of Joseph Yao, forces him wide and through, and Ben Adrian's going to take advantage of that one as well. Charlie Vary quite firmly into the back of Joseph Yao there at hairpin number 2 and up into 4th place.
Potential nose cone penalty incoming then there, but we shall keep an eye on it and keep an eye on the results as well, obviously, as they come through as to whether any penalties have been applied. But Vary up into 4th place, deposing Joseph Yao. So it is Goff from Fox-Whiteley, Smith, Vary, Yao, Adrian, Lee, Robson, Byrne and Turner, your top 10. And Addison Smith is holding on very well to this front pair. In fact, has closed up and is now within striking distance. Got dropped a bit by Fox-Whiteley and Goff in the opening heat, but performing very well so far at the start of heat number 2.
Yeah, came through on the opening lap, didn't he, from 6th up into 3rd, but then just didn't have the pace to stick with this, the leading duo. And they are all starting to move away. Now, Charlie Vary, Tom, who set the fastest lap in the first heat, now up in 3rd, having finished in 4th but dropped down to 7th because of a front fairing penalty. Looking to close right in on this trio in front as Lewis Goff goes wide at hairpin number 2. Don't know whether he expected Jared Fox-Whiteley to stick a nose down the inside there and just gave him a cart width, but was wide enough that if he'd stuck his arm out, he wouldn't have been able to touch the curb. He said there was certainly half a cart width away from himself and where you would normally find the kart parked on the way round hairpin 2.
A missed apex. But that's allowed Fox Whiteley right onto the tail again now, and he's pushing Lewis Goff through the D chicane. Addison Smith still very much there as well in third place, and in fact, I thought he was going to have a look at the inside into hairpin 1. Looked like he got a good run through the national loop, really good grip there as he went into the wiggle section, but opted out of making a move. Whoa, and we've got big contact here. That was the 40.
Ben Adrian just seemed to turn into Joseph Yao.
Yeah.
Down the straight. Yao was alongside him. Adrian just seemed to turn across and then got lifted into the air. Yao gets a contact warning. That must have been something earlier, Tom, that we caught off camera, because just as we clipped to it, that could have been at the hairpin rather than where the incident took place, because as they come down the back straight here, you see that the initial incident could have been out of it, but here Ben Adrian, for me, just turns into Joseph Yao there. So there must have been something earlier on there, and Ben Adrian maybe not overly pleased.
It didn't do him any favours, though, although he's already back up one spot now in front of Sam Robson, up to 7th place.
Penalties applied in our previous race in Junior Max, probably unsurprisingly because they were involved in that first lap incident to Alfie Warbank and Melissa Adrian with 5-second penalties for front fairings. They were two of the drivers that were pitched sideways in that opening lap excursion. Leading trio, though, still nose to tail as the time ticks down beyond half race distance.
It does, and Charlie Very is starting to make moves up onto the back of this front three as well. Close the gap down to less than a second to Lewis Goff.
Now, when Charlie Very arrives here, Tom, what Lewis Goff and Jared Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith need to remember with Charlie Very, as Fox-Whiteley goes down the inside, is that Charlie Very, having missed the first part of the season, isn't here to try and win the championship. This is your battle for the championship as Addison Smith goes down the inside of Lewis Goff to move himself up into second places. How strongly do you defend Charlie Very when he's not involved in the bigger picture?
Pretty robustly, but he is right there now anyway. I know what you're saying about the championship, but I think it's still a race, isn't it? As Goff goes back up the inside of Addison Smith. He lost 2 places in 2 corners, but has already regained one of those, and they're going to have to work quite hard now to get back onto the back of Fox Whiteley.
They've got to train this one, haven't they? Because Fox Whiteley has got half a second now. Yeah,
he's starting to gap them at the front because of that battling, and so Charlie Very needs to be aware of that as well, and try to just push these two along in front for a lap or so, and then sort it all out on the last lap, potentially for a race win.
Yeah, there's what we're saying. It was the same earlier in Hondas, wasn't it? Is that, why battle for second when you can work together and battle for first?
Exactly that. But the racer's mindset is very different, David, as we know, and they will.
Oh, I mean, I talk a good game, but if I was out there with the visor down, I'd be doing completely the opposite to what I'm telling you.
Exactly, and that's why I said earlier on, I think that's why I'm better suited to
yellow flag out, Tom, down
racing.
at South Bank as our drivers approach them. We've got Ben Adrian rolling to a halt on the inside. That's why everybody's deviated to the outside, because that kart was right on the racing line. Waved yellows out then down there, so there'll be no overtaking whilst that's out down there on the inside of hairpin number 3. Hopefully that kart is moved in sufficient time that in the remaining 1.5 minutes we can go full green again and open up all of our overtaking opportunities. Yellow, in fact, Tom, already in. Marshall's doing the sterling job down there at South Bank to get the course back under full green conditions.
Lewis Goff setting the personal best lap of the race and has managed to close that gap to Fox Whiteley in the lead, and has brought Very and Smith with him, in reverse, so that's Smith in 3rd and Very in 4th, and they're both right there as well with a minute to go. Goff kind of almost getting bolts coming through hairpin 3 there, had to almost check up a little bit.
Yeah, Fox Whiteley
change his line.
Bit of an unconventional line. It wasn't full defend, but it wasn't full not defend. It was half and half.
Addison Smith now setting the fastest lap of the race, and we had a contact warning went out as well for Joseph Yao. So Smith, who had a bit of a gap at the end of the previous lap and has used the slipstream well, closed back up and set the fastest lap of the race in the process.
Last lap board, Tom, will not be out this time. They're going to get round, I think, with around about 6 seconds remaining to have 2 more goes at this one.
Goff not close enough this time to make a move on Fox Whiteley, and Smith is actually closer to Goff now than Goff is to Fox Whiteley.
Yep.
As this gap goes in and out between the front four. Looks like they're all set up fairly evenly as well this time. We haven't seen that concertina that we had so much in the first heat.
Letting this one pan out, Tom, there, really, without saying too much, because Goff closes right in through the chicanes and into hairpin 1. And then Fox Whiteley obviously can get on the power a lot earlier out of hairpin 2, and is enough that he can move away, that he doesn't have to defend into South Bank, although I do get the feeling this one might tighten up.
It's like a bit like Goff has got a bit more top end and Fox Whiteley's got a bit more bottom end, isn't it, in terms of the engine.
Fastest lap again for Addison Smith with a 42.845.
And that's only 2/10 off the lap record.
And they're close, and this is what I mean about it closing up, is because Fox Whiteley now is parking the 22 on the apex of each corner. Now Addison Smith in the slipstream right behind Lewis Goff. Goff will have to come across to defend, as does Fox Whiteley. Last corner, Tom, is going to be the interesting one here for Lewis Goff. Does he straight line it down the inside? He can't, because Fox Whiteley's there and Fox Whiteley parks it. Remember last time they came to blows in the final and Addison Smith swept round to take the victory. But in this one, it's going to be Jared Fox Whiteley with Goff in second, Smith in third. Very, once again, impresses up into fourth place, but questions to be asked regarding the front fairing after the early contact with Joseph Yao.
Might not drop him down too much, though. Might be a place or two, potentially. In fact, it wouldn't change his position at all, would it?
Would he? He's got 5.5 seconds on Benjamin Lee, so Charlie Very continuing to impress, and will impress from fourth place, Tom, in heat number 3, which is going to put him right on the back without having to work his way through onto the rest of the those in front of him. Will give him much more time to get himself involved in a battle for the lead. Tom?
Yes.
I'm going to point you towards the door because I think that's for you.
Hey, we've got sweeties.
I think there's Mawams in there as
There's
well.
Mawams in there as well. All right. Let me go and figure out what the score is here. Somebody's turned up with sweeties.
I'll shout my order over to Tom in a few moments. Our leading trio are into and over the weighbridge, which means next up it's time for Senior Rotax. Paul Swan then will start heat number 2 from pole position with Ashley Savage alongside Emma Brown and Paul Janes on row 2, Arthur Louthian and Roger Cheek on row number 3. Martin Fisher starts 7th alongside Christopher Stoves. Shane Collinson and Andy Collinson should be row 5, but Shane wasn't with us for heat number 1. Let's see whether he's appeared for heat number 2. Andy Ambrose, who rolled to a halt in heat number 1, he's back to start 11th with Kieran Savage in 12th. Sophie Stevenson starting in 13th place.
I'll let you give a shout out to our, there they are, look, our lovely little Good Samaritans, our kind gestures.
From left to right, we've got Harris, Ali, Morgan Cooney and Thomas Potter, who've just delivered to us that box of Haribo and other nice confectionaries in order for us to take our pick.
There you go. So now you know how to get shout outs and things on the stream. Bribery very much working.
Not even like cash money.
No, we'll just take sweets.
Like cake sweet.
Ice lollies, things like that. When we did the British Championships last year at Lark Hall, it was absolutely sweltering in the commentary box there. I put a shout out if anybody wants to drop us off an ice pop. Got reprimanded by co-commentator DJ for that, and then very shortly ice pops turned up in the commentary box.
But did he take one?
Of course he did.
Absolute hypocrite.
Of course he did. And of course we gave shout outs to the driver as well. That's how we work here. Bribery will work and go a long way with us.
Senior Rotax have already done one rolling up lap, so now it's going to be All down to Paul Swan.
I was just thinking, I'm just a massive sellout. You just put anything branded on me or whatever. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely no loyalty.
I'm like that clip in Wayne's World. You know, where they've got all the pizza boxes and everything like that, and they just do the whole ads. Yep. Anyway, moving on. Senior Rotax heat number 2, about ready to go now. They're just coming through the final section, the roll-up. About to hit that acceleration cone and go racing. So it is Savage from Swan at the front. And indeed it is. Oh, and those big contacts into the national loop as 3 have gone off there. One of them, I think, is a Collinson.
Yeah, that's Andy Collinson off, and they're all back out. One of them's rolling off, though. I think that could be potentially Paul James or Roger Cheek. We'll find out in a few minutes. I think it's Roger Cheek, because Paul James is going round hairpin 1. He was the driver with the bright yellow helmet who was involved in that. The other driver rolling to a hole. So further down the order there was an issues towards the tail end of the field. At the front, though, Ashley Savage from second place. Swept round the outside of Paul Swan and into the lead, and he will lead us over the line at the end of the first lap. So Savage from Swan, then it's Emma Brown and Martin Fisher. It is the 26 of Roger Cheek, who's going to drop down to the tail end of the standing. Sophie Stevenson took advantage of that as well, moving up into 9th place behind Fisher, Ambrose, Stoves, Savage and Lothian, Collinson and James, the 2 involved with Roger Cheek on that one.
And Collinson has already dispatched Sophie Stevenson on this lap and has pulled about 3 seconds on Sophie Stevenson already. So
Collinson,
it's going to be interesting to see how quickly he can make his way through the field. And I think we're going to get some exciting action here as he does so.
Yeah, our championship leader then, Andy Collinson, making his way through past Sophie Stevenson, one of our novice runners. She'll go off the back of the rolling starts all day here. Will Sophie, the driver of the 52, as Tom tucks into a green Mao-Am. Savage continues to lead the way from Swan, Fisher and Brown, with Ambrose, Stoves, Kieran Savage making his first appearance. Don't know where he was for heat number 1, but he wasn't out then. Lothian and Collinson completing the top 9, with Stevenson and James the remaining runners. Roger Cheek retiring off on the outside of the National Loop corner. Not sure what the issue with Ambrose was in the heat number 1, Tom, but doesn't seem to be hanging about in this one. Having started the race in 11th, he's already now up onto the back of Emma Brown.
Yeah, and Kieran Savage has now just moved up into 6th place as well. Again, an absentee from heat number 1. Andy Collinson has taken 0.4 of a second out of Ashley Savage's lead, but is still in 9th place and 6.2 seconds down. 7 laps to go. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Andy Collinson to win this one, to say the least. But a podium is potentially on the cards.
Savage down the inside of Andy Ambrose, and then Ambrose has to turn out of that corner and slows drastically round the South Bank corner for Andy Ambrose. Was offline and seemed to be on power, but that car is not going to get back to pit lane on its own steam. And for the second time today, Andy Ambrose retires from Senior Rotax.
Real shame for Andy Ambrose, and we've got that's 2 retirements now. We only started with 12 in this race, and we were already down to 2. Sorry, we've already lost 2 is what I'm trying to say. So we've got Savage from Swan still, 1.5 seconds the gap from first to second. Then leading your 177 class is Martin Fisher. Emma Brown showing well in heat number 2 in 2nd place in class, 4th on the road. Kieran Savage now in 5th place. And Chris Stoves in 6th and Arthur Lothian in 7th. Andy Collinson now 5.9 seconds behind Ashley Savage, so is by far the quickest car on track, and in fact 5.3, so another 0.6 of a second faster than Ashley Savage, and is only 0.5 second now behind Arthur Lothian.
There's Andy Ambrose. He's climbed the bank to watch the race from the top of the bank, and I think the marshal has just shouted him down to see whether they can push that cart back. So he got out the cart, climbed the bank, watched the race from the top of it. I think they're going to try and get that cart pushed back into pit lane, or see what they've got the issue with it is, as to whether they need the quad to recover it. But Ambrose had climbed the bank and was watching it Fernando Alonso style, just at his leisure from
On
the
a
top
deck
of the
chair.
bank. Yeah. Although I have seen a picture from the last round where Harry Nottage was sat on the tyre wall at the back of hairpin number 1, and as the camera from South Bank picked him up, it just looks like he's floating in the air watching the races.
Well, we've had a change in position as well as Kieran Savage and Emma Brown have exchanged positions. Andy Collinson has also made his way through on Arthur Lowthian now. 5.2 seconds off the lead with 4 laps to go. I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, yes, I see what you mean, David. That's very clever. Like an optical illusion. And we have, Collinson. Oh, we've just lost. Somebody's lost the rear bumper.
Oh, yeah, with bumper off. There'll be a mechanical out, I'm sure, for that, because...
And we've got somebody else going slowly as well around the inside of the national loop.
That's Paul James. We definitely need... Oh, it's Chris Stoves in the 81, missing a rear bumper, and I'm fairly sure you need one of them.
Yeah. It's going to be... it's going to certainly make it a lot lighter.
Yeah, so even if he does finish, he's probably going to fall foul of the weighbridge.
It'll massively affect the handling as well. Never mind the safety. But Collinson is now through and has managed to... here we go. There's the meatball flag gone out for the 81 of Christos. That's a real shame because running second in the...
Yeah, he's got 2 laps
in the 177
remaining.
class.
Nonetheless, he's still going to have to come in and relinquish second place in that class to Emma Brown. And the meatball, known because it's a black background with a big orange circle down the middle of it, denoting the mechanical. I think that will... he's still racing down there, or he has had a quick look over his shoulder, and I'm fairly sure when he does,
he's just realised.
He's going to realise that his cart is about 6 inches shorter.
It looks like it's looks like a modified kart, doesn't it? Like he's lowered it and...
Yeah, he's still keeping his foot in, Tom. He's going to finish this one, I think. Which,
like you see those Volkswagen Beetles,
yeah,
you know, with the open back and the engine out and exposed.
He's going to finish this race, and what that will mean is that I'm fairly sure of it, means he's going to go and have a chat with the clerk.
Especially because we've seen him look down and notice that it's not there anymore.
I think so, and I think that's going to be a problem for him, as there's going to spin down at hairpin 1.
He was past half race distance as well.
He's still going to pick points up, isn't he? So out of the final complex of corners, though, round hairpin 4, it's going to be a flag-to-flag victory off the outside of the front row for Ashley Savage. Paul Swan, who started on the front row with him, will take second place, with Kieran Savage in third, Fisher, and then Collinson recovers from that opening lap incident to finish in 5th place. Brown will get 6th with Stoves in 7th, although that will, I think, in the end promote Lowthian up to 7th with Stevenson 8th, James 9th. And then we'll classify then Christopher Stoves in 10th place in front of Andy Ambrose, who retired early on with that one. That's Ashley Savage in the middle, and his son Kieran congratulating him on the outside and letting him know that he's finished in 3rd place as well. Running around the outside. There's your race winner, though. Ashley Savage in the yellow and orange helmet.
No Shane Collinson this weekend.
Well, he's signed on because we've seen him on the random grid format, haven't we? Should have been on the outside of, I think, the inside of row 5 on that one. I think he should have been off P9. So I don't know whether he'll be with us tomorrow. We'll see if I can spot him later on in the paddock this evening.
Did Andy Collinson win Heat 1? I've not made a note of it for some reason. Thought I had.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he was 5.5 seconds down the road, so that's probably why we forgot about him.
No screen time.
No, he moved into lead and disappeared quicker than Boris Johnson's cabinet.
You've gone all political on me now, haven't you?
Topical humour.
Yes.
Senior Pro Kart are making their way out, Tom, so we can move on to their grid. Jack Morris then, who had the spin in heat number 1, he starts this one off pole position alongside Thomas Newland. Jess Alexander, who picked up those contact warnings in heat 1, starts alongside Mark Tate on row 2, with Thomas Braid, our clubman winner from heat number 1, alongside Jonathan Allen on row 3. Philip Sadegi starts 7th alongside Callum Booth, with Connor Jupp and Josh Yeadon completing the top 10. Simon Dougherty and Steve Nichols, who started heat 1 from pole position, will share row number 6. Caitlin Frame starts 13th alongside Joe Burrell, with Brandon Truman Reddish and Gareth Plackett on row 8. Heat 1 winner Dan Tate starts 17th, with Andrew Worley alongside. The top 20 completed by the Flying Farmer Lennon French. He's alongside Harry Nottage, with Scott Tate and Josh Folkus, heat 1 runner-up, on row number 11, with Jake Richardson and Jack Newland on row number 12. Henry Bowd and Jordan Cranston share 13, with Paul Ryan, Scott Blackburn on row 14, Alec Bowd and Harry Roddis on row number 15. Keep an eye out, Tom, and we'll see if we can pick it up from the camera down there, depending on which side the kart is. But the 171 machine, I know you mentioned earlier on that you were a big fan of retro. It's fantastic. It's got the Nauseo panel down to pretty much where the brake, on some of the karts where the brake is right at the front, where it pretty much down between the driver's legs. The kart was raced 20 years ago. It's been dusted off. Got some extremes bolted to it now, obviously, as we've moved on to the 200 engine. And I was watching it yesterday with that 171 with Thomas Newland on it, Jack Newland, sorry, and the boy can drive. He was throwing it round like it was a brand new
20-year-old chassis.
Yeah, I messaged them in the week about it. I think it's an Anderson.
Okay.
And you were saying that you love retro, so
I do.
I'm introducing you to
I like
it.
a bit of retro, and this is one of the things that I'm looking forward to about our special interview that we've got coming up for the 24-hour. I'm really, really looking forward to that one, to get a lot of history of pro karts and how they've developed over the years and that kind of thing. Oh, there we go, look.
Yeah, there it is.
He's got his own little mention on screen.
Absolutely love that. The nose panel, obviously, much more like straight down.
Yes, 90 style.
As it was back then, straight down in between the driver's legs.
Yeah.
Tom, one thing that I am thinking, on the grid, the graphic that came up, we had Jess Alexander in P3.
Yes.
She's gridded up in P4 and 3 is vacant. I am not sure why. I'll try and find out why. But
they might have to say, if this has gone wrong, they're going to have to send them all round again because they'll all be in the wrong position.
Yeah, but I'm fairly sure that she'll have pointed it out. If she should have been in P3, I'm fairly sure she'd have waved to them. But there is a gap where P3 should have been, and certainly on the grid. But nonetheless, Jack Morris is primed and ready to go. He's forward in the seat and bounces his way straight into the lead. Mark Tate in the 81 all the way around the outside. Jess Alexander from 4th sweeps into 3rd place. So from 5th place on the grid, albeit though de facto 3rd because there was nobody in front of him, Mark Tate with a great start and up into 2nd place. See if everybody can get it stopped for hairpin 1 as everybody's hard on the brakes. Brandon Truman Reddish almost runs out of tarmac but does get the 151 machine stopped, and everybody's made it round the first half of the lap.
They head down the back straight for the first time here in heat number 2. Oh, and there was contact there with this 27. I think one of the Tates.
Sadegi, I think that
was
in
it.
the
Dan
27.
Tate got caught up in that, I think, as well. And I don't think Dan Tate put him into the spin, but there was somebody around him who did.
Yeah, not quite sure who, but we did have the 27 of Philip Sadegi facing the wrong way.
And he's dropping down the order massively now.
Yeah, he's going to be right at the back, Tom. He's just crossed the line now. So that is going to put him down in a 30th place with the 30 runners. Was there? Simon Dougherty goes down the inside of Jonathan Allen. Callum Booth picks up a contact warning for the 13, and that might have had something to do
I
with
think
Philip's
he was
spin.
in and around that position, wasn't he? So it might well have been Callum Booth.
Yep, with 2 and 3 wide down the back straight. I think that is Gareth Plackett, the leader of that battle with Lennon French right behind the 43, and there's been a contact there between the 4 of Yeadon and the 8 of Thomas Newland. And certainly in this one,
And
Tom,
we've
in
got
heat
contact
number
1
2.
and 4. Hewland has gone out as well.
heat number 2 has been considerably more frantic than heat number 1. In fact, Newland and Cranston are facing the wrong way at hairpin at the D chicane, and Cranston has pretty much beat his steering wheel to death, and the side pod is feeling very sorry for itself up in the air as well, doing a bit of an emo.
Yeah, that'll need standing on and straightening out in the meantime between heat number 2 and heat number 3.
Well, the chat down there in the awning will be, are you feeling heavy?
Yes. Who's had the cake chat already?
Scott Tate down the inside of Gareth Plackett as Josh Volkers goes down the inside of Lennon French at the next hairpin. Already, Tom, 3 laps in, and Jess Alexander has moved to the head of the field in front of Jack Morris.
Just to let you know as well, Josh Volkers isn't listening to heavy metal as he comes out of hairpin number 4. I think that was his way of saying, let's work together and push along. Rather than the old helmet tap and a finger point, Josh has just gone for listening to Bohemian Rhapsody instead. That's the second way we want to mention of the day.
Alexander then, leading from Morris and Braid, our leading clubman runner. Jupp, Tate, Booth, Dougherty, and then Jonathan Allen in front of Steve Nicol, and Josh Volkers now up inside the top 10. With Lennon French, in fact, Volkers is going to come over the line here, Tom. I think he's going to be up in 7th or 8th as he comes through. He's behind Jonathan Allen and Steve Nicol, so he will be still inside the top 10. Mechanical flag for Philip Sadegi. He's got a red suit, and I'll have a look for him out of the window, Tom, and see if I can figure out why.
Jack Morris is now dropping off the back of Jess Alexander in the lead of this race. Thomas Braid heading up your clubman class in 3rd place overall, although Volkers is now moving through as well, as we've just seen on screen. Can't quite get the move done, though, and that is Jonathan Allen defending mightily into South Bank.
Sadegi's issue, Tom, is that the bolt at the bottom of his Nauseo panel has come out, and it's flapping around.
Okay, well the digiboard is out, the digi flag that we have on the start-finish line, and we'll tell Sadegi. Alexander putting in a personal best lap of the race, moves to over a second clear now of Jack Morris. Braid still in 3rd, then it's Connor Jupp in 4th, Mark Tate in 5th, Callum Booth in 6th, with Doughty, Volkers, Allen and Nichols rounding out the top 10.
One thing I've noticed, Tom, I've just seen Henry Bowd exit the pit lane, and that's why he's dropped down to 30th place. I don't know why he went in, but I did see him reappear out of the dummy grid, so I imagine he's been in there for a problem.
Giving himself a drive-through.
Yeah, and yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're looking at the battle here that's headed by Jonathan Allen. This is the battle for 9th place on track at the moment. It is all action up and down the field here in Senior Pro Kart, as always, with around about 30 karts on this grid here today. So Volkers has made his way through past Allen and has dropped in quite quickly, and now Scott Tate has passed him as well. So Scott Tate now up into what will be 9th place.
Lennon French there, right on the back of Dan Tate, the Heat 1 winner. So he's trying to make his way towards the top 10.
And Dan Tate, of course, involved in that incident at the start of the race in the first lap through South Bank as well. So he got held up a bit there.
Fastest lap of the race for Josh Volkers with a 46.051 in 8th place.
He's right on the back of Callum Booth now as well, in fact.
No, he's got a gap to Simon Dougherty in front, who is on the back of Callum Booth.
Right, there we go.
He's got a second to close up in the remaining 2.5 laps. And I wouldn't put that past him.
No.
Whether he's got enough time to get past Booth and Dougherty.
Scoring good points here. Dan Tate, Heat 1 winner, is down in 12th. Volkers up in 8th, who finished 2nd in Heat 1. So it looks like, and we've got in fact a contact warning there for Dan Tate as well. Connor Jupp with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.036. So he's only just taken that off Volkers.
Tate's just found, Dan Tate, just found a way past Gareth Plackett, so that might have had something to do with the warning. But Brandon Truman Reddish is with him as well. Now his next driver in front is Steve Nichols for 12th place. Volkers has closed up on the back of Dougherty. Here he is. Dougherty has a look over his shoulder. Folkus doesn't have the straight line speed to get down the inside into South Bank, but if he doesn't do him down the inside into 3, I'm fairly sure there's a straight line towards hairpin 4 coming there for Josh Folkus.
And last lap is already last lap board is already out. There goes Jess Alexander taking it with a 2-second lead. Thomas Braid has now passed Jack Morris, as has Connor Jutt, and they've both moved up into 2nd and 3rd place on the road. Morris still there, but seemingly having some issues holding on to these two as they move through. Half a lap to go. Has Jupp got anything left in the bag for Thomas Braid?
He's got a different helmet on, I think, to heat number 1. He broke the orange one out of the locker. So I'm sure that was yellow earlier on.
I think you might have been right as well, yeah.
Braid, though, holding on to 2nd place out of the final corner. Since moving to the front, it's been a dominant victory for Jess Alexander. Braid is going to hold on for 2nd place from Connor Jupp. Jack Morris in 4th place. On the final lap, Callum Booth cannot get past Mark Tate. There's a big gap there. Tate crosses in 5th. Booth, then Folkers, who did get past Dougherty. Scott Tate and Lennon French completing the top 10. Steve Nichols wins in 40s. Alex Bowd, our leading novice, in 20th place.
So that brings to an end our our 2nd set of heats. We will go one more round of heats and then head into our lunch break and then the finals.
Then we'll head into the cafe.
Well, yes, that as well.
Just having a quick chat on. I'm just having a quick look at the live chat. Asher Blythe has been in touch now.
He's been messaging me through the week, actually.
Now, Asher normally races in our Honda Cadet Club class and runs very, very well. Races BPEC as well. But around about 2.5 weeks ago, received an invite to go and race in the Le Mans 24-hour kart race over at the Circuit d'Alain Prost, which Teesside run the whole event. He got an invite and didn't half do well.
Yeah, he didn't do badly, did he?
Yeah, he took the winner's trophy home, didn't he, with his team?
He certainly did. And reports were as well from... I've had reports from some very quick drivers who were there as well that Asher was not only overtaking them and they were trying to then sit on the back of him, but Asher was just dropping them with ease. He was absolutely flying.
So he's elected not to contest the double header here this weekend because the prep being that obviously Le Mans last weekend, he's going to be back next weekend. He's going to be in the Rossa Corsa kart in the Pro class, racing the 133 machine in the 24-hour next week.
Going into Pro, not Elite.
No, well, the team that he's in is
controversial.
Is in Pro. He's going to be racing with what will effectively be Team Tate 2.
Right.
As last year, because it's got David Brown in there, who we're used to seeing here. It's got Jake Richardson in it as well. They're going to be a real contender, because if ever there was a class between Elite and Pro, I think they'd be. I don't think they, as a collection, and as a that they're not going to be challenging for an outright victory, in my opinion. But they're certainly a class-winning Pro up for grabs there for that Rossa Corsa kart.
And that step in between is a bit like what we saw last year with the Lucas Ellingham, Jamie Tyler, Louis Diamond sort of entry as well that they had they were at the front of the Pro class quite comfortably, I think. Not massively comfortably enough, but they weren't quite the step up to be in elites either. So
yeah, I know what you mean. It was the 45, wasn't it, that won that class last year? Ellingham was in hires last year, and he was sensational in that.
Oh, yes, sorry.
But you're right. It was the Louis Diamond kart, the 45.
Yeah.
That was racing there. It was MSTDW or something like that. I think was the kart. But they were fantastic.
Brandon Williams, who's now moved up into...
He's in the 42 this year with Jess Alexander, isn't he, for the British 24
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Yeah, so he's in the elite class this year, is Brandon Williams. But, yeah, they were right at the front of that Pro section last year. So it's going to be interesting how the splits have been worked out this year, and that's something I'm really looking forward to.
Well, obviously, most of it's going to follow the BPEC class that the same kart is in for points
just while we're rolling up as well onto the Bambinos for heat number 3. We haven't even gone through a grid yet. Let's do that quickly. Sorry, we got distracted there. But yes, let's go through a grid very quickly. It is Chloe McGill who's going to be taking pole position from Buddy Hugo. And then it's going to be Riley Morrow in... sorry.
That's Ethan McClelland.
That is Ethan McClelland in 3rd place. Then it's Jake Gibbon, then Noah Smith, and
Murray
Sebastian
retired, didn't he, on the
McCarthy.
final lap? Down
He did.
to 8th. That's where you're... We forgot that we thought because he was so far out at the front, wasn't he?
And Sebastian McCarthy takes P6. Then it's going to be Grayson Crawford and Riley Morrow, the aforementioned Riley Morrow. Then it's James Pybus in 9th, Freddie Blackshaw in 10th, and another retiree from the previous heat is Austin O'Mann. Poggy from Offline, Anthony Pogson, he got in touch this week regarding the 24-hour, and I've seen their lineup, and they're looking very racy there as well. A lot of the usual guys there. They've got Chris Pedlingham and Tom Murray as well, racing with them, and Callum as well as returning. For the Offline team, who of course have very rarely off the podium in their particular class.
Well, 2nd for the last 2 years, Tom. In
Yes.
that class, and they've added Josh Adams.
And they've had a
to that
2nd
as well.
overall as well.
They have, yeah. So
Over the years.
And they always like to mix it up with a bit of strategy, don't they, as well?
They do, yeah, they do. Tony Pogson and the rest are very clever when it comes to that kind of thing. So we're away here for Bambino's heat number 3. And it is a very comfortable start for Chloe McGill. Buddy Hugo getting the drive off of the D chicane and manages to close that gap back up. Ethan McClelland slotting in 3rd place.
If anybody from that camera shot wondered why you could see me leave the commentary box to the door, it was to check the precipitation falling from the sky. There's some.
Oh, is there?
It's only tiny, and I don't think it's going to have much of an effect.
I'm not seeing any umbrellas up
on
yet, so
our
it can't be that
drivers.
bad.
But certainly 1 or 2 spots. Like I say, I don't think it's going to have a huge issue. Although I have been told that with a bit of an update, it's spitting hard. Which is halfway between like spitting and raining, apparently.
Okay. Chloe McGill's dad is letting us know he's got the, let's just say, close-shaven hair. So he feels it before most people.
He and I are very similar in that nature's not been overly kind to either of us.
Next time we go bowling, I'm putting you in the machine and giving you a polish, I think.
That's a sight.
But Buddy Hugo has now moved into the lead here in front of Chloe McGill.
That is Ethan McClelland having 3rd place taken off him by a charging Riley Morrow.
Who is certainly making up for lost time. Also coming through, Austin O'Mann right off the very, very back of the grid. He's overtaken 4 karts already. So Austin O'Mann is up to 8th place. And yes, Riley Murray already up to 4th, only 1.4 seconds off the lead. So we'll keep an eye on Riley Murray's progress. And in fact, he's already up to 3rd place. And of course, demoting Ethan McClelland. 1.5 seconds off the lead for Riley Murray. Austin O'Mann moving through very quickly, even more so, and he's up to 5th place on the road.
Now he's got a bit of a gap though, doesn't he, Tom, off the back of Ethan McClelland. Some 2.5 seconds to reel in for 4th place. As in front there, Riley Morrow has a look over the shoulder. Buddy Hugo leading the way with Chloe McGill just pushing him down the back straight.
Pushing being the literal term as well, because she really was almost gaffer tape to the bumper there. It was like a 2-seater. Bambino.
Well, you might as well, wouldn't you? Just pushing them down the back straight there, nose to tail. You know, if you can't get past, then you might as well work with and just try and extend, knowing that those behind, in terms of Morrow, McClelland, O'Mann as well, are going to start trying to push through and trying to close right up. So you might as well just try and extend the gap out the best that you can between for Hugo and McGill. And what McGill did there, she came off the line slightly to allow them to take 2 different lines around the corners, And then what will happen here is they'll slot straight back in behind each other, and the pushing down the straight in order to push the hole in the air and to move away from the chasing pack will resume. So you can't stay like that all the way around the corner, because one fraction of a misjudgment and it's going to tip you both into a spin. That's why they're taking a slightly different line or getting off the brakes earlier and then allowing it, and then still working together to an extent, although I'm sure that the slightest of errors from Hugo, we'll see McGill seize straight on that. 2.1 was the gap back to Riley Murrow. Let's see whether he's used that to close in. See, half a second, Tom, they've pulled out just by being in a train with each other.
Indeed. And it's really nice to see Chloe McGill back up at the front of this this pack, as well as she has been all day, taking a heat win as well in Heat 2. Really good to see her. She seemed to struggle a bit in the previous round.
Yeah, well, obviously Oman, now she's trying to get to inside. Yeah, well, Oman was back after 2 rounds competing in the British Championships. Obviously, he's racing under the number 7. That's a seeded position, this number 7. That's where he finished the championship last year in the Coma C50 Bambino Championship. And currently running in 5th place. He is now a second behind Ethan McClelland. The gap earlier on was around about a second and a half. So not maybe chipping into the lead, into McClelland in 4th place quite as much as you'd have thought. But now, let's see whether he closes in. In fact, Tom, now he's right on the back of him. He's took almost a second out of him on that previous lap. The time was there earlier on. I don't know where that second difference has come from between the two of them. But Oman closing right up on the back of Ethan McClelland. There's some lap traffic in front of them. Can one of them take advantage? They're both through nice and cleanly, but onto the back straight they're going to go. There is Austin Oman in the background in the 7. Has he scrubbed off too much speed by turning tight? He's got to the inside, but is he going to have enough to stop McClelland from turning in? I think he is here, Tom. And Austin Oman slides through for 4th place.
Yeah, and they're back into the 1, 2, 3, 4 that we've seen throughout the day. Obviously, Austin Oman retired from the previous heat, and Riley Murrow had a spin late on, wasn't it?
Well, it stopped, didn't it, down there? He was going very slowly, and then McGill just swept round the outside. He came out of hairpin number 2, and the engine, I would say inexplicably, just died.
But they have both recovered very well to 3rd and 4th.
Personal best there for James Pybus with a 1:12.
And Riley Murrow is not able to eat into this lead very much at all. In fact, it's 3.2 seconds now. So Hugo with some really good pace in this second heat here. Perhaps the inclement weather conditions are playing into his hands a bit. Yeah,
we have focused on this battle for the lead, Tom, a lot, but there's a great one going on for 6th down into 9th place, in fact, between Gibbon, Smith, Crawford and McCarthy. Look at the times there. There's hardly anything between them, and as they've made their way through some lap traffic, I think earlier on in the lap, I think Noah Smith got past Jake Gibbon. Gibbon's now dropped into 3rd in that battle. Crawford's gone up into 2nd, so you'll see that'll change round like a fruit machine when they come over the line in a few moments' time, as McClelland puts the personal best in. And that battle will come over the line about now, Tom, and you'll see the stacker just change round as everybody moves into new positions. This is the battle we're talking about on screen now. Noah Smith, who's making his first appearance here at Teesside Autodrome this season, leading this train of 4 karts, although goes wide round the national loop and will have to weave through the chicane slightly more than I think he'd have hoped, as Jake Gibbon tries to get a good run on the 22 of Grayson Crawford, and does dive down the inside into hairpin number 2, and Gibbon is back up into 7th place.
Yeah, and that's allowed Smith a little bit of a gap in front, and now actually dropping off the back quite quickly. Is that Sebastian McCarthy?
I think it is.
Has he got a problem? Because he's been there.
He's been with them, hasn't he, the entire race. And I don't know whether could have had a half spin, could have dropped a wheel down the inside onto the grass on entry into South Bank, and that could have. Yeah, the thing is with these comas,
bit of a lift.
We mention it quite a lot, but I think it's important to remember is that if you Oh no, he is coming straight into the pits, Tom, for Sebastian McCarthy. So he's completed half race distance, so he'll still pick up points for 11th place. But McCarthy retires then with 1 lap to go in this Coma C50 Bambino heat number 3. And the thing is, if them engines do, we'll go back to it, obviously it wasn't part of that with the incident, but they, from a standing start or from low revs, they take a while to get going. These engines, you think, rev to nearly 10,000 RPM, whereas the Hondas, they only rev to 6. You know,
it's like having a massive turbo, isn't it? There's a huge amount of lag.
Yeah, but all the power is in that final few thousand RPM, exactly. And that's why you have to keep the revs up. And you're
just constantly waiting for it to spool up, and eventually it kicks back in again.
Now we're on to the final lap then. Is there anything that Chloe McGill can do about Buddy Hugo? Into hairpin number 2, Hugo, who broke the lap record here in heat number 2, now sees Chloe McGill get alongside down the back straight. Can Hugo close the door, or is there going to be a nose there into the corner? He's not going to be able to get across here, and Chloe McGill is through into the South Bank corner. She'll now try and hold the white line down the inside. Hugo's going to try and run one down the inside. They're side by side again, and Hugo snatches the lead back. McGill tries to go down the inside into hairpin 4. Buddy Hugo, though, survives a final lap attack from Chloe McGill. Unless there's anything she can do over start finish, she draws alongside, but Hugo takes victory from Chloe McGill, and Riley Murrow completes the top 3. Austin O'Man recovers up into 4th place, having started right the way down in 11th at the start with McClelland. Then it's going to be Gibbon, is it coming through? It is. In 6th place, Noah Smith has dropped behind Grayson Crawford. They're going to cross the line there, and Jake Gibbon, hand off the wheel, crosses in 6th place with Crawford 7th, Smith in 8th, Blackshaw, McCarthy and Pybus classified, albeit laps down towards the end. There is your race winner then, Buddy Hugo, and Chloe McGill is still pushing him round South Bank, even though the checkered flag's out.
They've gone for the two-seater approach on the cool-down lap as well. Now,
I was thinking maybe she just couldn't unhook herself from his bumper.
McGill kept her powder very, very dry during that heat. Just pushed Buddy Hugo along all the way through. Saved it for a last lap attack, knowing that there was no pressure from behind. Save it for that last lap attack, and she had a really, really good go at it, and Buddy Hugo just managed to get his nose down the inside into hairpin 3, potentially not defended maybe hard enough by Chloe McGill. She left the door open ever so slightly, but Buddy Hugo, opportunistic as ever, and took the advantage and got through. So congratulations to Buddy Hugo, and I'm going to mark you on our notes as having another heat victory. And we will move on to Junior Pro Kart. The Grid 4 Junior Pro Kart heat number 3 is going to be headed off by Sophie Pawsey, with Danny Bean in 2nd, Finn Collister in 3rd, and Amy Frame in 4th. Ben Arnold will take up P5 and Christian Oblag in 6th. Then it's going to be Joe Arnold, Oliver Watson, Harvey Still, Harry Brown, Marty Gilfillan, and Sebastian Pereira in 12th. And going right off the back of the grid, double heat winner so far today, Maximus Shields. So we will see how far Max Shields can get up this grid. Bearing in mind he started pretty far forward for his first 2 heats as well, so he started right at the very, very back for this one. We'll keep an eye on Max Shields coming through. So, yes, I was going to talk to David about any potential junior pro karters heading through and also doing the 24-hour, but we'll wait for him to return from his comfort break for that. Potentially talk about it during the heat. Sophie Pawsey going off P1. You can just see her has rolled into position now. And we're about to start gridding up fully for heat number 3. We're already heading towards finals today. It's going quite quickly, I think, today. Although I just noticed the time. It's 1:45 already. Absolutely flying through the day. So really well done to our marshals here, keeping us on time. And here comes David back into the booth. Did you have an escort there from an orange vest? I'm wondering whether you had like a police escort.
Yeah, I was running behind Darren. He just didn't know about it.
Okay.
Pawsey off pole then. The green is up. The green is down. Good start from Danny Bean off the front row. It's also a good start from Amy Frame. She's going to jump. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact there between Christian Oblag and the number 9 of Ben Arnold. Oblag had Arnold almost across the front of him. They've lived to spite another corner, but it's put the 9 of Arnold further down. Then Arnold runs heavily into the back of the 47 of Harry Brown and then takes his hand off the wheel as if it was Brown's fault. I don't know whether he thought Brown was going to break later, but it's the opening lap, so you've got to be very aware that there's going to be karts in different positions, certainly heading up there towards the first hairpin. So not quite sure where the frustration lies in that one, but nonetheless, maybe it was to do with the fact that he was round earlier on. It's not been a fortuitous opening lap for the 9 of Ben Arnold.
No, it's been a tough day so far for Ben Arnold. But yes, Max Shields already up into 7th place from 13th on the grid, so already halfway to the front. Got a contact warning for Christian Oblag.
That'll be the first corner, won't it? As we see Seb Pereira get down the inside of Danny Bean.
Almost coming to a stop there, weren't they, at hairpin 1? They were going through there that slowly.
Sorry, it was Seb Pereira down the inside of Ollie Watson, as now Shields gets down the inside of Harvey Still and Danny Bean into South Bank, and he's going to be up, I think, into... Oh, there's contact there between Pereira and Harvey Still, and Pereira was alongside and Still tipped into a spin. Helmet change as well there for Harvey Still as well.
Yeah, after I was praising his helmet as well, he's gone back to a black one now and throwing us all off in commentary
Could
as well.
be, Tom. You know, because we were mentioning earlier about it raining, clear visor on that one. Maybe that's what it was. There was a few drops earlier. Maybe he's gone clear visor rather than the tinted. But Seb Pereira there down the inside into hairpin number 3, and Harvey Till tipped into a spin and down to 12th place.
Yep, and a contact warning to boot for Sebastian Pereira for that move. And he was looking quite good there as well, Sebastian Pereira, for making his way through the grid quickly. Meanwhile, Sophie Pawsey leads from Amy Frame at the front of this race by just over a 1/10 of a second. And in fact, they're almost side by side as they come over the line.
Oblang's there and Frame leading the way now.
Yes.
From Sophie Pawsey, gets through on the previous lap. So 4/10 of a second between the top 3. Max Shields dragging Joe Arnold along for 4th and 5th respectively. And Oblag down the inside of Sophie Pawsey for 2nd place, makes that move cleanly. Pawsey then straight back into the wheel tracks, into the slipstream, and Oblang there moving across, trying to break that as they head down towards South Bank.
So I was going to ask you whether there were any junior pro karters doing the British 24-hour next weekend.
Amy Frame, yes. Max Shields, yes. Seb Pereira, yes.
Good. Okay.
All in the same team.
Oh,
in hires.
Interesting.
Hire clubman for them. I think they're listed at the moment as CSM Racing, which is their which is their initials for their BPEC team that they race in there. But I think there will be a name change. I think they're going to go down one of the sponsors. I think they could end up running under the Optimum banner next weekend for the British 24. So that may well be amended during the week. But they will be out together with Caitlin Frame joining them as well. They'll be joined by Conor McCarthy, another runner in the Junior Pro Kart class. Other tracks, so he's going to join them as Max Shields goes down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. A little bit of contact side pod to side pod between the 77 and the 181, and Sophie Pawsey stays in front. Shields is going to get the run round the outside though, and he slots into 3rd place.
5 laps still to go as well, and Shields is right there with the front 2, so coming right from the back of the grid really hasn't slowed him up at all here.
No, and do you know here, Tom, is that if Oblag can't find a way past Amy Frame, Shields is going to get through, and Shields is down the inside into hairpin number 2. Oblag had half a move past Amy Frame, who drops down, gophers it down behind the steering wheel to try and maximise minimise the drag and maximise the speed of that 14. Shields, Tom, with this random grid format.
Oh, Oblag with a big aggressive move into hairpin 4.
Oh, Pawsey could take advantage and do them both here. Shields out, slots back into third. I was about to say for Shields, could it be beyond the realm of possibility that even with 3 random grids, he wins them all?
Well, it's definitely not beyond the realms of possibility, and it wasn't at the end of the previous lap as well.
No, that's what I mean.
Right,
I thought he was
lead. So.
I thought he was on the charge forward, but Oblang's decided that he still has aspirations of winning this one. With another driver we spoke to during the paddock walk, Christian Oblag. That will be out during the lunch break.
And there was a bit of a gap created by that battling that gave Amy Frame half a second, and it's certainly not half a second now. They are nose to tail again, the front 5 now, because Joe Arnold is right there with them. Sebastian Pereira now 5 seconds off the back of this train.
Yeah,
can't seem to make much of an inroad either.
Harvey Still has recovered back up into 8th place in front of Ben Arnold and Finn Collister, with Harry Brown in 11th. He obviously went wide with that incident on the opening lap. That put him all the way down towards the tail end of the field, having had good results in 7th and 8th place respectively in the opening 2 heats of the day. 2.5 laps remaining then as they make their way round the South Bank corner, and Pawsey has been joined by Joe Arnold, who wasn't really in camera shot. He was a fairly comfortable 5th place, but he's right on the back now of this battle for the lead. It's going to be a 5-kart battle with 2 remaining here in Junior Pro Kart.
And that gap to Frame has been closed right up, and she will now know that because she got a bit of a tap at the back as they headed into the national loop from Christian Oblag, who's now saying, you know, knocking on the door, I'm here and I'm coming through here at hairpin 2.
Yeah, and Frame over the rumble strip on the outside. There's contact between Oblag and Frame, side pod to side pod. She's going to have to drop down into the third though. Max Shields slides through, taking full advantage, and he's through into 2nd place. So
I think Frame went up on the grass, didn't she?
Yeah, the 5 as it stands then, Oblang, Shields, Frame, Pawsey and Arnold. Last lap board is out.
Yes, and any of these 5 could win it as they head into the final lap. It's going to take a bit of an effort here for Max Shields to take this win and get past Christian Oblag, because he's looked very good the last few laps and very difficult to overtake. Shields had a half a look, and that's left the gap open there for Amy Frame to come back up the inside. Tries to do the up and under. Shields parks it on the apex, and that's given Oblag all the gap he needs now. It looks like this could well go to Oblag fairly comfortably in the end.
It's going to be enough, though, for Shields to start the final on pole, though, isn't it, Tom? 2 wins and a 2nd place. You're not getting any better than that in terms of sticking it on the pole position berth. Frame has a final nibble into the final corner. Could that open the door for other drivers? Oblang's going to take the victory then from Shields, Frame, and Arnold gets past Pawsey on the final lap. Seb Pereira crosses the line in 6th place. Harvey Still gets past Oliver Watson on the final lap, but it's still a best finish for Watson of the day as he gets himself into the top 10 with a P8. Ben Arnold and Finn Collister complete the top 10, with Harry Brown, Danny Bean and Marty Gilfillan completing our runners in this Junior Pro Kart class.
And there we go. Nice to see some good respect and good sportsmanship there between Oblag and Max Shields. And there he goes. Round hairpin 4 on the cool down lap. So congratulations to Christian Oblag for your heat win. And we will move quickly to Cadets Pro class. So the grid just being cleared now, or the field just being cleared now for your Junior Pro Kart. So we will move on to Cadets Pro, heat number 3, final heat of the day before our finals in terms of Cadet Pro, that is. Thomas Potter taking pole position. Amy Peacock in second place. Then it's Stanley Clark in third. Joshua Sullivan in fourth. Holly Swan in fifth. Jack Collinson in sixth. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson goes off seventh with Ben Robinson in eighth and Larry Price in ninth. Sam Hayes in 10th and Edward Rye in 9th with William Howard P12. 13th for JJ Plowman, then 14th for Harris Ali. Alex Lynn goes off P15 and Felix Smedley in 16th. And then we have Jensen White showing on the grid, but will be another non-starter.
Honda Pro then making their way round and into position. Tom, tactics-wise, do you think Amy Peacock is going to mix it up or just try and do exactly the same as she did in heat number 2 and then save a bit for the final?
I'm just looking before we get on to that. We've got a kart stopped on the...
Alex Lynn, that's Alex Lynn in the 6.
Turn 3, hairpin 3.
That's got, well, the engine's being pulled a few times, so...
We might have a non-starter here for Alex Lynn, but we'll keep an eye on that. Yes, tic-tacs and tactics. We were talking sweet talks, sweet chat, sweet talk. Sweet talk.
We were talking sweet talk. You were talking sweet talk.
We were talking tic-tacs and tactics and Haribo. So why not? Let's go. Amy Peacock. Yeah. Does she keep her powder dry? Is that what you're saying, or does she just go full out to try and wrestle this off Thomas Potter?
Well, does she do?
It worked very well for her in the previous heat.
Well, yeah, exactly. But does she just tuck in again? And remember that there's a final to come up later on, and another second place is going to put her on the front row again alongside Thomas Potter, or does she just go? I mean, I imagine a lot of it depends how quickly she gets off the line.
Well, I was going to say she got off the line very well last heat, and if she does that again, I think she should send it round the outside of Thomas Potter, because she had the opportunity there and declined it, and then just sat in the slipstream for the rest of the race, and wisely so, it's got to be said, because it did.
I think it's one of them, isn't it? Is that you race the first lap like it's something new, and then you start formulating a plan
and see where you're at.
Yeah, as things settle themselves down.
And Alex Lynn will in fact be a non-starter.
Yeah, the kart rolled off to the inside of hairpin number 3. Alex Lynn already taking up position inside the Marshal's post for Sanctuary. Startline Marshall making his way to the head of the field. So we are already down to 15 runners from our 16 scheduled starters. Chelsea Timmins has been on saying, come on, Thomas. Straight off pole position for Thomas Potter then, with Peacock alongside Clark and Sullivan. Then it's Swan and Collinson on row 3. Green's up, Green's down, we're away and racing, and Peacock slides straight across but finds Stanley Clark pushing Thomas Potter. Once again, Tom, Stanley Clark with a super start sees him up into second place. Not sure what he's got in the back of that, but it must be a turbo booster.
He's done it all day so far today, hasn't he, Stanley Clark? All 3 heats so far, he's had an absolute flyer off the line.
Yeah, Collinson, Tom, has got through on Holly Swan, and that's moved him up into 5th place. Swan down 6th. Larry Price down the inside of 3 in the background, and he's going to get past Stansmore Wilson and Ben Robinson. Robinson's going to get hung out here, and Edward Rye could even come through on Ben Robinson round there into hairpin 3, although then Rye carries a little bit too much speed and runs out wide. Clark still holding on to second as Peacock and Sullivan go side by side through the dogleg. The top 5, Tom, have almost got a second on the rest of the field. Potter leads from Clark, Peacock, Sullivan, and then Collinson with Swan, Price, Stansmore Wilson, Robinson and Rye completing the top 10.
Yeah, they are already pulling away from Holly Swan, who is now in P6. She's going to have to work hard to get back onto this train because she's been showing well all day, and that doesn't reflect the drive that she's done so far today.
I think the train's going to have to work hard, though. That's the thing, Tom, is they're all going to have to work together, because one kart cannot catch 5. It just doesn't work like that unless there's something special going on.
And I was just about to say, Amy Peacock needs to do something very quickly about Stanley Clark, and she has, in fact, gone past him at hairpin 4, and they are now going to have to really work hard together and push each other along to close up that half-second gap to Thomas Potter.
Yeah, Potter leading them from Peacock, and now Clark in third place. And can Peacock close up on Potter? Like I say, it's a formulate a plan straight off the start and see what happens. And Stanley Clark got another flyer from third place, and Peacock had nowhere to turn into as she went round towards the National Loop corner. Collinson's got a good run down the back straight on Sullivan, and there's a little bit of nibble in there from him. Not enough to get alongside. Certainly not enough to drop that nose as he tries to go back down the inside into hairpin 3 again. There's a worry here, Tom, that if these two start battling, they're going to lose sight of Peacock and Clark in front of them, although Peacock appears to have a kart length now on Clark. And even though there was not much out of hairpin 4, they looked like Sullivan and Collinson were 4 or 5 lengths back. They've closed right in on the back of Stanley Clark through the chicanes. No moves, though, down the insides into the hairpin. They're still all nose to tail as they head now out onto the back straight. Potter still has 0.6 of a second. Everybody gets the head down, dipping, and everybody has a quick look behind.
I think they really need to try pushing each other along.
Clark
here
goes wide,
Sullivan,
Tom, round South Bank, and he's going to find the 13 machine alongside him. They'll still be side by side, and what this is going to do is just see how much of a gap Peacock pulls out because of them being side by side round that corner there as they slot themselves back in, and Peacock's got 5 kart lengths.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second as they came over the line. Like I said, they really needed to start working together and pushing each other along, and instead they've gone side by side, and that's now opened that gap up. And we've seen it time and time again here at Teesside. That slipstream is so important, and you really, really do need to work together if you've got somebody in front of you that you need to catch.
You know, this
unless you've got a massive speed difference.
This isn't anything against any of the drivers out there who, I promise you, are absolutely racing for their lives out there here at Teesside Autodrome as Sullivan goes down the inside. But you can, there's a way, and you see that at the top level of karting, of losing a place without losing time.
Yes.
And the
I
issue
think
that
we've just seen it there from Stanley Clark, actually.
And we've seen it, before where you lose a place and you lose half a second.
Yes.
And then you lose your traction, you lose your slipstream, and you lose your opportunity. You can lose a place in the early phases of a race without losing time, and that's what sets your, let's be honest, your top level racers from everybody else. Peacock, though, Tom, as you rightly point at the screen, has a Potter in her sights.
She does. She is right there on the tail of Potter now, and is homing in quite quickly onto the back of Thomas Potter. And in fact, is right on his rear bumper, so she's pulled back in well over half a second in just over a lap.
Yeah, close right in. Use that slipstream. We say 4/10 is enough, isn't it? You're within 4/10, and you can tow up onto the back of somebody else. Holly Swan with a personal best, but she is right on the back of Thomas Potter. Does she stick with, or does she send an early move on the 38? Because at the last time round, remember, Tom, he knew, and as soon as the last lap board came out, he was defensive, and he needed to be. Does she? She's got to go early for me here, Tom, but we'll see. Maybe the bigger picture is start the final from the front row.
Yeah, it didn't exactly help her with the fast start.
Clark, Tom, got sun out the window. Clark down the inside of Sullivan, down the back straight, and back up into third place. They've still got Collinson, but Swan has come back to play in this one, and she's going to be down the inside of Collinson. Wasn't sure she was getting that one stop then, but she does. And those two are side by side as they come through the dogleg section. Collinson might have to give this one up, and he does. Slots back in to 6th place.
Yeah, good recovery drive from Holly Swan, who was away off the back of this little pack, but with Sullivan and Clark duking it out, it's helped Holly Swan back into this fight, and she is right there now and potentially looking at 3rd place.
Slipstream then down the back straight. Potter's pulled out a little bit more of a gap. Kart length as now Sullivan has a nose down the inside of Stanley Clark. Clark's going to defend that one quite venomously and does hold on to 3rd place as they head towards hairpin number 3 with Swan and then Collinson in the background as well.
What I would say is if Holly Swan can get past these two, that's going to be the best thing that Amy Peacock could have for her, because if she starts alongside Potter in 2nd place,
Clark's going to be 3rd, isn't he?
At the moment, but if Holly Swan can get there in front of him, as in if she can finish in third in this race, she's going to start alongside Peacock, and that's going to be much better for Peacock than it would be if she was starting alongside Clark.
There's a train now, Tom, down the back straight from Stanley Clark all the way down to Ben Robinson in 9th place. And whilst it looks like they're fairly spread out, you wait till they get to a hairpin, there's nothing between them. They're hard on the brakes and things really, really do close up on the brakes. You'll see them all here now. They'll just appear. And somebody here has got to put a move in somewhere. Sullivan goes down the inside of Clark. Clark's going to run round the outside, and Sullivan will have to drop back in. 42 seconds remaining. Last lap board will be out next time round. 2 laps remaining then in Honda Cadet Pro. It's nose to tail from 3rd down into 9th place. The leading 2, though, still nose to tail as well, and Peacock has a nibble down the inside of Potter. It's still as you were, so we'll stick with this one as Sullivan wrestles 3rd place back off Stanley Clark.
Yeah, all action here now in this Honda Cadet class. It took a while to warm up, but we're right there now. As you said, David, this train from 3rd, which is now headed by Joshua Sullivan, right the way down to Ben Robinson in 9th place, and it's who's going to take this win. Last lap board. Is it going out this time? It is. Last lap board is out.
Time it elapses then down to 0 as they cross over, and there's contact over the line there between Peacock and Potter. Potter slides ever so slightly into a bit of a spin. No harm done, and that's certainly not enough to drop the nose down on Amy Peacock, but she's right behind Thomas Potter, who goes defensive into hairpin number 1. Same round 2, although he has managed to carry a bit more speed round that one. Stansmore Wilson makes an overtake in the background on Ben Robinson. Robinson cuts back to the inside. Potter defends down the back straight. White line down the inside for Thomas Potter. It's going to be the same again. Peacock's going to go wide and try and mix this one up and see whether she can get the run out of the final corner. Potter to the inside. Doesn't need to make the apex. Can Peacock get the run out of the final corner? She can't. Thomas Potter comes through to take 3 heat victories with Peacock in 2nd, Sullivan 3rd, Clark 4th. And then it's going to be Swan in 5th with Collinson. Price coming through for 7th place. Robinson, Stansmore, Wilson and Rye complete the top 10. In front of William Howard, JJ Plowman and Sam Hayes. Felix Smedley and Harris Ali will come through to take the checkered flag in a few moments' time to complete the field here in Honda Cadet Pro. And Tom, we've said it many times before, Thomas Potter race winner.
Well, yes, but Peacock is showing that she's got the pace here this weekend, and certainly today, to really take the fight to Potter. And all we've got to figure out now, or rather all she's got to figure out, is how she can overtake him. She's got the pace to not only catch, but potentially get through as well. She has been quicker than Potter over the course of a race distance.
Yeah, 47. The only driver, Tom, actually to go sub 48 in that one with a 47.922.
Was Amy Peacock?
Yeah, with Potter a tenth and a half slower. So obviously that's their best lap time over an individual lap. But still,
I think she's got the pace. She just needs to figure out how she's going to get past and get through.
To be fair, Tom, there's a fair few drivers in terms of their best lap on Potter pace, but they're in a battle.
Yes,
and they're saying like you've got to break free.
They've got to start working together. This unbeaten streak for Potter continues, and the more that they fight each other, the more that they're going to hold each other up.
Yeah, Peacock is the one to take the battle to Potter this time. We've seen Robinson take up the mantle in previous rounds. We've seen other drivers as well take up the challenge and getting past Thomas Potter as Alex Lynn's stricken number 6 is brought back into pit lane. Next up, though, it's still Hondas. It's Honda Cadet Club.
So we saw a win in Heat 1 for Sebastian Benson, a win in Heat 2 for Alfie McBain, and Alfie McBain goes off pole position this time with Benson in 2nd place. Mason Dinsdale will start 3rd with Jake Walker 4th, Samuel Yeadon in 5th and Drew Davidson 6th. 7th for Morgan Cooney and 8th for Cameron Tipping. 9th will be Charlie Eyeball and 10th Joey Swan. And I'm actually going to pass this over to David for a moment to finish off the rest of the grid.
Yeah, we're starting 11th with Mason Webster, with Riley Buckton Young in P number 12. Thomas Harper will start 13th alongside Summer Wood. Row 8, Jacob Cartledge and Reese Cranston, with Ollie Carter and Layla Berryman on row 9. Row 10, Josh Hushka and Riley Sims-Ezard to complete the top 20, with Toby Turner and Alfie Watson on row 11. Freddie Housego and James Winstanley on row 12. Max Housego and Jamie Boulding on row number 13, in front of Henry Colburn and the non-starting Archie Loveridge. So Henry Colburn, in the previous race, the driver joining us for the first time from Lincolnshire, he was brought in under a mechanical flag because his nose was hanging off. So he will now go off the back with plenty of work to do. Still in his first season of karting, and his first ever race actually on the 200 engines, having raced 160s previously. Drivers all rolling into position then, and let's see whether it's going to be McBain, Benson or somebody else as we head towards the finals. Benson's had a win, McBain's had a win. In all honesty, whichever one of them finishes in front of the other should, as long as it's somewhere near the front, take the pole position berth for the final here in around about an hour and a half's time. Now, after this round of heats, we'll go towards our lunch break. That'll be around about 20 minutes. And then from around 3:30 and a little bit later maybe onwards, we'll be back for our final. Stuart Simpson's been on saying, wishing good luck to Riley Buckton Young. Keeping a lookout for the all-black kart. Very, very stealthy with the number 6 on it. He's wishing him a good luck. Hopefully he'll be back racing here in the September round, as long as his dad sorts him a Honda chassis out. But hopefully we'll see Caden Simpson, who races under the number 7. We'll see him back out here at Teesside Autodrome later in the season. Of course, we're not here in August. We have a month off, and we'll be back for the final 3 rounds of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Green is up, 8 minutes and 1 lap, and we're underway. It's a good start from Benson. It's a great start from Jake Walker, but he is going to be on the outside. They're 4 wide as they head towards the first corner, and it's Dinsdale who sticks a nose down the inside of McBain, but McBain rides it out and goes all the way round the outside. They're still 2 wide, and Dinsdale is up into second place. Benson, and then it's Yeadon and Walker side by side into hairpin 1, with Cooney and Davidson's then going to try and get down the inside of the 80, with Eibel and Cameron tipping, I think, completing the top 8 as they run side by side down the back straight, everybody chopping and changing for position. They're going to need to sort themselves out before hairpin number 3 as it concertina's up. Some drivers making good moves. Eibel down the inside of Morgan Cooney, and also it's Drew Davidson down the inside of Jake Walker as well. So as they head towards start finish, Alfie McBain leading the way then in the number 8 machine, having ridden out the opening corner attack with Benson, Dinsdale, Yeadon, Davidson, Walker, Eibel, Cooney tipping, and Swan completing the top 10 in front of Webster and Harper.
Yeah, it looks like McBain is checking out at the front already. He's 3/4 of a second in front of Sebastian Benson now. Mason Dinsdale following in close pursuit. And then there's another gap then to the big train that is then all the way down pretty much to about 24th place for Jamie Boulding.
Yeah, all of that gap, Tom, really came from the first corner. They were 4 wide into there. I know you were watching from the barrier further down when they went into that one. They had Dinsdale on the inside, as that's Josh Hushka going down the inside of Alfie Watson in front of Layla Berryman. That's for 17th place. Berryman then will do exactly the same and tries to get alongside Watson. Watson rides that one out. As just coming over start finish, Tom, I'm just seeing 2 drivers side by side. We're going to catch them in a few moments, and Webster and Swan are side by side. Webster through, and while shown as in 10th place, has moved himself, or in 11th on the screen, has moved himself up now into 10th place.
Well, I called McBain as checking out at the front of this race, but actually Benson was 0.3 of a second quicker that last lap. And even Dinsdale closed in a little bit as well, yeah, so there's a second separating the top 3 now.
He's checked back in, hasn't he?
He has.
Ollie Carter there down the inside of Thomas Harper into the South Bank corner. Reese Cranston making good moves as well, up into 12th place. Look at the gap. I think it's going to be down to 3. It is 0.3 of a second. So Sebastian Benson reeling Alfie McBain back in here.
And Toby Turner has dropped position there, it looks like, in 21st, and Henry Colborne and Jacob Cartledge in 26th and 27th have just exchanged places as well. So battles raging up and down this grid, right from the front, right to the very back.
Yeah, really, really great racing. Benson now, Tom, right on the back of Alfie McBain, had half a nibble down the inside. Dinsdale and Yeadon have swapped places. That's going to promote Yeadon up into third. Dinsdale then down into fourth. Davidson sticking with them, and Jake Walker as well on the back. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Charlie Eibel, Morgan Cooney and Cameron Tipping. Then there's a great battle going on all the way down from 10th to around about 16th to 17th, with Josh Hushka on the back of a 8-cart train led by Mason Webster, with Joey Swan in there, Reese Cranston as well, and Ollie Carter, the championship leader. He's down the inside of Cranston into hairpin one. Great move. I've seen that one out of the combox window.
We're having a look here at this group, which is headed by Charlie Eibel at the moment. That's Morgan Cooney, and then Cameron Tipping with that Daniel Ricciardo inspired livery at the back of those three in 9th place overall. Mason Webster now best part of 3 seconds off the back of Cameron Tipping.
It's because he's busy, Tom, defending 7 other carts.
Yes, very much so, yeah. And, trying to hold on to that top 10 placing as well, which would be a good show for Webster as well. So Benson is still 0.2 behind Alfie McBain, but they are now pulling away quite comfortably from this train that's headed by Yeadon, that includes Dinsdale, Davidson and Walker, and even Eibel, Cooney and Tipping right there as well. And in fact, there goes Dinsdale up the inside of Yeadon, but can't quite get it completed. Yeadon with the over and under. Return the favour by Dinsdale, and he comes back through. Benson setting the fastest lap of the race.
48.3 for Sebastian Benson.
Sun peeking back through now, David, as well.
Yeah, we're starting to get those spots of rain. The hard spitting was few and far between, as Dinsdale and Yeadon once again exchange places, and Yeadon slides round and he's through, and could that allow Davidson down the inside on Dinsdale as well. Dinsdale's going to hold on to 4th place, but there were differing lines through them corners. Yeadon got down the inside and slid slightly wide into Dinsdale. No harm done, though. It was only side pod to side pod. Nothing untoward between the two of them. And a good move from Yeadon. He had to go down the inside there because Dinsdale had gone wide at hairpin 1, and that has compromised him all the way through onto the back straight, and he's had to hand 3rd place back over to Samuel Yeadon.
Yeah, Drew Davidson looking very racy through the kink as well, giving Dinsdale a bit of a nudge as well, just to let him know that it's not all over from the pressure from behind, as well as looking forward. He needs to keep, he needs to have 360 vision.
Yeah, one thing for me in this one, Tom, the 84 of Jake Walker, in the early part of the day and for most of yesterday, was really struggling to keep hold of that 84 car. Even round South Bank earlier, it was almost sideways all the way round. He's really got to grips with that car. I don't know whether it's a setup change or whether he's just got a little bit more used to the differing frame. But Jake Walker, for me, Tom, he's going to be a dark horse for the podium in the final if he keeps improving on that frame the way he has been throughout the day. And certainly tomorrow, he's going to be, I think he's going to be right up there if he can quali well.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on Jake Walker's progress then throughout the weekend. Still McBain and Benson at the front. They are nose to tail now, but still no changes of position. We continue to focus on the gap, on the battle for what is now 4th place, with Yeadon is checked out to the tune of 0.8 of a second.
Minute remaining in time. They'll come through over the line. I think they might not get round for another one though before it elapses, because it's around about 45 seconds, 46 for the a bit longer maybe for the lap. It's 48 in fact, as they come through over the line. Half a minute remaining, so this will be the penultimate lap of this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit, as Drew Davidson's had an off Tom. He's going very slowly over start finish and rejoined in the battle with Ollie Carter now heading the way. So that's Davidson, who was well up there. He's going to be down now in, well, he crossed the line in 9th, but he's outside the top 10. He's currently behind Mason Webster in 11th place, with Ollie Carter now leading what was that long train of cars. He's been promoted up into 9th. There's Jake Walker in front of Mason Dinsdale. Dinsdale's going to try and get down the inside into hairpin 3. The door closed by Jake Walker, but he's now leading this battle for 4th place. Final lap as they cross the line, and Sebastian Benson has closed right in on the back of Alfie McBain. The gap was out at one point to nearly half a second. It's now 1.5 tenths for Sebastian Benson on the back of Alfie McBain. Pole position for the final up for grabs. Whichever driver beats the other will start on the front row in an hour and a half's time.
I've just been watching the change of position with Walker has passed Dinsdale on that previous lap, and Eyeball is right there as well now, with Cooney and Cameron tipping for 8th place. So that's going to be an interesting battle to keep an eye on as we look at the front two. I'm not sure Sebastian Benson has got any answer for Alfie McBain here, and in fact he doesn't. Bit of understeer through hairpin 3, caught him out, and Alfie McBain takes a checker flag. Heat 3 here at Teesside Sprint in the Cadet Clubman class. Benson in 2nd, Samuel Yeed, and then it's Jake Walker, Mason Dinsdale, Charlie Eyeball, Morgan Cooney and Cameron Tipping. Then Ollie Carter and Mason Webster round out your top 10. So congratulations to Alfie McBain, who has taken 2 wins. Sebastian Benson taking 1 win and 2 second places. So I believe that puts McBain on pole position for the final. Did McBain finish 2nd in Heat 1?
Yeah, 2 heat.
Okay.
Well, yeah, Benson won, so it's two wins to 1, and then alternating second places between the 2 of them for their position. So it's going to be.
See them go off the front for the Clubman final in about 90 minutes time or so.
Just having a quick look, Tom, at Junior Pro Kart. Penalties applied, both either advantage by contact or gaining an unfair advantage to the O plate of Sebastian Pereira and the 2 of Joe Arnold. And the Pereira one, I imagine, was for his altercation with Harvey Still down there at hairpin 3. He did pick up a warning for that at the time, so that one looks like that one has been assessed. And to be fair, he did spin Harvey Still all the way down the field there in that one. So having a quick look at any other classes as well. The other one that's been confirmed is Honda Cadet Pro. Nothing in that one in terms of finishing positions. And so everything is as it was in that one. Next up then, it's time to go rolling start racing in Junior Rotax.
So pole position goes to Lizzie Mentier, with 2nd place going to Catherine Potter this time round. Ben Ficini in 3rd and Finlay Watson in 4th. Alfie Warbank taking 5th and Nathan Jensen in 6th. Melissa Adrian in 7th and Monroe Renard round out your 8 runners for Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Just been having a look at the live comments coming in. Asher Blythe and Paul White having a good old conversation.
Well, they were at Le Mans together last week, weren't they?
Yes.
So.
And Mark Young as well getting involved. Chelsea Timmis saying, come on Thomas. I think that'll be for Thomas Potter that we've just seen in Cadet Pro as well. So yeah, keep your comments coming in. We will endeavour to give you a shout out as quickly as we possibly can. Second rolling up lap going through for Junior Rotax. We've had a win so far for Lizzie Mentier and a win as well for Finley Watson.
Chelsea Timmins has switched allegiance from Thomas Potter to Catherine Potter now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but still Potter. Down the back straight then, as you see everybody gridding themselves up side by side, and our pole sitter, Lizzie Mentier, dictating the pace, as is her prerogative, all the way round the South Bank corner. As they head towards hairpin 3 and 4, it will be entirely up to her as to when she accelerates towards that acceleration cone and then through down towards the national loop.
And here we go. Good start from Mentier on the inside.
Potter gets got a good one as well.
Yeah, Potter seemed to have a good second phase actually, and looked to tuck into second place, but actually lost out to Ficini and Watson, and has ended up in 4th.
Yeah, good start from Melissa Adrian. Sees her moving up from 8th place into 6th as Monroe Renard and Nathan Jensen argue about the same bit of tarmac on the inside of hairpin 2. That's been sorted out in favour for now.
It has.
Nathan Jensen.
And Watson has moved up into second place while all that was going on as well. So you've now got Mentier and Watson resuming hostilities at the front of this race.
Warbank down the inside of Catherine Potter. She's on the outside though and will have better drive on exit of hairpin 4 and clings on to 4th place. So it's Mentier and Watson with Ficini and Potter, Warbank and Adrian, Jensen and Renard, the 8 runners. Down the inside goes Finley Watson through and into the lead on Lizzie Mentier. So it's the lead has lasted a lap and a half, and Watson comes through. It's one apiece so far, but this time it looks like they're dragging Ben Ficini along as well. And for the first time, if he can stick there, Ficini looking like he could put pressure on our leading duo.
Yeah, so Watson moving through already. Interesting to see how this one's going to play out over the next 8 laps. Whether Mentier's got much of an answer for him. Of course, she's taken a win so far, as has Watson today. So 1 each so far, with Watson now leading this one. Ben Ficini in close company as well and holding on quite well in 3rd place. So that's the highest we've seen Ficini so far in terms of being closest to the front and closest to leading this race. For Ficini, Potter still there in 4th and looking fairly comfortable, although Warbank looking a bit racy as they went into hairpin 4.
Watson, Mentier and Warbank with Potter as well, all inside a second of each other. Then there's Warbank not too far back either. Then they've got a bit of a gap back to Melissa Adrian, who in her first run out in juniors, having started from pole position and then dropped back in the opening 2 heats, is putting on a considerably better showing in her development, in her move up into juniors, running in 6th place at present and not dropping too far off the back of the 5 in front either.
Well, I was just looking at your notes, David. Is that correct that Melissa's only 11 years old?
I think she could be 12 now.
Right.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that could be me. I think I've just copied and pasted, Tom.
Yes, I was going to say. Thought she might be 12 by now.
No,
but
copied and pasted, 12.
Yes. Good. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Yes, and yes, as you said, David, she did stick it on poles. Mentier goes up the inside on Watson to retake the lead, and Watson repays the favour in hairpin 2. Mentier's going to get the cut back on the inside.
Ficini is coming down the inside. Thought he was going to get through there, Tom. Thought they were going to, like, both of them were going to be preoccupied and allow the 27 to come down the inside.
And we've just heard, and in fact I can see some on the side of the commentary box, we've got some rain coming down.
Yeah,
we've got yellow flags off as well. Is that Catherine Potter off?
It is, Tom.
At hairpin 4?
Oh, the times are like 2 seconds out, Tom, from what they were earlier on. It could be very slippery. We've got waved yellows out down at hairpin 3 because of the kart station on the outside of hairpin 4. Problem with these Rotax engines, generally, if there's a problem with it and they lock, they don't really move the axle at all. Yellow flags are still out as Potter's trying to get that kart going. They might end up having to move that onto the grass on the inside. Bent axle, Tom, quite clearly on that one.
Yeah.
The kart bouncing along
And a massive raindrop has just hit the side of the commentary box here, so it is coming down.
Yeah, Team Potter are going to need to get the new axle out down there because that one's bent and will not be used for the rest of them. So at least we've given them a 5-minute heads up that they're going to have more time to get that sorted. But absolutely bent axle on that one. Lap times, Tom, I'll keep an eye on them as they come through. Still around about 2 seconds off lap record pace and about a second off where we were at the start of this one. Ficini down the inside of Lizzie Mentier. Wallbank's going to try and get down the inside too. Mentier could drop 2 places. Think it might just be 1 as Wallbank has to slot back into 4th place. But you see there, down at South Bank, Ficini all crossed up on entry. That's where the time is. I think that's where the rain is heaviest, down at South Bank. As now like Mentier gets back down the inside. And Wallbank's going to try and take advantage. Could we be 3 wide through there now? So a bit of an arm off the wheel there from Ficini. There was no contact. I just think Mentier just wasn't giving that one up.
Yeah, and well held by Mentier. Now there is an 0.8 of a second gap to Finley Watson that Mentier is going to need to try and close that back up now with the help potentially of Ficini, Wallbank, and even now Melissa Adrian is right on the back of these as well. So as we were saying before the rain started, Melissa Adrian qualified on pole position for this weekend. So first showing in junior Rotax, stuck it on pole position, and then really hasn't had the pace today to go with it. But now we've got these inclement conditions again, very similar to what would have happened in qualifying.
Yeah, towards the tail end of quali, yeah.
Yeah, so playing into Melissa Adrian.
Straighting up again though, Tom. We've gone from 43s to 41.9s, so I think the spots were few and far between, although it did play a fairly big part in the middle part of this race in stringing out this field.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what Mentier's got. She took 0.2 of a second out of Finley Watson on the previous lap. 2 laps to go, and the gap is 0.6, so it's going to have to go some now to get on the back of Finley Watson.
Last lap board will be out this time then, as Watson comes over the line. 0.6 the gap. Can Mentier close it in? Watson sets the fastest lap of the race, and then I think that was immediately eclipsed by Lizzie Mentier as the gap closed from 0.6 down to 4.
And that's, as we've said, David, that's very much slipstream territory. So she's going to have 2 corners to get a move done.
You get the
if she can get close enough.
That she might have needed one more here, because she might, as much as she may well toe up to Finley Watson round the final complex of corners and round South Bank, there's not going to be a chance for an overtaking opportunity.
And that's it. That is going to be it. It's going to be Finley Watson taking heat number 3. So 2 for Finley Watson, 1 for Lizzie Mentier as she crosses the line in second place, takes another 10th and a half out of Finley Watson there as they came across the line. And it is Ficini from Wallbank as well, 3rd and 4th, with Melissa Adrian taking 5th.
Watson with a second victory of the day to Mentier's 1 means that he will start the final from pole position with Mentier alongside on the outside.
But I think Melissa Adrian might still have that kart set up for the inclement weather, because maybe that's why she's been struggling a little bit
very,
today.
very well, obviously, in that one.
When the rain started coming down, and she went very well this morning in those inclement conditions. Inclement?
Correct. Either way.
One of those. So we're going to get Catherine Potter's kart recovered as well, as you would just see the recovery vehicle heading out onto circuit.
Yeah. Longest trip as well for it, isn't it? All the way back down there towards hairpin 3 and 4. But what it will do is it'll go down the back straight and cut across the grass, I'm sure, towards the kart that is waiting on the exit of hairpin 4.
That's the advantage of 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, as done as well, straight across the grass towards
good.
the kart down there. Next up, though, it'll be time after that kart is recovered for Minimax.
So pole position for your Mini-Max heat number 3 goes to Jared Fox-Whiteley with Lewis Goff in 2nd place, Addison Smith in 3rd, and Charlie Very in 4th. Benjamin Lee and Joseph Yao in 6th. Then it's Sam Robson, Zach Turner, James Philip Byrne and Ollie Poole rounding out your top 10. Row 6 headed by Finley Fishburne and Frankie Smedley in 12th. With William Robinson and Ben Adrian 13th and 14th.
Sorry, I was just getting an update on a retirement from a previous race as to what may have caused it.
No need to apologise, David.
Just doing some diligence.
For your journalistic skills. Going and doing some digging. That's
what
we like.
Well, I just popped out. I saw someone on the bank.
Different kind of digging for what you were doing earlier on when you were digging yourself a hole.
I was not digging myself a hole. You were putting me in a hole that I didn't know I'd dug.
You just carried on. Anyway, Fox Whiteley's taken 2 wins here today so far. Can he make it 3 going off pole position?
He's got a good chance, hasn't he? But
He
it's
has.
been so tight all season in Mini-Max between himself, Lewis Goff and Addison Smith. All 3 of them have taken victories. The only one that hasn't taken a final victory so far this season is Lewis Goff. He was well on his way to it, remember, when going out onto the he had an issue at the going out onto the final lap of one where the engine just didn't want to play ball with him at a round. He was having some real issues there where he was, led us off the line and then just the engine just decided it wasn't playing with us. So 3 rounds in, and Addison Smith comes into this round leading the championship from Jared Fox-Whiteley with a 16 points difference, but only 25 points splitting the top 3. 9 further back, you'll find Lewis Goff in the number 4. All 3 of them going off the top 3 berths. This one, though, Tom, has an extra variant, and that is the one of Charlie Very going off 4th place.
Oh, I see what you did there.
I'm smarter than the average commentator, mate.
Yeah, Charlie Very has been looking good all day, to be honest, working his way through the field. Hopefully he'll get himself a good berth for the final. And we'll see whether he can make much of a difference and inroad into the aforementioned Fox, Whiteley, Smith and Goff trio and become a 4th in that group in terms of taking victories.
Yep, Joseph Yao in 5th place for this one, not too far back with the blue helmet and the 26th of James Philip Byrne. Or Benjamin Lee, sorry, the 26th in front of Sam Robson. James Philip Byrne will have a white helmet, the 21 behind Zach Turner's 99 machine. And right off the back, Tom, will be Ben Adrian, looking to get through this field fairly quickly, back up to, normally he's around the 4th place mark in this Mini-Max class, but retired from heat number 2 down there on the South Bank corner. Fox Whiteley dictating the pace then, with Lewis Goff alongside.
Fairly decent pace as well, isn't it? We've seen them roll up a lot slower than this previously, and since they're all there, it can be dictated by Fox Whiteley, and they're about to go, and we do go green this time, and away we go, and it is Goff and Fox Whiteley holding position as they head into the National Loop. There's only going to be one winner there, and it is Fox Whiteley.
Goff was still around the outside for most of it, but then slotted in right at the end when he knew that he was clear of Addison Smith, Joseph Yao and Charlie Very, battle it out over 4th place, and then Fox Whiteley's wide at hairpin number 2. Goff is through down the inside. Smith as well could progress into 2nd, but then Fox Whiteley has more of a run as they're all still slightly sideways. I think it's still a little bit slippy down there, Tom, at the South Bank corner. We had that rain earlier on. I don't think it's anywhere near wet weather territory, but I think it's still a little bit slippy as James Philip Byrne and Sam Robson go side by side.
Look like cold tyres for Fox Whiteley in hairpin 2.
They've had 2 rolling up laps, haven't they? But one thing I did notice was that Goff and Smith were working them tyres considerably more than what Fox Whiteley was on the outlap. Maybe Fox Whiteley preserving them for the end of the race rather than putting too much heat in them to them early on.
Absolutely. Well, the end of the race is obviously where you get the points. Not right at the start, but it's all about whether Goff can now pull away and use that what seemed like initial tyre heat advantage to good work and pull out enough of a gap on Fox Whiteley to secure the victory.
Radiator flat up early from Fox Whiteley and for Smith behind as well.
I've seen people doing it over the start-finish line. It must
Yeah.
be quite warm and humid out there. Temperatures coming up quickly in these radiators and these water-cooled Rotax engines.
I mean, for me here, Tom, second place for Fox Whiteley will put him on pole for the final after those 2 victories. So really doesn't need to be to do too much.
Doesn't need to.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. I mean, he will do because
Need
they're
being
racing.
the opposite word,
They're
yeah.
youthful, exuberant
They don't
racing
know that.
drivers.
They don't know that. Whether he doesn't know that he only needs second place. He probably does, but
Wide
it's not
again, though.
it's not in his thoughts
No,
now.
wide again there though in 3 from Fox Whiteley in the mid corner. You know, as soon as he puts the power down, he's sort of sliding wide. So still maybe looking to get them tyres up to temperature. And Charlie Very on the opening lap had got himself involved with Joseph Yao, and now he's managed to shake Yao off, has started to close back in on this gap, on this battle for the lead, which currently has Goff, Fox Whiteley and Smith, with Very in 4, Yao, and then Benjamin Lee, the top 6. Sam Robson is in 7th place with Zach Turner and Ben Adrian. And I think Turner knows that Adrian's got a bit more pace and has waved him through down the back straight and will now try and use him to try and close up on those in front.
Yeah, it looks like Fox Whiteley's pace is now starting to come to him a bit as that gap has come down to Lewis Goff, but Addison Smith and Charlie Very still right there as these front 4 go at it once again. Slight gap then back to Yao and Lee, and then another gap again to Robson and Adrian, Zach Turner and James Philip Byrne bringing up the top 10. In fact, Zach Turner has got a mechanical defect flag gone out as Charlie Very moves on the inside of Addison Smith and takes 3rd place away eventually. It took him the entire length of South Bank to get it done, but get it done indeed he did.
Yeah, I was going to play Spot the Problem, but I found it already for Zach Turner. Rear bumper hanging off. The right, as always here at Teesside, the right rear fixing, not fixed in for Zach Turner, and the mechanical flag will see the 99 kart brought back into pit lane and almost certainly into retirement unless somebody can plug that up and get it back out very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's the right-hand end that's dragging on the floor at the moment. So well picked up by the marshals to see that and get that flag out so quickly. Addison Smith being dropped a bit here, David, in 4th place. The front 3 starting to move away, and Charlie Very looking very racy on the back of Jared Fox Whiteley.
Yeah, Fox Whiteley right on the back as well of Lewis Goff, having dropped off at almost to half a second at least.
He's still going round, is Zach Turner.
Yeah, that's twice now we've seen that mechanical flag.
He's right at the front of that group of 4 as well, so he should be able to see it fairly easily. Goff taking a wide entry in there into South Bank. Slightly different line to Fox Whiteley and Very, but certainly hasn't hindered him at all in terms of gap. In fact, it helped him a little bit, and then Fox Whiteley close it back up through the hairpins. And in fact, we've seen this quite a lot, haven't we, David? It seems like Goff has got...
Oh, there's a big off, Tom, down there at hairpin 4. I think James Philip Byrne is one of them. We've got another driver off through the tyres. Jack Turner's still continuing on, Tom, with that rear bumper hanging off. But he's got to be half a lap away from a black flag here. He's had 2 mechanicals and he's still continuing with that rear bumper hanging off. You can only defy the mechanical flag so many times.
It's Frankie Smedley.
Yeah, in the 73 that's off in the tyres. That car, I think there was 2 of them there involved in that as they both went across the grass. The tyre ball being rebuilt. Waved yellows out down there, so no overtaking down at hairpins 3 and 4. Because even though the incident is at 4, the waved yellow is out at post 3, Tom. And that means that there's no overtaking opportunities at all.
Yeah, so that's going to be line astern here for Oh, hang on. What have we got here? Oh, we have got a black flag out now for Zach Turner in the 99. They've got the 101 of William Robinson who's just coming into the pits as well.
I think he might have been involved in that incident down there earlier on, Tom.
And we've got a black flag now for Zach Turner for ignoring or not seeing or not paying attention to the digi flag and the flag that was out by the marshals.
Yep, so it's almost like they've shook the meatball off that, but it is definitely a different coloured flag. So we will have seen it this time as he's come over. It's on the digi flag and on a pit board with the number adorned to it as well as they cross the start-finish line. He is currently in a battle with the 94 of Ollie Poole.
I'm keeping an eye on these front three now with just over a minute to go. In this heat 3 of Minimax, it is still Goff from Fox Whiteley from Vary.
They could get 3 in here, Tom. 50 seconds they will do, actually. It's only a 42-second lap or so.
Yeah.
So they're going to get 3 more laps in here. Goff, though, since he got through at hairpin 2 on the opening lap, has held off Jared Fox Whiteley and Charlie Vary. Although when I say held off, none of them have really made a move to try and overtake Goff. There's a bit of an incident between Benjamin Lee and Joseph Yao in their battle for 5th place. Smith is a lonely 4th at the moment, dropping a few tenths per lap off the back down to now being 2.7. This one, Tom, I think has got the potential to heat right up as Benjamin Lee gets a contact warning to heat right up at the towards the end of this race. 2 laps remaining then in this Minimax 3rd heat.
So the question is, has Fox Whiteley just been keeping his powder dry, or is he in a case of this is as fast as he can possibly go? If that's the case, that he is keeping his powder dry, of course he's leaving himself open to attack from Charlie Vary as well.
Zach Turner comes off into the pit lane and the clerk of the course has walked down there, Tom, so I think he's going to have a very, very uncomfortable meeting with him sooner than he anticipated.
Well, what I would say is at least he saw the black flag anyways. Fox Whiteley now moves into the lead on Lewis Goff. So there was your answer. He was keeping his powder dry. Last lap board is out, so it's not going to be 3 laps. It's going to be 2 laps to go. Last lap board is out. Or 2 laps previously.
Well, it was 3 laps when I said 3 laps, and now Goff is back through on Jared Fox Whiteley round the national loop.
Let's just focus on the racing.
Personal best for Sam Robson as Goff then retakes the lead round the national loop corner. Fox Whiteley into the slipstream behind. Goff looks to the side, looks back. Then right at the last minute, Fox Whiteley pops out. Not enough to go down the inside there. Second place, remember, for Fox Whiteley is going to be enough for the pole position start. Will he put one down the inside of Goff into the final corner? He doesn't. And Lewis Goff in the 4, unless anybody can do anything back there. Still chopping and changing. Vary could try and take advantage, but it's Goff from Fox Whiteley and Charlie Vary, the top 3. So Fox Whiteley will start from pole position in the final with Goff alongside. And I think there's going to be Smith in 3rd place. Benjamin Lee completes the top 5 with Joseph Yao, Ben Adrian, Sam Robson, Ollie Poole and Finlay Fishburn. Your top 10.
So 2 wins for Fox Whiteley, 1 win for Lewis Goff, and we've seen this change up throughout the season as well, with Smith as well getting involved, and it's nice to see another variance in there, as you said earlier on, David, with Charlie Vary getting involved. And we will move on very swiftly to Senior Rotax.
Kieran Savage will start heat number 3 from pole position with Roger Cheek alongside. Andy Ambrose and Arthur Lowthian on row 2. Andy Collinson and Paul Janes on row number 3. Then it's going to be Shane Collinson, but he's been absent, so expect a slight move around further down with Emma Brown in 8th. Chris Stokes and Ashley Savage completing the top 10. Martin Fisher, Paul Swan and Sophie Stevenson. your 13 runners. Certainly it's classified, but we have only had 12 out there on track in senior Rotax thus far. 2 more races then for the, we'll call it the morning, but we're halfway through the afternoon. And then we're going to have a 20-minute break before we head towards our finals here for today. Then we'll be back again from around 9:30 tomorrow morning. So click on the stream link. What I'll do is I'm going to try and find the stream link for tomorrow. And then what I'll do is I'll put that into the live chat comments. And what you can do then is click onto that later on. And you'll be able to see, be able to press the bell icon. You'll be able to stay notified then of when we go live tomorrow morning for the commencement of round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series.
Looking forward to this one. Sorry, I was on mute for a moment then. With the senior Rotax with this mixed up grid. So we've got previous heat winner Ashley Savage going off towards the back, and Paul Swan, who finished that heat in second place, is also going off very much towards the rear. Andy Collinson, who won heat number 1, starting in and around the midfield. So this is going to be a bit of a mixed up grid and mixed up fortunes for senior Rotax. Have we had any word from Mr. Kell? Is he actually going to come and do a round this season? Do we know?
Well, most of them clash with the Northern Saloon Car Championship.
Okay.
He will be here next weekend. He's racing in the A66 owner car with Andy Bayliss, Paul Rye and Paul Swan.
Well, we might see if we can drag him into the commentary box for a 5-minute chat as well.
Well, because he's just completed his degree, I think, in engineering.
And here we go for heat 3 of senior Rotax. Very, very slow roll up to the acceleration line, but they do get going eventually. I think it might have held up a couple there as well, but already moving through. We've got Collinson and Ambrose moving through already and starting to move away at the front of this field. Certainly Collinson. That is, and Andy Ambrose. Sorry, Collinson. That's Collinson.
Oh, and there's contact there as well between Collinson as he came back onto line and Ashley Savage.
Collinson had a big nose impact. Here we go.
Down the back straight they go then on this one, and that's Kieran Savage on the outside and Andy Collinson on the inside. And
here we go.
Take 2. Savage on the outside, then Collinson on the inside came in late and then almost went straight on. And then when he tried to turn back in, found Ashley Savage where he wanted to be. So and the Cosmic got absolutely just
savaged.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the rubber just went and wiped itself straight down the side of the side pod.
And over the nose cone as well. Yeah, so that's dropped Andy Collinson back down to the rear of the field where he found himself in heat 2. We're looking at Paul Swan making his way through with Ashley Savage as well. So Swan and Savage are now going to come across the line in 3rd and 4th. So Savage coming from the and Swan both coming from the rear of the field already up to 3rd and 4th. The 165s and the 177 class have pretty much sorted themselves out, with the exception of Andy Collinson, who has obviously had those issues on the opening lap, but is already back up to 9th place, 7.9 seconds off the lead. We're looking at the 59 of Martin Fisher passing Emma Brown for 2nd place in 177. So as usual, we have 2 classes here running within the one race, the regular senior Rotax class and then the 177 sort of heavy-weighted class. An extra 12 kilos on top of those carts. And they are your green numbers on the left-hand side. Headed at the moment by Chris Stokes, who's hounding and in fact now passing Arthur Lowthian.
Yeah, Lowthian in the slipstream of Chris Stokes will find Martin Fisher where he wants to be, although both Stokes and Fisher are in a different class in terms of their weight category. That's why they've shown with the green backgrounds down the left side, so Loudian doesn't really need to get too involved with them. He's got some other 162 runners to play with later on. Andy Collinson starting to come back through the field up into 9th place, but he's now still 2.2 seconds off the back of Emma Brown. Half race distance, Tom, when they come over the line next time.
Yep, 6 laps to go. Andy Ambrose leading very comfortably here by 2.3 seconds. Ashley Savage now fairly comfortable in 4th place, but has Andy Ambrose for company. Arthur Loudian we're looking at on screen defending from Emma Brown in the different class, but Kieran Savage and Emma Brown both putting in personal bests on that lap. Kieran Savage moving to 2.7 seconds now behind Andy Ambrose, but it's still a fairly long way, even with 5 laps to go. I'm not sure that's going to be possible. Andy Collinson is starting to appear in the background of the shot here onto the back of Emma Brown. Well, he's moving onto the back of Emma Brown with Arthur Loudian defending as well, and somewhat holding up Emma Brown here in this 177 class. She's holding 3rd place in class. Andy Ambrose setting the fastest lap of the race. Here comes Andy Collinson. He's already now right onto the tail of Emma Brown and will probably be moving through fairly quickly. Unless there's some damage. Definitely got a pace advantage over these 2 or 3 in front, has Andy Collinson. Tries to tuck in as Emma Brown finally makes her way past Arthur Loudian, and that allows Andy Collinson through as well. It's a good move from both Brown and Collinson to move through and take that place from Arthur Loudian. Gap at the front is going out as Andy Collinson now dives up the inside of Emma Brown, who's not too happy with the robustness of that move. It all looked fairly clean. There was no contact, but I think it was the fact that Emma Brown had to pretty much dive out the way of Andy Collinson's dive bomb into hairpin 4. Got the move done. But yeah, gap at the front is now 4.2 seconds. So Andy Ambrose absolutely flying at the front of this race. 4.2 seconds clear with only 3 laps to go.
I'm back from my mid-race comfort break.
Good. Enjoyed?
Yes, very well.
Feel better for that?
Yeah.
Good.
Necessary.
Andy Ambrose again, another fastest lap of the race at 41.8. So still a fair way off lap record pace, the best part of a second off lap record pace here, but still flying at the front of this race and moving well clear of Kieran Savage. Again now out to 4.5 seconds. Martin Fisher leading your 177 class by over a second from Chris Stoves now. With Andy Collinson onto the back of Chris Stoves, and in fact possibly already through.
Yeah, down the back straight.
And is through.
You can see they're the same carts, the same power, but that extra 15 kilos in terms of the weight limit that Chris Stoves has got, Collinson at the end of the straight was just able to pull away. And that moves him then up into 6th place. Stoves remains second in the Rotax 177. Yellow flag is out as Paul Janes, I think, takes a trip across the grass, and then he will then run all the way around the outside and just let everybody else through. So he's had a slight mishap. Now sees him down in 10th place still.
Oh, Andy Ambrose really hanging it out as he went through South Bank there for the final time. Big power slide as he went round there, round that long right-hander. He comes out of hairpin 4. Very, very comfortable win here for Andy Ambrose as he takes heat number 3. Senior Rotax. And that's a win for Andy Collinson, a win for Ashley Savage, and a win for Andy Ambrose. So all of the A's winning today in Senior Rotax, taking a heat anyway.
Collinson gets past Fisher on the final lap, so classification. Andy Ambrose taking the victory with Kieran Savage and Ashley Savage completing the top 3, with Paul Swan and Andy Collinson completing the top 4. Andy Ambrose, what a story so far today though. His record, retirement, win.
Well, all we need now is Arthur Loudian to win the final, and we'd have all 4 names beginning with A in this Rotax class would have won a race today. There's a stat for you.
Good stat. I like it. You're a big fan of it. The problem you've got is that I don't have another set of notes for tomorrow, so you're going to have to cross your W's out.
No,
and maybe write them on the other side.
That's all right. I'll keep them in.
Just thought I'd let you know.
I can do them in blue instead of black.
Good shout. That's why they pay you the big money.
I wish. Right. That brings to an end heat number 3 for senior Rotax, as Andy Collinson is not particularly happy with that result coming over the weighbridge. But heat number 3 for senior Rotax done and dusted. Our final heat of the day is going to be senior Pro Karts before we move into our finals. So senior Pro Kart heat 3 coming up next.
Final race before our lunch break is out from the dummy grid holding area, and it will be Jake Richardson in the 133 machine leading us round, with Simon Dougherty alongside Josh Folkers and Josh Eden on the second row, Scott Tate and Connor Jupp on row number 3. 7th will be Harry Nottage with Callum Booth alongside Lennon French and Philip Sadegi complete the top 10 with Andrew Worley and Jonathan Allen on row number 6. Row 7 we'll see Dan Tate and Thomas Braid with Gareth Plackett and Mark Tate row 8, Brandon Truman Reddish and Jess Alexander, the Heat 2 winner, on row 9, Joe Burrell and Caitlin Frame. Completing the top 20 with Thomas Hewland and Steve Nichols 21st and 22nd respectively. Jack Morris and Jack Hewland are on row number 12. Row 13 has Henry Bowd and Jordan Cranston, Harry Roddis and Scott Blackburn on row 14 with Alec Bowd and Paul Rye completing your 30 Senior Pro Kart grid here at Teesside Autodrome. There's your pole sitter, Jake Richardson. He'll be in the same numbered kart next weekend here at Teesside Autodrome for the British 24-hour race, which will be live across multiple platforms on the Alpha Live network and on Facebook as well. The Teesside Karting page, the 24-hour page as well. We'll be back here from 11:30 next Saturday morning, and we'll be taking you through all 24 hours, twice round the clock, to Sunday at midday, and then the post-race as well here on the Alpha Live channel. 37 Pro Karts along with 60 hires and over 450 drivers. There'll be myself and Tom Butterworth on comms. We'll be joined as well by the Double Dash Motorsport Media duo of Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell to take you through the all of what, for me, Tom, is the best weekend of the year in terms of the Alpha Live. Harry Nottage, Tom, getting himself comfortable there in the number 10. Foot up on the steering wheel.
That's the Alonso style. All he needs is a deck chair, doesn't he?
I'll give him 20.
Oh, he's even giving us a foot wave. Look.
I'll give him 20 if he does the opening lap with it.
It's going to be quite difficult with his foot up there, isn't it? That's his throttle pedal. To do it with a stick. Yes, would be interesting. Yeah, so looking forward to this one as well. Oh, obviously, all action here in Senior Pro Kart. There is no other way to describe it, as we've got our last few runners starting to make their way into position. We've got a couple of gaps in the on the grid as well.
It could be one or two missing, Tom. Drivers that maybe have a problem there. Gap is going to be left clear. Nonetheless, green flag in hand from the start line. Marshall at the back, the thumbs up. We're about to go. We are away and racing. It's a good start from Simon Dougherty. Josh Folkers with a dire start, Tom, just bogged down. And Scott Tate swept round the outside from 4th place. Folkers then down into 4th. Tate up into 3rd. Simon Dougherty follows Jake Richardson, and then there's a move down the inside by the 35 of Connor Jupp up into 5th place.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this Tate Folkers.
Oh, yellow's out, Tom. We've got Joe Burrell round. We've got Andrew Worley taking evasive action and Jonathan Allen, and then at hairpin 2, pretty much the rest of the field facing the wrong way as well, from 20th all the way down to 30th. Steve Nichols is one involved there as well, one of the Hewlands in the 171 and the number 8. So both Thomas
Andrew Worley was
and
involved
Jack are involved in there as well.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to this Tate, Focus and Jupp fight, but we've lost Jupp somewhere. He's dropped down about 5 or 6 places.
Yes, he has. Behind Simon Dougherty, down in 8th place in front of Harry Nottage and Dan Tate.
Yeah, Lennon French is up there as well now in, I think it's in 6th place. Yeah, 6th place as he came across the line. So that's rather spoiled that. I was really looking forward to that one. It was going to be a Team Tate sandwich for Focus for a little while. Not quite sure what happened between them there. We were trying to figure out what happened at hairpin 2 and who was involved. There goes Jupp up the inside now of Simon Doughty and gives his nose kind of a little pull along.
For the lead there was Scott Tate, dives down the inside of Jake Richardson, and Josh Focus is coming through as well. Richardson's not going to give that one up, but he's not going to have much choice as he's run out onto the rumble strip and he has to slot back into 3rd place. Callum Booth up into 4th in front of Josh Eden, Lennon French, Connor Jupp, Daniel Tate, Harry Nottage, Simon Dougherty sticking around there in 10th place, and his daughter's been on as well, wishing him good luck via the Facebook live chat.
Where did Jess Alexander start?
Not 11th, it was a lot
Way
further
down.
back than that, but Focus, I think she was 20th. Focus threw it down the inside, then out wide onto the rumble strip, and that's going to allow Scott Tate to come back through. Now they can chop and change like that, Tom, because they've got 2 seconds almost back to 4th place.
Yeah, and
Richardson
Jake Richardson
with.
just needs to just sit there, doesn't he, and let these two pull him along as much as
Yeah,
possible.
now what I would say, I thought Jake Richardson raced in club with the red background, and he certainly has earlier in the season, but now he's showing as blue background in pro. Have to get that one confirmed, because obviously when we're dishing the trophies out at some point, we have subclasses and they all get a 1, 2 and 3, but I thought Jake Richardson was club, and he's showing with a blue background on, which denotes our elite runners.
Well, he's definitely got a red background on the kart at the moment, but whether that's needed to be changed as well, not sure. Obviously, there is potential for class changes throughout the year as well as in our cadet class as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the one, isn't it? Certainly in the cadet classes, certainly as drivers become more experienced, there is that thing where they could be forced to move up mid-season if they're showing to be at more of a pro level pace. We've got a warning flag out for Josh Eden.
Yeah.
Although I think that's been shown over start finish, not over on the overhead gantry.
Missed on screen, but Focus has taken the lead from Tate now.
Yeah. And Callum Booth, Tom, appears to be closing in. There he is in 4th place, the solitary car in the 13, closing right in behind them. Connor Jupp has come back through the melee that was behind him, and he's currently in 5th place as Josh Focus there
almost
flicked up some dust on the outside, running way out.
Yeah, Callum Booth is right there now with these front 4, using that slipstream very, very well, and is. Oh, there we go.
Harry Nottage picks up a contact warning.
Just
see where he is. He's in the. Oh, he's 9th, isn't he? Coming over the line there, 2nd in the club class. Background change mid-race.
Oh, there we go for Jake Richardson.
Yeah, absolutely superb admin. Getting that amended mid-race allows Richardson to rightfully be shown as the leading club runner.
So we've got a front 4 and then a second group of 4. Now, so that is headed by Dan Tate. Then you've got Connor Jupp, Jess Alexander and Lennon French, and even Harry Nottage is almost there as well to make it a 5-kart train. Gareth Plackett picking up a contact warning as well. Gareth down in 22nd place. And picking up that warning as Scott Tate looking around the outside of Josh Focus. That was never going to be on, but I think it was just trying to carry the speed and not push Focus, just push the nose wide, as we've got on the digiboard that contact warning for Gareth Plackett. And in fact, we've had a change, have we, for 2nd place? No, Jake Richardson had a look up the inside. Focus went very defensive and almost backed Tate into Richardson.
Very defensive, very early, isn't it?
It was, and as I say,
3.5 laps remaining, and Focus already feeling the need to defend off Scott Tate. The issue they've got, even though it's only 2 seconds back, Connor Jupp could really feasibly close in on the back.
It's not going to be 2 seconds now, is it?
No, it's not, and he's got Dan Tate and Jess Alexander to push him along as well.
Yeah, they're definitely
Lennon
going
French
to
is
bridge the
sticking
gap.
with Harry Nottage as well. We could have a 9-kart train for the lead here, Tom, if things start getting, if drivers start getting backed up towards the end of this race. And Volkers is slow out of hairpin 1. Tate's alongside him.
That's exactly what he did on the previous lap. He's just backing them up into Connor Jupp. I think it's kind of a defensive tactic in that he's trying to...
Oh, Callum Booth down the inside of Jake Richardson. Richardson turned in and Booth was already there. Great overtake there for me for Callum Booth down the inside. The 13 machine absolutely on rails in this one as he closes right up onto the back straight away of Scott Tate. And I think when they come over, Tom, the gap from Tate I think is going to be almost sub a second as Alexander's found a way past Dan Tate. Jupp, like I say, with it down to under the second mark.
I think what happened was Focus was trying to essentially back them all up and get them to start fighting amongst each other and then break away. What happened was down the back straight,
Jupp through on Richardson. Sorry, Tom.
Well, Scott Tate sort of gave Focus the finger point to say, look, let's not do this. Let's just break away the pair of us at the front. And since then, they've got their head down as they go three wide into South Bank corner.
Alexander's going to get hung out here, but she's going to try and whip it all the way around the outside. And Dan Tate, she'd only lost one at one point. She was right behind Lennon French, and she's going to try and go straight line it down the inside of Dan Tate. Dan Tate, now it's split off, but what it has done is brought Connor Jupp into this mix at the front. Final laps out, though, don't think he's going to be close enough. It's going to be a straight fight between Josh Volkers and Scott Tate at the head of the pack.
And Jake Richardson, after holding third place so well through this race so far, has now dropped down into 7th place with that fighting that's been going on.
Got backed into it, didn't he, as part of that, as part of the tactics employed by Josh Volkers in his quest, really, with Scott Tate.
Half a lap to go, and Volkers looking behind him more than he's looking forward as they head down the back straight, trying to figure out where Tate is. And it's not going to be close enough, I don't think, as they head through hairpin 4. No, it's not. Scott Tate is going to get a run, but it's not going to be enough. It is going to be Volkers taking the win here in heat number 3. So it's Volkers from Tate, from Booth. Connor Jupp setting the fastest lap on the final lap of the race to take 4th. Dan Tate in 5th, Jess Alexander in 6th. Then it's Jake Richardson, Lennon French, Harry Nottage and Thomas Braid rounding out your top 10. So we've got 3 of Team Tate into the top 5 as well in that heat at the end of it.
All coming through. Scott Blackburn, our leading novice runner, in 17th place in the number 11 kart. There's Josh Volkers and Scott Tate have a little fist pump moment down the back straight. Volkers making his way round, not only to race victory, but I'm almost certain that's going to be enough with 2 heat victories and a fairly good showing from his back of the pack berth as well to secure pole position for the final. So as our senior pro karters make our way off and head down towards Parc Ferme and to go over the weigh scale, we're going to have around about a 20-minute break before we return, so don't go too far away. Just after Harper's 3, we will be back for our finals here at Teesside Autodrome. 8 podiums up for grabs here at round number 4. We'll start our paddock walk, probably the furthest we've ever been. We're way down on the west track, which we'll be using next week for the British 24. 2 drivers that will be taking part in that and taking part in our sprints. Mark Tate, Scott Tate. We'll start with Mark, who's just having a bit of a play around and working on some stuff. The stuff you're doing now, Mark, is this for tomorrow's race day, or are you sort of doing a bit for practicing for the 24 as well?
It's been both, really, to be fair. Just trying different motors to see what's going to be good for tomorrow. And we'll see how it goes.
So have you pretty much made a change every session today just to see how it goes, or have you just...
Yeah, it was a bit wet this morning, so taking it on with the chassis as I normally do. But yeah, it's been good. Very good.
New chassis as well. How are you finding that?
Very good. Very good.
Wonderful. I'll go and speak to one at Lads.
Yeah, yeah. Adam's done a good job.
Has he really? We'll have a quick chat with Scott while he's down here. I don't want to take too much time, but you've got a session in about 40 minutes, but you've been out having some practice as well. Are you sort of just gearing everything up for this weekend, or is there one eye on the 24 next weekend?
Just for this weekend, really, then concentrate next weekend for the 24.
So, I mean, you're fairly local, so I assume you're going home, whereas I know people that are here for 11 days. So
we're back and forward, are we?
When are you back for practice for that?
Wednesday.
Wonderful. Are you confident you've got a good lineup? I know who's in the team.
Aye.
This is a solid lineup.
Aye, should be good. Fast drivers.
Wonderful. Well, all the best for this weekend, and we'll obviously catch you next weekend as well. Right, let's get walking. My camera guy's about to get flattened by this 4x4, bringing somebody in, because we are practicing today with 2 race days as well. Nigel, let's have a quick chat with yourself. Obviously, you're on spanner duty. Have you officially retired from driving?
Looks that way.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
You can turn a wheel still.
Oh yeah, no, every now and then.
Your lad's going very well though. He's up there in the on the Pro Kart Club. He's doing well in
he's
BPEC
doing alright
as
this
well.
year. Yeah, BPEC's better around for him though. He enjoys the BPEC's better than this.
Still handy at the sprints, isn't he? It's very,
definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost. We've seen this year that the race starts, there's that much action, and before you know, the checkers out.
It is, yeah. He's not keen on it, but he'll get used to it.
So, how's he find it? Has it brought him on? Is he a fan of the mixed grids, or does he prefer quali?
He prefers qualifying.
Oh, that's a shame, because he's got mixed grids for 2 days this week.
Exactly, yeah. But no, he's looking forward to the 24.
Wonderful.
So, good.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. Thank you very much, Nigel. Let's have another walk down. We'll see if we can catch anybody down here. There's 1 or 2 that are getting some practice in. They're out. They're cadets. They're out at the moment having their thing. Let's have a. I'll get to this guy because he's under a cart. So you stay down there. Stay down there and fix that. You fix it. I'll just put the microphone down there while you're working. What are we doing to it?
Just change tension.
So obviously it's open gearing in Senior Pro. Have you any of that, or are you comfortable with your setup?
I stick to 65. Yeah, pretty comfortable. With that.
It's there or thereabouts, and
This is a new to me kart today, so I'm just sort of playing around with it.
So this is an MS. Have you been on an MS all the time, or is this the first time you've pulled one out?
I had a 2015 MS. That's my old one there, 2018, and this is 2019. So I've been through 3 different just trying things. So yeah.
Just one of you racing tomorrow, or both?
Just me.
I was thinking
he's getting quicker though. He's ready for racing.
If not, you're gonna have to break some more numbers out. You can't run 11.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, good point.
So, well, let's have a chat with him anyway. Rumour has it you're going quicker.
Am I? Right, yeah. I am going quicker. This kart's made quite a difference, to be honest. It's the first time I've tried one with a closed back, and yeah, I mean, he's set it up well, so I just jumped in it and see what happens with it. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's good.
So you're just practicing today, but we can expect to see you on the grid when the season resumes in September?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm getting on a bit now. I don't bounce as much.
Yeah, but we've got a 40s class, so in a few more years you can enter that.
Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, I've always liked you. Yeah, that's good. That.
Wonderful. Well, that's 1 fan I've gained here at Teesside, which is 1 more than I've had for most of the season. We'll have a quick wander down. This is Christian Oblak's car. I don't know where he is. He's in the van. I'll just surprise him. Christian, welcome to the Paddock Walk. How are you?
I'm great.
Good. What are you eating?
Maltesers, do you want some?
Absolutely. I'll grab a few of them. Cheers, mate. Do you want Darren?
I'm good.
How you doing? There you go. Fantastic. Well, I've got a total 2 Maltesers in my chops. How's the kart going?
It's not going too well, I'll be honest.
No.
I'm going quite slow today. It's not. I think it's mainly the old tyres, but hopefully race day. It's going to rain either way, so.
But juniors, obviously, on a practice day, you go out with the seniors, and it's often very difficult to see who's the junior and who's the senior, because you're carrying 20 kilos less, but you've got cadet and spec engines on rather than, it's just like about 3 tenths. But what's it like when you're going out there, mixing it with the best part of 30 karts? And obviously on race day, it's around about 12 in the class, but on the practice day, when you're out there with a big grass, what's it like?
It's actually good fun, Yeah, it's not really intense, but it's good fun just practicing, because you can learn a lot. It's also just really fun just going out with such a massive grid compared to ours, which is like 12.
Where do you normally go? Do you try and get it at the front or off the back, or just?
'Cause you always want to learn from the front ones. You always go at the front just to, because all the fast ones go past you and you can just learn whatever you need.
That's the thing for me. I say it's about, you see a lot of the cadet drivers, they come through and they always they clamour to go at the back. It's like, even if it's like only your second session, get at the front and get overtaken, but learn from getting overtaken.
Yeah. It also helps just finding out where they overtake you, where you can start defending, how to make your car as wide as possible, so like that.
Wonderful. Christian, thank you very much. All the best in Junior Pro tomorrow. We've got a birthday over here, so we might as well talk to him. Dan, why have you not got your kit on? You not been out?
No, not today. Caitlin's borrowing my car.
You out tomorrow?
No, Caitlin's got it for the weekend.
For the weekend?
Yeah.
Are we into kart rentals now?
No,
Is it going right?
No, she never had one, so I just let her borrow mine. So
wonderful. Are we stickering over the name, or are we?
I think we'll carry the name.
Or are we just going to add kart rentals to the end of it?
Good idea.
Well, I can't believe you're not racing on your birthday. It's a poor show.
Yeah.
Or did you not want to ruin it?
Nah. My intention was not to race this weekend anyway, so because I've had various things to do at home and everything's been quite busy. So
is Caitlin treating it gently, or is?
She can batter it. I don't care.
Oh,
yeah.
So
I'm not bothered. I don't bother what she does with it.
That's it. Free rein, Gordon, for her. Free rein.
Yep.
Wonderful. Dan, thank you very much. We'll head back that way and see who else we can have a chat to. I might stop here actually and just commentate on Minimax for a short while, because there's a big curb there that I don't want Darren to trip over as we leave what is the 24-hour track and head into this little bit of cut through on the west track down onto the part we use. In fact, I'm going to speak to this man. He's not racing this weekend, but he will be next weekend. Yeah. Seb, how's things?
Yeah, not bad. Keeping myself busy, but car's looking good.
So you're looking after some karts this weekend.
Yeah.
What have you learned?
Oh, many things. Been up at the workshop since Monday, and we've got a couple new prototype chassis out today. 2 of them running out here, and I think you've probably just seen a couple of them down with the Tates, but it's looking good for now.
So, which one are you in next week? Not that one.
No.
Is yours unused? Are you getting box fresh?
Not quite. We've got a fresh chassis that we haven't used before, but in the trailer over there are a pile of karts that have all been prepped for the 24, and then we'll only have to do a little bit to get these ones ready.
So next weekend out of that awning, we're in double figures, aren't we? It must be
10 karts.
10 karts, so plenty of work to do. But you'll be able to trade the spanners in for a steering wheel and a helmet next weekend, yeah?
Definitely. Was it Thursday testing starts? Straight out. Definitely.
Wonderful. Seb, thank you very much. Let's get going again. I want to have a quick chat down here, if he's good to go, to the driver in this 73. He's just took his lid off, which is handy because I want to have a chat with him. How are you, young man?
Good.
Good. Talk to me about your engine, because it's the first time you've had one that's been powered by petrol, I believe.
Yeah.
You've come out of the Rob Smedley Total Karting Zero, the electric series. How are you finding it adapting to the petrol engines?
Good.
Good, you're enjoying it. Have you been to Teesside before?
No.
What are you finding the track out like?
Good.
Good. What's your favourite bit? I know which you're going to say because everybody says the same bit. Which is your favourite bit? This bit here. Everyone says South Bank.
Yeah, that's it.
Everyone says South Bank, and then I get annoyed because I think it's boring. I like the D chicane. I think it's a real challenge to get right. Thoughts? Mastered it already, honey. Don't need to speak to him anymore. Mastered it. So that's Archie Loveridge, Cadet Club, pole position tomorrow because he's mastered the D chicane already. We'll have a walk down. I think we've probably got around about 5 more minutes, I think. Let's have a quick browse. Got some all parents for Bambinos in there. Well, we'll just find the next available driver. Here's an available driver. Joshushka, how are we?
Good.
Good. You've just been out for a practice session. How's it going today? We've had some rain this morning. How's the track at the moment?
It's all right.
Good. You're in Cadet Club. You've had a pole position already this season. So are you confident of being towards the shot? Big grid tomorrow though as well, 26.
Yeah.
We can qualify top 10, top 5 maybe?
Hoping for top 3.
Top 3. I love the confidence. So big grid. Who do you think's the biggest challenges in that Cadet Club class?
Probably Sebastian Benson.
He is quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Josh, all the very best for qualifying, which normally is in the afternoon of the practice day. However, because it's a double header, we'll be going to have quali tomorrow morning on Saturday, which will be the day you're watching this paddock walk, and we'll also have it on Sunday morning as well. So we're going to have 2 qualifying sessions for the race day. They'll do both days. The right picnic set up here. I'm coming in. I don't care. Who are we supporting?
Melissa Adrian and Ben Adrian.
Oh, you're keeping the spot free. They're normally here, won't they?
That's it.
Are they still at school? Or are they just on holiday?
Last day at school today, and there was prizes and medals going out.
So you've come.
Didn't want to miss it.
So you've come down, thought we'll keep the paddock space, and we've got a right side. We've got a kettle on down here. We've got the picnic. We've got the picnic basket. What's in the picnic basket?
Well, it's empty. It's all the
oh, look at that.
pot noodles and lots.
They'll be coming to nothing because you've tucked in. Wonderful. Well, we'll see Ben and Melissa tomorrow. They'll be pitched up here. Come in. I've spoken to you twice now. You love it, don't you? Let's just keep walking. Nice. So, how are you? We'll walk down. We'll just start walking. We'll turn this into your paddock walk.
Okay.
You interview me.
How are you?
I'm fantastic, thank you. I've got my own. I don't know why I'm sticking my head down there. That one's yours now.
What time have you done?
Today?
Yeah.
Well, I've walked from the Torrent of the West track to here in a brisk 16 minutes.
Wow, that is quite quick.
Yeah. I've got a cracking idea as well. Yeah? From here up to where that red car is, we'll have a running race now. Ready? No? 3, 2, 1, go. Mugged him right off. Here we go. Let's carry on. Always wanted to do that on a paddock walk. We just thought it'd be a bit of a laugh. So he's gone that way. We might have a chance to have a chat with one more driver if we can find them down here. And I think for tomorrow's paddock walk, we might start down the other end and then walk back up, depending on who we can have a chat to. We've got 3. We'll do all 3 of them here. We've got 2 Bambinos and 1 Cadet. We'll go that way. Buddy, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Chloe, how are you?
Good.
Drew, how are you? He's good as well. Wonderful. Buddy, how's practice going? You're not in your race suit. Are you done for the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, it's later than I thought. We are done for the day, aren't we? Everyone's had their last session. So how's practice gone for you today?
Good.
Good. Wonderful. Chloe, we'll not ask you about the racing. We'll ask you about what's coming up in a few weeks' time. You're about to get yourself a little brother.
Yeah.
You looking forward to it?
Yeah.
Now, I was speaking to your dad earlier, and he says that they've not agreed on a name yet, but he says that you're set on one. What do you want to call him?
Theo.
Theo. So if we say now that we've got to call him Theo, then it's on camera, and we've got to call him Theo.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Do you want a message for your mum, because she's almost about to pop?
Yeah.
So you want to say good luck?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Let's go and have a quick chat with Drew. Drew, I saw you out earlier on in the... You face that way. We'll face that way. I'll hold your scooter. It's perfectly fine. It gives me something to lean on in my old age. I saw you out earlier in practice, and in the wet, you were sensational. You were fantastic. Now, we know that you're from Scotland and it rains a lot, and that's what your dad was saying. Are we hoping for a wet weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the smile. He hopes it hammers it down. Wonderful, because you were up there, you were running at pro level pace in the wet. You must be really, really confident with that.
Yeah, I like a wet. It's probably my favourite. I don't like it and then tweeting it's bad. I can't even find a setup.
So you like it like full on hammering it down then?
Yeah.
Wonderful. You're probably the only driver here that's hoping for a deluge tomorrow and on Sunday as well. I'll give you your scooter back. Wonderful. And that pretty much wraps up our paddock walk, which will go out on Saturday.
Welcome to the start line of the world famous Teesside Autodrome. This is going to be our track walk as part of the Alpha live stream. I'm joined by my wonderful esteemed commentary partner, David Sullivan.
Thank you, sir.
And you will see 2 cameras left and my right. This is our brand new commentary box for this season. This is where we do our commentating from, where we bring you all the action. And as you can see, we get a perfect view over the start line. So as the drivers start the lap, what they're going to do is, for the start of the races, for most of them, they're going to go straight on where those barriers are. They're not going to be there for the start of the race. They go straight on and into the national loop. Now, some of the classes, they actually take what is known as the D chicane. Now, what you will see, if we can get low to the track, is on the inside of this right-hand curb, the track actually dips down and it gives you positive camber. So you actually gain speed as you go into this corner. The grip level massively increases, and then it takes you through the right-hander. Now, as you can also see, the track is sloped then for the apex of the left-hander downhill. And it's deceiving because what happens is the grip level is massive as you get to this point here. But then as you come over this little crest, or come onto this crest, just as the track surface changes here, this is pretty much the crest of the hill. And so what happens is you lose all of that grip that you've gained, 10, 15 meters before. It all disappears. So the back end starts to come around with a pendulum effect, and you've really got to be brave to tuck it into the second part of this apex here before again it dips down off the edge of the D chicane, fires you down the hill, and again you get positive camber into the national loop. David, what are your thoughts on this corner? Because it's one of my, if not my favourite bit of the track, especially during things like the British 24 Hour, where you're going out and then you're turning left. But for this circuit, it really is one of my favourite bits.
Yeah, it's a really difficult corner to get right though, because as you say, you come round here, and if you look at the white line down here, it almost straightens up. It's like it's a double apex when you want to try and get that second part and effectively fire yourself out, because there's a dip there on exit. You want to get the inside right wheel into that dip, into the groove on the right-hand side on the white line, between the curb and the white line, and then effectively allow that to pull you all the way around the national loop, then into the chicanes.
Absolutely, and what you will see is the faster classes will be braking as where that bit of extra grip is on the inside. That's where they'll do their braking, and they'll ease off and almost miss this first apex here, to be sure to hit that second apex, because it's so important to get that run. Because even in the senior Rotax, I believe even in senior Rotax, it is flat out all the way around this national loop here. So it's a 180-degree corner, or if not a little bit more actually looking at it, 180-degree corner flat out, and then straight into the wiggles, which is where you'll join us next. So we've made our way across now to the wiggles section, and what you've just seen is that the camera is deceiving on our live stream compared to what you can actually see from this point of view. There is no straight line through this chicane. And as many people have found out as well, if you try to go too wide, as in two karts side by side, it very quickly pinches on you, and these curbs are enormous and they will launch you up in the air. Now, all that says to me is you've got to either be brave and stick it before you get to one of these curbs, or you're going to have to take to the grass.
Yeah, we've seen it a number of times, haven't we, on the inside, particularly on this final one, drivers going straight up and over. They end up then facing the wrong way in the middle part and here heading towards hairpin 1, which is the next corner we're going to focus on. What I will say about hairpin 1, Tom, for me, it's the biggest overtaking part on this Teesside National Circuit. You come through them wiggles, it's single file, and then people dive down the inside hard on the brakes into hairpin 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, with the wiggles, with that single line that essentially you've got to take, it is a left, right through there, or even a right, left. That's because I'm looking at it the wrong way. But the right, left through there, single file into the heaviest braking point on the circuit. There is no ifs or buts or coconuts about it. This is the prime overtaking spot where you will see the quicker karts will be here and will have the back end of the kart stepped out with them fully locked up, trying to get to the apex. Now, this is a particularly tricky apex because there's a concrete bit of curb here. So it's off the tarmac. This is concrete where I'm stood now. You can also see there's quite a dip off the end of it where various karts, and as David is pointing out, mud. So in the wet, obviously this is extremely treacherous, you don't want to be down here. Also, because there's now such a drop off, it used to be a case a few years ago where this wasn't quite as worn, and you could use this little dip here to kind of rail you round the inside of the corner. That's not the case anymore, but there is still huge amounts of grip on this concrete. But how far over do you take it? Take it too far and it's going to punish you. You want to be tight in here, but you compromise the exit of hairpin 1 massively. The usual line, out, in, out, doesn't apply for this because immediately after hairpin 1, you've got another hairpin. This one's a left-hander, your second one's a right-hander. So you compromise the exit of this one. David, take us through hairpin 2.
Well, what you can see here for hairpin 2 is a really, really helpful change in tarmac colour. Your drivers, when they're coming out of hairpin 1, you don't want to be over here, where I am, on this bit of tarmac. You want to use this bit in the middle, no further out, get out there for hairpin 2. The reason that hairpin 2 is so important to get right and not compromise is that once you've run round hairpin 2, you've then, certainly look at cadets, senior pro kart as well, they're on full throttle from between 12 and 15 seconds all the way down the back straight, round South Bank, to the entry of hairpin 3, which is where you will find us next.
Okay, so we're now at the entry to hairpin 3. So what the drivers will do will be come round South Bank, which in most classes is absolutely flat out, rail it round the inside, 180-degree corner. But the problem is, it's not. That corner itself is 180 degrees, but it forms part of hairpin 3, which you can see over here. So essentially it becomes a 360-degree corner, and it's an ever tightening radius as well, right the way to the apex of hairpin 3. Now, what we have noticed is, and although the sun has just gone behind a cloud, when it does come out, this is very, very sticky. There's a lot of drifting goes on around this circuit, and it catches a lot of drivers out, particularly in the wet, because normally on a kart track, you would go right round the outside of a circuit or the racing line in the wet, because that rubber doesn't build up on the edge of the circuit. It doesn't build up around the national loop. It doesn't build up around the D chicane. It doesn't necessarily build up around hairpin 1 and 2. But because they use this particular section of the track for drifting, there is huge amounts of rubber around the outside. So they go from having grip around the outside of the track for 1 and 2, and then they get to 3 and 4, and all of a sudden you've got to take a normal racing line, because that's where the kart rubber is, not the drifting rubber. Makes it super slippy. There also used to be a bump on entry here as well that used to catch a lot of drivers out and would fire them out towards the edge of the circuit. Nowadays it's not so bad, but there are about 4 different lines into this corner. It's another prime overtaking spot.
It is. It's one of them as well, though. It's not just a case of diving it down the inside and making it work. So if you ever did wonder what these white thick parts were on the track, that's where the drift in. There's a few round South Bank as well. As we make our way round hairpin 3 then, as you can see, just the amount of rubber, as Tom says, on the outside. There's a huge amount on the curb on the inside as well. But because it's such a wide entry in, is that optimal, you want to come out wide to carry all that speed round. The problem is that you're going to leave the door open then for everybody to come down the inside of you, and you're just going to get pushed wide onto the outside. So whilst it is a wide part, this hairpin 3 and 4 complex, it's very similar to what hairpin 1 and 2 is, but backwards, because that's a left and then a right. Here it's a wider right, it's a much wider radius. You've got a bit more of a run then between 3 down to 4 then for the final corner really on the track.
Yeah, just to emphasise how sticky this corner is at the minute, I'm going to get my microphone, I'm going to put it down here. You can potentially hear, as David's walking along, because it didn't really work for my shoes, but it definitely works on David's shoes, you can hear how sticky that part of the track is. The karts, this is their usual line. You can actually see the total difference in the colour of the track from where that rubber's gone down from the drifting cars. So the karts clean that up quite a bit, but only on the line that they choose. And in fact, you can see, as you look straight between the hairpin 3 and 4, you can see there's a little patch in between where the karts normally run, and they've cleaned that rubber off. So again, much like hairpin 1 and 2, compromise the exit of 3 to get the best line into hairpin 4, because then it's going to be flat out for the last part of the circuit. Hairpin 4, very tricky entry. Again, there's about 2 or 3 different lines you can take depending on whether you're overtaking, being overtaken, or just on a regular lap. If you're being overtaken, you want to be wide, you want to try and get the cut back to get, to fire you off the corner. If you are overtaking, you can come almost way over here, as we saw last year towards the end of the season. We saw Josh and Connor defending right over.
The inside, but the problem is it's dirty, isn't it?
It is very dirty.
And that normally gets used. And that's why we see a lot of incidents into this corner, them late dives down the inside. You don't stop anywhere near as quickly as you would out there on the rubbered in part of the track. You've got to get down the inside, but you do need the driver on the outside to be quite compliant when you make them sort of moves.
Exactly, and that's what catches a lot of people out, because there's so much dirt over here compared to the amount of grip that they've got on the outside. It's enormous. I cannot stress to you enough how much grip there is out there. Now, much like hairpin 1, there's concrete on the inside. Again, there's a little dip on the edge. You can use that sometimes to rail you around, especially in the wet. It can help. You've got to be careful you don't go too far off, though, because it'll grind off the bottom of your car. Now, you want to be aiming for that concrete out there. That's where most of the guys will be running. Not quite out all the way to the edge of the concrete because it's very, very bumpy. But that's where you want to be aiming. It's going to give you a flat out run right the way back to the start finish line where we've begun our film. But there are 2 more corners to go, the left and the right, what we call the dog leg and the kink.
Yeah, when you're coming out hairpin 4, they really do use these boxes on the outside. The drifters have done the karters a massive favour because you'll see them, they'll be coming straight out, heading straight for these. I'm going to see if I can come all the way out here because it really is a dog leg here out on this curb. You can see they're going round them tyres on the inside. The track then drops down on the inside and basically then tries to hook the drivers round. The trick then is not to go too wide over start finish because you've got to get back to the right as you cross start finish to go through the D chicane for a lap of the Teesside National Circuit.
Hello and welcome back to the Teesside Owner-Driver Sprint Series. We are here and ready for your finals after a lunch break. We will be starting off with Bambinos, just rolling into grid position number 1. In front of our commentary box is Chloe McGill going off pole position with Buddy Hugo in 2nd place. Then it is Riley Morrow and Ethan McClelland in 4th. Austin Oman going off P5 and Noah Smith in 6th. Jake Gibbon in 7th and Grayson Crawford in 8th. Sebastian McCarthy P9 and Freddie Blackshaw in 10th with James Pybus in 11th. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome back into the commentary box David Sullivan. How was your, you haven't tackled the cake yet?
No, I kept my palate clear after I ate some chips and curry sauce for the carrot cake, which I will eat after this race, because we are about to go for Bambino final. 8 finals then here at round number 4. Round 5, of course, tomorrow. We'll do it all again from 9:30 tomorrow morning. Grid being cleared of helpers.
So we've had 3 different winners in our 3 heats so far. Buddy Hugo taking one, Chloe McGill taking another, and Riley Murrow taking another. So 3 different winners from 3 heats so far, and they go off 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Starter with the green flag in hand. It is up and down and away, and a good start from Buddy Hugo. He's going to slot straight into second place. Round the outside of Chloe McGill. Is he going to make that stick? That is an adventurous move from Buddy Hugo, and takes the lead.
Outrageous move as well.
Brilliant.
Yeah, round the outside of Chloe McGill, which then put him on the inside for the national loop. Riley Murrow is in 3rd place as there's a bit of contact into hairpin 1 with Austin O'Man finding a way past the number 3 of Ethan McClelland. McClelland will try and get back to the inside, down the back straight, but O'Man has enough to hold on. Down they go, though, and Hugo's going to drop to 3rd here because there's just no way back in as Riley Murrow and Chloe McGill come through.
Yeah, good, very good start from Riley Murrow in the end to what looks like it's going to be the lead at the end of lap 1, having gone through that first hairpin in 3rd place. So good recovery. Also, Austin O'Man making it a 4-kart train as Buddy Hugo makes his way back through on Chloe McGill. So it's Murrow from Hugo, from McGill, O'Man, McClelland, Smith, Gibbon, McCarthy, Crawford, Blackshaw and Pybus. But yeah, Austin O'Man looking very racy now in 4th. Started 5th, has passed Ethan McClelland. And these front 4 are starting to move away now. McClelland, certainly for me, gets the most consistent driver of the day so far.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he?
Yeah, had a good recovery drive as well from an incident in heat number 1, and has managed to essentially solidify that 5th place on the road. And yeah, has had a very good showing here as Ethan McClelland.
Top 4, still nose to tail as that is switched around a little bit with Austin O'Man getting down the inside of Chloe McGill. She'll have to drop back into 4th place. Buddy Hugo remains in 2nd. It has opened up a bit of a gap, but I'm sure that will close up in a few corners. Austin O'Man, Tom, for me, looks like a driver on a mission here. After that retirement in Heat 2, sees him start this final from a little bit further down than I think he'd have hoped and expected.
He's already looking to the inside of Buddy Hugo and goes through on the inside of hairpin 1. Moving through into 2nd place already for Austin O'Man. So now he's got to set about, Riley Murrow as well. Murrow giving the tap to the helmet. I'm not sure that's going to work with Austin O'Man, who, as you said, David, very much looks like he's on a mission. Bumper to bumper here as they head through South Bank.
Yeah, I think here could be where he tries that up and under that he likes. I think he might, no, he's not actually stuck right in the wheel track. Thought he'd go wide and then try. There he is, the cutback. He's going to put him on the outside, but we know he's not short of confidence, but he is short of meterage because he just can't come all the way around the outside of Riley Murrow there and has to slot back into 2nd place.
Definitely got some pace here, Austin O'Man, but he's bringing Buddy Hugo with him as well. Chloe McGill about half a kart length off the back of Buddy Hugo at the moment, but she is right there as well.
Down the inside goes Austin O'Man into hairpin number 1, and from 5th place on the grid he is now leading, and we still have 6.5 minutes remaining. Can that pace though transition into leading the pack rather than chasing, as Buddy Hugo and Riley Murrow are side by side. Murrow squeezing Buddy Hugo to the inside.
Bit of smoke came off the tyres then as they rubbed together.
Yeah, so squeezed to the inside, but Hugo wasn't going to relent, and he too is past our early race leader and up into 2nd place, but then I expect Murrow to get the cut back here. Hugo will have track position. There's a little bit more side by side. They're very tight as they make their way through the dogleg section, and Hugo wins out in a half a lap battle for second place.
And Oman now clear by half a second. I mean, that's not enough to break the slipstream to Hugo and Murrow and McGill. And in fact, as you can see, there they are, straight onto the back again of Austin Oman.
Yeah, now
they use that slipstream to full effect, and that brought them right back onto the rear bumper of Austin Oman, who can't seem to pull away.
He's going to have to get across early, isn't he, Oman, to stop anybody coming down the inside, and they do naturally migrate to the inside. Hugo just can't get down the inside there, but it is pushed them all the way down that back straight. You see Hugo there, he opened up a kart length on Riley Murrow, even though they were all in the slipstream, just by putting the front nose right into the rear bumper of Austin Oman. But then he carries too much speed into hairpin 4 and runs very, very wide and allows Murrow to come through into back into second place. And Murrow's going to take the lead, Tom.
Well, that was some great overspeed there for Murrow. Whatever he did there, just repeat that for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was Oman slightly slow out the final corner, although he was 7/10 slower than Murrow on that lap. But we know Murrow got some good speed. So your order as it stands as we clear half race distance in this 10-minute final rather than 8. So it's Murrow leading the way from Oman, although anything can change in the top 4 and has done for most of the race. Hugo in third as it stands. That's certainly on timing, but looks like it could be second by the time they get down there to South Bank. It is, and there's contact between Austin Oman and Buddy Hugo. Looked like Oman tried to turn in and Hugo was already there. Knew he was there though because he'd been looking across at him all the way back down the back straight. So Murrow leads then now from Hugo with Oman and McGill. Then it's McClellan, Gibbon, Smith, McCarthy, Crawford, Blackshaw and Pybus. Your runners in our Bambino class.
Yeah, McClelland is very much having a lonely race in 5th, but still consistent and putting those consistent times in. And if these 4 come together, he's going to take advantage of that. He's now 6.6 seconds back. But then there is another bit of a train forming as well. The battle for 6th place with Gibbon, Smith and McCarthy that we've seen previously.
Yeah, Crawford was in that in the previous heat as well, wasn't he? But he hasn't been able to stay with them. Not sure whether he's got problems, but he's coming over the line now. He's a little bit further back than I think what he'd have expected after that Heat 2 performance.
Yeah, around about 7 seconds.
Yeah, his lap times are down though, Tom. His last one was a 1:02.6, which is some 2 seconds off the pace, and that was, you know, he's
off his pace.
Yeah, he's yet to break down into the 1:01, so he's doing 1:02. So it looks like for me certainly issues with Grayson Crawford, because I did expect to see him in that battle for 6th place with Gibbon, Smith and McCarthy.
McGill moving through there on Austin Oman and taking 3rd place back from Oman, and as James Pybus had good awareness and kept out of the way of this front train as they come through to put Pybus a lap down, but very good awareness from James Pybus.
Do you know earlier in the year, Tom, when Chloe McGill snatched the lap record and then only held it for a round?
Yes.
Snatched it back again, 47.902, new lap record for Chloe McGill. She will have, looks like here, she might try and grab 2nd place
57.
from, pardon?
57.
Yeah, 57.902, new lap record then for Chloe McGill. Buddy Hugo held it for 2 heats, and now Chloe McGill, the fastest driver to ever lap the Teesside Autodrome National Circuit in a Bambino once again.
And there's Austin Oman having no respect for that new lap record. He tries to go up the inside of hairpin 4 and can't get the move done, and in fact clearly had to lift off a little bit there, because you can see the amount of momentum it's cost him, and he's really going to have to go some now to and use that slipstream off the 3 karts in front to try and haul his way back onto the tail of these 3.
Yeah, he's dropped
half a second. It was.
I was going to say he's dropped 5 kart lengths, but in Bambinos that's 10 kart lengths, isn't it? Because they're a lot smaller.
It is still Murrow from Hugo from McGill. McClellan still there.
Hugo's got alongside there, Tom, but has the door closed on him by Murrow.
I was going to say McClellan still running that lonely race in 5th, but you've got Gibbon and Smith and McCarthy still as they were, as Murrow takes to the grass on the inside.
It's one way of defending.
You're not coming through if they're already on the grass. You're going to have to go very off circuit to get further on the inside of Riley Murrow there. And Chloe McGill had another look on the inside of the kink.
It's a novel approach, isn't it, having grass as a track limits effort? It's almost as if that they should try that in other series.
In other motorsport,
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah, you would think that, wouldn't you? Austin Oman, meanwhile, has dropped the best part of a second that lap, 9/10 of a second, dropped off the back of these front three. So I think that's game over in terms of a podium for Austin Oman. I mean, never say never. These three could come together, but I don't think it's going to be done on an actual overtake for Austin Oman here, who's dropping back, which is a real shame for Austin Oman because right up there at the front and sharp end of this.
30 seconds remaining as they make their way down to hairpin number 3. I think they're going to come through with sufficient time to get 2 more laps at this one, Tom. There is some lap traffic in front that I think they will encounter on this penultimate lap that they're about to start when they come over the line now. It is, as it stands, Morrow, Hugo and McGill heading towards the podium, but in what order, who knows? For me to here is where they encounter that lap traffic. It's going to be through the chicanes, and that is potentially going to slow them up. Who's going to try and take advantage? Hugo to one side, Morrow to the other, McGill goes down the inside as well, and they all slot back in nose to tail.
Yeah, Morrow had to get out of the throttle there and was massively helped by Hugo actually pushing him along through the wiggles. It hasn't cost him any momentum, as we saw with Austin Oman. It cost him the best part of a second.
With him getting off the throttle, but then Hugo electing to go round the outside.
It spooled that engine back up
that
again.
negated the issue, really, because I think if Hugo had got aimed for the inside, now he's down the inside. Buddy Hugo into hairpin number 3 here at Teesside, and Riley Morrow drops down into second place. McGill in third. There's a few kart lengths between them all. This is about as far as they've been spread out so far in this race, and now Morrow's going to get to the inside of Buddy Hugo. They're side by side through the D chicane. Will the door get closed? And Morrow retakes the lead from Buddy Hugo into the D chicane, and Hugo has to slow and relent, and Morrow gets 4 kart lengths on his rivals behind him. The top 3 still as they were about a lap ago, but there's been so much action since then.
Yeah, who's going to take this? It looks like Riley Morrow really running it out wide on the exit of hairpin 1 to use that momentum and use the maximum amount of track. Chloe McGill having a look on the inside of Buddy Hugo, has the door very firmly slammed in her face by Buddy Hugo. But it is Morrow now who is well clear of these two. And it looks like it could well go to Morrow, barring any problems.
Traffic in front again, but looks like there's no issues there. Noah Smith has dropped well down the order from battling early with Gibbon and McCarthy for 6th. He's now behind Grayson Crawford. Out of the final corner, though, Riley Morrow takes victory in the Coma C50 Bambino final here at round number 4 from Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill with Austin Oman. Part of that early battle, but then dropping away towards the end. He comes across the line in 4th place. Ethan McClellan will get 5th. It's been a lonely but productive day for the driver of the number 3. And then we've still got a battle going on down the bottom end, round hairpin number 4 between Jake Gibbon. He's going to come over, I think, in front of his good friend Sebastian McCarthy. More points, though, towards the championship quest, Tom, for Chloe McGill. In 3rd place, rarely been outside the top 3 throughout the day, and once again, the lap record holder round this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit.
And there we go, that brings to an end your first final of the day. Congratulations once again going to Riley Morrow. Good overtake there and taking the win. And Chloe McGill back on the podium again. It's good to see for her, and a good result for Buddy Hugo, consistent as ever. Disappointing for Austin Oman down in 4th place. Had the pace early on in the race, and then for some reason it just went away mid-race and couldn't quite get it back. And as we said, Ethan McClelland, most consistent driver of the day, I think, so far.
Yeah, he was there. He is in the 3 coming in. Austin Oman for me there, Tom, bit of an anomaly because he was absolutely bang on it in the early part of the race.
Yeah, flying, probably the fastest out.
It was almost like he lost one of his 4 horsepowers with 3 minutes to go, and then just dropped off at the rate of almost a second a lap, I think, down towards the end to finish almost 4 seconds behind drivers that he's been battling with for most of the day.
Yes, indeed, really disappointing, I think, for Austin Oman, but plenty more rounds to go. So we will move on to the the final for Junior Pro Kart.
are out then of the holding area for their final, sponsored by MS Karts and Lucas Racing. Maximus Shields leads the way with Christian Oblag alongside. Harvey Still and Sebastian Pereira are on the second row. Amy Frame and Joe Arnold on row number 3. Sophie Pawsey and Oliver Watson share row 4, with Harry Brown and Ben Arnold completing the top 10. In front of Finn Collister, who joins us from the Isle of Man alongside Danny Bean, and then Marty Gilfillan completes your 13 junior Pro Kart runners as they make their way round for their standing start. Thank you for everybody that got in touch with us via the live chat comments this morning. Please do keep them coming in today, and we will look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow as well for round number 5 as we start the second half of the season. It seems a bit strange, Tom. We're finishing the first half of the season today and we start the second half tomorrow of this 8-round series.
Yes, indeed.
Facts.
Yes, I know. I didn't really know what to say after that. Yeah, it is. It's straight on to the second half of the season tomorrow. Really looking forward to that one as well. It's going to be another quick day, quick turnaround for these drivers as well. Obviously, any issues that they are having today, or any setup tweaks and things like that. You know, essentially, it's although it's 2 separate rounds, they've got 8 races to get it right, you know, by the final tomorrow.
Yeah, I think what it will do as well, you know, for our new runners here, Finn Collister coming over from the Isle of Man, Danny Bean in his second meeting here with us, Marty Gilfillan here for the first time as well. With it being a double header, loads of track time and really gives them a chance, you know, like you know, that sort of thing where they do something, then you step away, then you come back and you know, they're going to get so much track time with the thing. I think this is just really going to bring them on as well. I've been really interested watching Gilfillan, the performance in the first heat, 30 seconds off the back, then 26 seconds off the back, so continuing to improve all throughout the day and close in on the rest of the pack. Green is up, green is down. It's a good start from Oblang. He's going to come straight across in front of Harvey Still in second place. There's a bit of dust up on the inside as some of our drivers take the curb and a little bit extra as well through the D chicane. They're still too wide in the background, but they've sorted themselves out. Shield leading the way then from Oblang, Still and Amy Frame in 4th place. Seb Pereira in front of the 2 of Joe Arnold complete your top 6, with Sophie Pawsey, Oliver Watson, Harry Brown and Ben Arnold completing the top 10.
Yeah, something we didn't mention as well that happened during the lunch break was it actually rained during the lunch break.
Quite heavily as well.
Yeah, it's certainly enough to make the track wet, but has fully dried out very, very quickly due to the heat and the humidity that we've got here today. And it hasn't seemed to have made a difference, so it came at the absolute perfect time.
The thing with that when it rained, Tom, is that when you looked up at the sky, everywhere you looked just looked white over. Like, you know, white, light grey.
Yeah.
And I was
didn't know where the rain was coming from.
And I was absolutely adamant it wasn't going to stop before the end of the day. And 5 minutes later, it stopped, it was warm, and all the clouds reappeared again.
And the track dried up very, very quickly, as you saw from the Bambinos.
Yep, Harry Fox has been onto the live chat saying, come on, Finn. That'll be for Finn Collister in 11th place at the moment.
So pretty much equidistant between all of these karts at the moment, from 1st down to 13th. They've all got a pretty much the same gap between them all.
Pereira about the closest to anybody else in 5th place, closing in on Amy Frame.
Yeah, Max Shields at the front, of course, has won 2 heats. Christian Oblag in second, won the other heat of the day. But Max Shields with lap record after lap record in this Junior Pro Kart class throughout the day. It's set 45.914. Is that right, David?
It was, although he's going to have the lead wrestled away from him from a mile back by Christian Oblang, and then he's forced onto the grass as well, and that's going to drop him down into 3rd place. And then he's going to go wide round South Bank. I'm not sure if Shields has got a problem there, Tom, because he's still trying to defend it, but he's going to drop down into 5th round hairpin number 3. He did seem very, very slow around between hairpins 1 and 2, which allowed Oblang to close right up on him and then just dive straight down the inside. So Max Shields down into 5th place.
Well, he's managing to hold on to the back of Pereira now. So
and I think Pereira carries a bit too much speed into the National and then runs into the back of Amy Frame, goes wide, loses a kart width, and then Shields is back up into 4th place.
Yes, indeed, and Harvey still in second, well, was in second, now leading with his brand new helmet, which is, of course, worth 0.2 of a second.
Back out now, isn't it, after
Yes.
that black one earlier, and now they're going to chop and change again. Amy Frame, Oblang's going to get hung out here by Frame, and now it's going to allow Shields back down the inside.
Well, they're
three wide, it's all a little bit bumpy and boring, and Frame and Oblang come into contact with each other, and Frame spins round. Yellow flags out down there, and Amy Frame will go all the way down into 12th place.
And Amy Frame, I think, was frustrated there, but I don't think it was potentially with Shields. Here we go. I think her front nose gets caught on the bumper of Shields here.
Yeah, Shields.
There it is.
I think Shields got a contact warning for the bit in the middle, and then he left them to it and let them get on with their thing. I think Sophie Pawsey was off on the outside as well, potentially there in the 77. I saw the sticker kit in her colouring.
And so what happened to Christian Oblag in that? Because he's now down in 6th
Well,
place.
he was the one that he was one in contact with.
Oh,
Amy
he was
Frame.
on on the outside, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think then Sophie Pawsey, I think, spun to miss them.
Okay, well, let's see how this one shakes out. That's rather sort of dulled that down a little bit, although we have still got a front four. It's now headed by Harvey still, with Shields, Pereira and Arnold. Then there's a bit of a gap back now to Harry Brown. Christian Oblag setting the fastest lap of the race while recovering from that incident. He's only half a second off the back of Harry Brown. Then you've got Watson, Arnold, Collister and then Sophie Pawsey. Amy Frame down in 12th place, directly behind Danny Bean. And in fact, he's now in front of Danny Bean and homing in on the back of what looks like Sophie Pawsey, who was also involved in that incident.
Yeah, I think both of them are going to start trying to work their way through the field and try and get up in the background. I've seen Oblang try and get down the inside of Harry Brown, who was running in 5th place, so that's going to drop him down into 6th as Oblang recovers. Shields closes in on Harvey still at the front. Confirmation on screen then of Oblang moving up on Brown for 5th. Brown down to 6th with Watson 7th, Arnold, Collister and Pawsey completing the top 10. Confirmation on screen of Amy Frame moving past Danny Bean for 11th.
Yeah, Harvey still showing very well here in this final. Not really being up there too much today, but taking the advantages and the opportunities where he has found them and finds himself at the front of this race. 6 laps to go, 5.5 laps to go now.
Yeah, so that 6 laps were half race distance. We're into the second half of this 12-lap Junior Pro Kart final, and Harvey still leads Max Shields with Seb Pereira in 3rd place. Less than a tenth between them as Shields' nose tucked right into the back of the number board, the 48 of Harvey still.
Yeah, Seb Pereira showing well here again, as always in the final. Seb Pereira holding on to 3rd place pretty comfortably, it's got to be said, from Joe Arnold in 4th. Using the slipstream of the 2 in front as well to keep himself in touch and be within striking distance.
Still slides wide, Tom, round South Bank, and that allows Shields to have at least a bit of a nose down the inside there, but
and that helps Pereira again onto the back of these 2.
Yep, just having a quick look at times, and they're all fairly similar. Pereira the quickest of the 3 on that previous lap. Pereira, for me, Tom, the best way I can describe him as a warm-up driver is it takes him to heat 3 in the final to really get going, and then but he's always there or thereabouts at the end of the day.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Yeah, he's showing well in the finals, he always does. He's definitely a final driver, and that's of course where the points count.
Yeah, you don't take pots home for the heats. You take trophies home at the finals. This will be the top 3 as it stands, unless anybody can close in the final 3 laps as they come over the line, or if anything untoward happens to the top 3. Still nose to tail. There's a gap back then to Joe Arnold, who's continued to impress here today at Teesside Autodrome with Christian Oblag in 5th place. He's recovering, sets a personal best after the incident earlier on in this heat.
Christian Oblag setting a personal best as well. He's 2.7 seconds off this front 3 now. Not sure there's going to be anything like enough time for him with 3 laps remaining to get in there and fight this one out. Amy Frame up to 8th place now, so has recovered fairly well from that incident, or as well as she could have done probably, given the time frame left in the race. 4 seconds, the best part of 4 seconds off the back of Oliver Watson. That's going to be that done and dusted, I think.
This one's going to go super defensive for me here now. Tom Still already parking that kart in the defensive positions on entry to hairpin 3, entry to hairpin 4, much more towards the middle of the track rather than the outside as they go down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. Penultimate lap time, then 2 laps remaining in this Junior Pro Kart final as they head down towards the first hairpin for that penultimate time. Still continuing to lead from Maximus Shields and Seb Pereira. They've got a gap of 1.5 seconds then back to Joe Arnold, and there we see Still ducking to the inside to prevent Max Shields from diving down the inside and then running slightly wide, but then that's going to balk Shields halfway round South Bank.
It's still feeling the need to go defensive. Very much so on the entry into hairpin 4. Last lap board goes out. It is still from Shields from Pereira. Joe Arnold unable to make any inroads into this front 3. Still 1.6 seconds behind. Oblag 2.4 back as well. So it is just going to be these front 3 fighting it out for the win. And the final places of the podium. Shields tried to have a look up the inside into hairpin 2. Got blocked on the inside. That's going to stop his progress.
Game over for me now, Tom, on that one. He's had his chance at taking the victory away from Harvey Still. The nibble was down the inside into hairpin 2, and he couldn't quite get the nose far enough down. I think Still had it scouted and gave him half a kart width. Shields will likely close up with a good run out of hairpin 4 as he went a lot wider. But Harvey Still withstands the battle and takes victory in round 4 from Maximus Shields and Seb Pereira. Joe Arnold, with a best for him in terms of finals, gets 4th place. In front of Christian Oblag with Harry Brown, a best for him as well, in 6th place. Oliver Watson will get 7th. Frame recovering to 8th place with Pawsey, Arnold, Collister, Bean and Gil Fallon completing your runners here at Teesside Autodrome.
And a very, very happy Harvey Still heading down the back straight.
One of the best things I saw about that final, Tom, was off track. And that was, as soon as the checkered flag came out and the race was done, Harvey Still's dad and Max Shields' dad just turned to each other and shook each other's hand, because a fantastic battle on the track between the two of them, but also a huge amount of mutual respect between the teams as well. I think that's his mum up on the Armco, leaning right across in front of the camera to applaud her son as he makes his way towards victory lane. The top 3 then, Harvey Still, Max Shields and Sebastian Pereira.
So Harvey Still without a heat win today, but takes the final. Most important one of the day. Well done, Harvey Still. A very well-earned victory. We will move on very quickly to your Cadet Pro grid, and we will run you through the events and what's happened through the day in that one. So Cadet Pro already making their way out on the rolling up lap. Thomas Potter has taken all 3 wins. Well, all season he's taken every win so far this season in terms of heats and finals. We've got a massive... Who's that at the fan club up there?
That's all the ladies that... Well, some of the ladies that will be racing later.
Right, so we'll see if we can get a shot of them in a minute once we've run through the grid. So Thomas Potter's won every single race this season, goes off P1 for the final. Amy Peacock in 2nd place, then it is, who's shown very well today, in fact. Holly Swan going in 3rd place with Stanley Clark, Joshua Sullivan and Jack Collinson in 6th. 7th will be Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and 8th Ben Robinson. 9th for Larry Price and 10th for Edward Rye. Sam Hayes and JJ Plowman are 11th and 12th on the grid. Then we have William Howard, Harris Ali, Felix Smedley, Alex Lynn and Jensen White won't be starting this one because he's not been with us all day. So we'll see if we can bring you a shot up on the banking of the ladies.
No, because I think we're not too far actually, Tom, off going racing in this one. So I don't think we're going to get the opportunity for that. But for me, Stanley Clark has got this kart positioned to get himself to the inside as quickly as he possibly can. The 51 kart points very, very close to the inside of the apex here. Final few drivers getting into position, then Smedley and then Alex Lynn, who will start from the back, having picked up no points in the third heat. Issues with that kart, meaning that it barely made it round the opening lap, and he rolled to a halt down there at hairpin number 3. Start line marshal making his way to the front then.
And here we go for your final. So we're going to have to see how well Amy Peacock can go here as well, and whether she can stick with Thomas Potter. What has Holly Swan got left in the bag? Can Joshua Sullivan do anything? Has Stanley Clark got a lightning fast start still in his pocket? Let's have a look. Green flag in hand. Green flag is up. It's down and away we go. Amy Peacock got a flyer once again. She pushes Potter through.
It was a good start from Clark, Tom, but I don't know if he was rolling before the green. He was certainly looking to get going, and another fast start though from Clark. He's swept round the outside of Holly Swan.
Yeah, possibly jump start. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Start line, of course, right in front of the commentary box, so we'll keep an eye out on that as there's been a move for 4th place. Sullivan up in front of Swan. Swan's going to get into the slipstream, though, with a good run down the back straight, and they're pretty much nose to tail with the exception of Sam Hayes, who's ducked out the slipstream and is having a bit of a thought down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Edward Rye takes the scenic route round the outside, and William Howard decides that he's going to insert himself into the mix as well, although Rye's going to come straight back down the inside. Harris Ali is going to be there as well, trying to get alongside as they make their way through. Over the line then for the first time, and it's Potter leading the way from Peacock, Clark and Sullivan, the top 4, in front of Holly Swan 5th. Collinson in 6th. Then we've got Robinson, Price, Stansmore-Wilson, Sam Hayes, Edward Rye, Harris Ali, and JJ Plowman going down the inside of William Howard. Alex Lynn has managed to find a way through on Smedley on the opening lap.
Yeah, what we've got is Amy Peacock had decided very, very early not to go for the move around the outside off the grid on Thomas Potter. Decided to just push him along straight off the grid and has stayed there ever since. Pretty much the position that she's been in all day, right behind Thomas Potter, pushing him along. As we said, she's got to figure out how she's going to get past Potter and take this win. She's had 3 heats so far to try and work it out how she's going to do it. But now is the most important time. She is still right there on the back of Thomas Potter. Thomas Potter pushing very hard. Joshua Sullivan trying to have a look at the inside of Stanley Clark. We haven't seen anything regarding Stanley Clark's start, so must have been deemed absolutely fair and legal, and good to see. So Stanley Clark again with another lightning start off the grid.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just the lightning start, Tom, because he has been absolutely rapid
that's what I mean.
Off the line
he's
all
been
day,
very
hasn't
good.
he?
Yeah, very, very good all day.
Maybe I just
as has Amy Peacock, in fairness, as well. And she got
like
another flyer.
Blink at the wrong
Whoa,
time.
We've got Holly Swan. Holly Swan is around, and then we had some contact midfield as well. I think that was it was Ben Robinson and Jack Collinson coming together.
Well, Collinson's picked up the warning, and I think we might get an opportunity, Tom, to see that one again.
Yeah, here we go. So you're going to see Holly Swan going around, and then...
Oh, yeah, 100% Collinson. To be fair, everybody else quite lucky not to collect her as well as they came round. They came within a fraction of that. There's been a change for 3rd, Sullivan and Clark. A bit of hand signals between the 2 of them at the go-forward effort. Both of them would be better holding onto that wheel and doing the turny bit. But, and to be fair, we've seen all year, haven't we, in every class, nobody pays attention to that.
No, they certainly don't. But they do need to, Stanley Clark does need to push along now. There he goes. In fact, they are starting to work together, and this is exactly what they need to do. We've got that contact warning that's gone out for the 91 of Jack Collinson, who sets the fastest lap of the race, a 48.3. Fastest lap of the race so far for Jack Collinson, picking up a contact warning, but then immediately repairing that damage by setting the fastest lap of the race.
Well, he gets himself into some clean air, doesn't he? And he's certainly showing that he's got the pace if he can break free.
Just had a thought with that contact that we had through hairpin 4 and that essentially accordion effect where they all came together and bumped into the back of each other. I'm wondering whether there's any nose cones.
Well, Sam Hayes was very much in the back of Stansmore-Wilson, and if you look at his nose going round there, that looks very, very wobbly on the front of that blue number 11. We'll see what I mean. That looks very wobbly there. There's nothing we can do about it. You can't push it back in or anything like that.
No, of
but
course.
that's how drop downs come. Harris Alley started to make an appearance, Tom, and there's contact between him and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Stansmore-Wilson hand off the wheel. She's not overly thrilled by that as they make their way through the D chicane.
Potter set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap and is now gapped, or
Yeah.
had gapped Amy Peacock over the line by 0.2 of a second.
I think, Tom,
I can assure you it's not that now.
I think Stansmore-Wilson might have her front fairing as well because she was in the middle of that one. She was the driver in second.
This is what I mean.
And then Hayes went in behind. Look at their noses. They're both bouncing up and down.
I'd be surprised if Larry Price hasn't got one as well.
Yeah, there could be a case where that there's quite a movement in terms of positions further down this one. Change for the lead, Tom. Out the window, I've just heard a scream on the bank and I recognise the voice. But back into the lead comes Thomas Potter. The noise was a massive come on, and it was Daryl Peacock from up on the bank behind the commentary box. I could have heard him if he was down at the McDonald's roundabout with that one. So Peacock has had a nibble at Potter.
Yeah, and she was a long way back at the start of the previous lap, caught it right the way up, and then clearly had some overspeed and decided to send it. She's got to figure out a way to get in front of Thomas Potter and keep him behind. She's had, I said, 3 heats and now another half of the final to work out how to do it. She's had a couple of goes, but not managed to make it stick yet.
No, behind them, Sullivan had pulled out a bit of a gap on Stanley Clark. And
oh, there she goes. There's
Collinson.
Peacock.
Yeah.
Up the inside of hairpin 4. She's got to hold this now and hold this defensively.
This is what happened on the last lap,
Can
though, Tom.
Potter sweep back through? He can.
Exactly the same carbon copy of the previous lap. What I was saying behind is Sullivan had pulled out a gap on Clark, but now Clark and Collinson have started to work together and have pushed each other right up onto the back of Sullivan in third place, with Collinson setting the fastest lap of 46, almost 46 dead for Collinson. And now, will he try and get down the inside of Stanley Clark early, or will he push Clark and they go down the back straight? This is your battle for the lead, though. Under 4 minutes remaining, so we're well beyond half race distance now as they head down towards the South Bank corner. Will Peacock try and get through again on Thomas Potter? Down the inside into 4. She is going to. Through down the inside. Will she be more forceful this time on Potter? She needs to, for me, Tom, and I know it's nothing, but she can use all the track. It's her prerogative if she gets down the inside. She's got to go wider around hairpin 4. She's got to leave the decision up to Thomas Potter as to whether he's going to get involved in an incident or whether he's going to drop back into second place.
And we've actually got Stanley Clark under investigation now as well. There goes Peacock through on the inside of hairpin 1. Now she can get it stopped. And she made it stick on the inside of hairpin 1 instead of doing it at hairpin 4. She's gone for it at hairpin 1 this time. Potter's up the inside. She should have gone defensive. Down the back straight into South Bank corner. We've got Stanley Clark under investigation. That's possibly for the jump start. We will keep you posted on that one as soon as we have any news.
I think that one will go down towards the end of the race. Collinson down the inside of Clark, though, in the background for 4th place. So Potter leads them over the line with Peacock behind. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Peacock's had a go at hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. She's had a go at hairpin 4. What has Amy Peacock got left in the wallet here?
There's not many more other overtaking opportunities on the lap. But yeah, I think she did the right thing in doing it in hairpin 1. The mistake that she made was leaving the door wide open as they came out of hairpin 2 and not white lining it like the Bambinos do to force Potter around the outside. Potter took full advantage of it, saw the open door and swept straight through it.
The move down the inside here, Tom, if she gets it, she's giving Potter the cart width on the outside. She's got to be a little bit more ruthless, so to speak, to make that one work.
Take a leaf out of the senior pro cars.
Exactly, and to be fair, Tom, if it was the other way round, I think Potter would be a little bit more ruthless.
Yeah, and show her the edge of the track, absolutely, yeah.
And that's nothing in terms of, that's not a critique of anybody, because that's the way I'm wanting it to happen.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Amy Peacock's having a fantastic day, isn't she? If she can get the win here, it would be an incredible result for her, and she's done so well throughout the day. Even if she takes second, that's a very, very good showing for Amy Peacock, but I think she definitely wants more, and she's got the pace to take more as well.
I'll tell you what, Tom, that she's not come here for second. She's come here to win this one, and she's going to straight line it. Is she down the inside on Thomas Potter? Noses in. The door is closed, though. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. 3 laps in this Honda cadet final as they battle for behind is still nose to tail as well from 3rd down into 5th place. Then there's a huge gap after that incident that involved Holly Swan that's really opened up the rest of the field.
Yeah, Amy Peacock's going to have to do it here at hairpin 1 if she wants to make it stick, because Potter's got her well covered through hairpins 3 and 4 now. I think he's tried it a few times there now at hairpin 3 and 4.
It's scouted, isn't it?
Yeah.
From Thomas Potter. But the thing is, will Peacock try it into 3 maybe and mix it up?
Oh, here she goes.
Yeah, down the inside of Thomas Potter. Potter closes the door on Amy Peacock. And that means that hairpin 4 is out of limits for her because the hand was shown into hairpin 3 and ran too much speed in there, dropped a little bit off the back. 2 laps remaining, then down 15 seconds. Last lap board will be out next time round. Potter, personal best, 48.112 for him. Personal best when he needs it. He's opened up a kart length or 2 from Peacock, which means hairpin number 1 is out of bounds for her. She's just not close enough to get to Thomas Potter.
I'm keeping my eye on the battle for 3rd as well out of the commentary box window while we watch this battle for the lead on screen. Potter actually has gapped Peacock a little bit. She's going to need to really use that slipstream.
We can't leave this one, can we, as we head towards the final lap.
But your 3rd, 4th and 5th battle is raging as well, with Sullivan just managing to hold off what is now Jack Collinson and Stanley Clark.
Yeah, Collinson, fastest driver on track by a couple of tenths. Has to find a way through though. Last lap board is out here at Teesside Autodrome. Collinson gets the nose in. Potter leading the way as they come and flash through the static camera for the final time at the National Loop. Potter looks over his shoulder in the middle of the chicane section. You don't see that very often. Peacock right in his wheel tracks as they head towards hairpin 1. She's close enough, Tom, to get a slipstream down the back straight. We've seen her previously get close enough down that back straight to slide, try and get down the inside on Thomas Potter into the South Bank corner. It's not going to happen this time. Round South Bank they go. It's going to be a straight line job. It's got to be from Potter to hold this one off from Peacock. He does. Will she get the run round the final corner?
Oh, she's trying.
Oh, she's going to be alongside. Is she? No. Thomas Potter comes through to take victory and extend his lead. Peacock's in 2nd. Sullivan gets 3rd for a maiden podium, holding off Jack Collinson with Stanley Clark in 5th place. Then it's going to be Larry Price on the final lap, snatching 6th from Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Sam Hayes, Harris Alley and William Howard complete the top 10 here at Teesside. Swan recovering to 11th in front of Rye, Plowman, Robinson, Lynn and Smedley.
And do you know what the really, really good news about this is, David? We do it all again tomorrow.
We do it all again tomorrow. And there is a chance for that Thomas Potter streak of 16 races to extend itself to 20, which would match the record here at Teesside Autodrome in one of our classes. Thomas Potter, I mean, I don't know whether Adam's typing that out every single time when Thomas Potter wins, or whether he can just keep it on a loop and just copy and paste. Control out and was it Control C, Control V.
Something like that. There goes your final winner, Thomas Potter. 2nd place, Amy Peacock. And then 3rd place, a very, very happy Joshua Sullivan. And a well-earned 3rd place. Really, really good to see your lad on the podium for the first time here in Pro. I can say that because I'm unbiased. But I'm really, really happy for him. He works very, very hard to get to where he has done. And a well-earned podium for Joshua Sullivan. So we will move on while the final few karts are making their way into the pit lane to the Cadet Clubman class. So we'll bring you the grid for the Cadet Clubman final, and then we're going to go and have a little slight diversion here while they grid up. So Alfie McBain took pole position. He's also taken 2 wins here today. Your other heat winner, Sebastian Benson, goes off P2. Then it's Mason Dinsdale, Jake Walker, Samuel Yeadon and Morgan Cooney. Drew Davidson, Cameron Tipping, Charlie Eyeball, Joey Swan, Mason Webster and Summer Wood. Riley Buckton-Young, Ollie Carter, Thomas Harper, Layla Berryman, Joss Hushka and Reese Cranston. Jacob Cartledge and Riley Sims-Ezard, who rounds out the top 20. Then it's Alfie Watson, James Winstanley, Freddie Houseago, and Toby Turner. Finally, we have Henry Colborne, Max Houseago, Jamie Balding, and Archie Loveridge, who has non-started throughout today. So, David.
Thomas.
How was the carrot cake?
Well, I'll try it.
We'll do cake chat now while we're waiting for this massive grid.
The static camera's down there. There's a camera in between us. If we can get that one on me, and I will actually show the viewers that I will try the carrot cake.
Duck down. I'll get my baldy head out the way.
So that's me. That's the carrot cake in my hand, and I will actually try it, and then I'll hand back to Tom while I swallow it.
Yeah. Because nobody needs to hear you chewing it. As there's guffaws from the producing directors here in the commentary box. But yes, they. So I had the chocolate brownie from the cafe, which was absolutely delicious as always. First time I've had a brownie from the cafe. Normally I go with one of the giant cakes, but
it's time for a debrief on the carrot cake.
Talk us through the cake of vegetables.
It's not woeful, but I wouldn't choose it.
Right, yeah. Exactly why I would never choose it.
I mean, I could palate it. If it was the only cake available and they were like, and it was, you know.
However, when it was mentioned in the cafe that we had carrot cake in the commentary box, there were like coos of, oh, we'd like carrot cake.
So I delivered some.
So you were dispatched earlier on to deliver some carrot cake up to the cafe. So we've done a switch. Oh, hang on. There's more going round now. So Adam, who started off this whole
debacle.
Yeah, exactly. A debacle of carrot cake chat and whether vegetables should belong in cake. He's now wiring into carrot cake as well. So let us know in the live chat comments what you think. Should vegetables belong in a cake? What are we going to have next? Parsnips, potatoes?
Next month, I'm going to eat a
courgette cake, Darren says.
I'll eat a bowl of Brussels sprouts next month.
Really?
Yeah, because it'll be a right treat for
you. Well, hopefully you do it towards the end of the day so I don't have to suffer the consequences afterwards.
Honda Cadet Club then, the green is down, we're away and racing. Benson makes a good start, and McBain is going to have to try and defend that one, but they might find Dinsdale down the inside, and Dinsdale is down the inside. Yeadon will then come down the inside of Dinsdale. Reese Cranston slow away off the line, not sure if he's got a problem. He's straight off into the pit lane in the 19. I think the engine's going to roll. I think we're going to try and get that car back out, though. Still plenty of time in this one. Now it's Samuel Yeadon taking up the battle on Alfie McBain with Mason Dinsdale behind, and then Jake Walker in fourth place with what looks to be Drew Davidson in P5, Cam Tipping in sixth, but he's going to hand that one over to Sebastian Benson. Benson gets on the brakes and Tipping runs into the back of Benson.
Heading over the line for the first time in the Cadet Club final, it is McBain. McBain leading the way from Yeadon, Dinsdale, Walker, Davidson, Benson, Tipping, Cooney, Eyeball and Buckton Young. Jacob Cartledge dropping down the order with Layla Berriman as well in 21st currently. So they've not had the best of starts. But it is as you were as they head through hairpin number 1 on lap number 2. We've got to move up the inside here. That's Drew Davidson, I believe, on Benson.
Well, Benson's going to Walker bugged out there, didn't he? And just had to go all the way around the outside.
It was Davidson and Walker.
Inside.
Benson took the advantage and passed them both.
See, Walker there runs Davidson onto the rumble strip. For me, that's what Peacock needed to do to Potter and just be a little bit more forceful in the pro final. Very benevolent, I thought. And Peacock, I thought she could have put him on the rumble strip. Not nice to see, of course, but obviously the tarmac is there to be used.
Also that she pushed him straight off the start as well. You know, got a good start and could have potentially cleared him by the time they got to the national loop. It was a gamble, but it's a gamble that I think she should have taken. Never mind. It is what it is now. McBain still leading from Yeadon, Dinsdale, Benson, Walker, Davidson, Tipping, Cooney, Eyeball and Buckton Young now cracking into the top 10. As you were through hairpin 3, 7 minutes 40 seconds to go in this final. And David is currently choking, I think, on his carrot cake. That's karma for you, I think.
Sitting well.
This is what happens when you have vegetables in a cake.
It's too dense, isn't it, Tom? It's too dense.
No, it's carrots, not dates.
Oh, yeah, honestly, it's not light and fluffy like a Victoria sponge.
I've got to say, it's looking a bit.
It's gone down like an elephant in a swimming pool, that mate.
It's looking a bit dark out here as well. I wonder whether there's any more rain incoming.
We've not seen Pro Karts in the slick in the rain for a while, have we?
No, and it's always enjoyable.
Samuel Yeadon right on the back of Alfie McBain. This is the closest he's been towards the front here at Teesside all day. And once again, another driver that potentially need a little bit of warming up to get him right into the mix. We've got a driver off, Alfie Watson, Tom, on the outside of hairpin of the D chicane. I think we might get yellows out down there, so we're going to have to keep an eye out for any potential infringements. Yeadon tries to get down the inside of McBain. McBain's going to get a good run out the corner. Benson is back up into third place. We've got the yellow out down there. Kart's going to move out. Warning flag for the 69 of Freddie Housego as Drew Davidson tries to get down the inside of Jake Walker. Yellow flags out then down there. They're in, though, before the overtaking opportunity for most of our field. The kart deemed to be far enough away, and it is. It's right now on the outside of hairpin 1, stationary for Alfie Watson, as Mason Webster tries to get alongside Riley Buckton Young in their battle to get inside the top 10.
We've got the 156 here of Thomas Harper.
Yeah, that kart rolling very, very slowly.
I'm pulling into the pit lane.
Towards pit lane, and I'm not entirely sure whether he's got power at all there, because he's just sort of like progressively rolled towards pit lane.
So Benson, who didn't have the best of opening laps, or 2 laps even, has fought his way back through and is right onto the tail of the front pair of Yeadon and McBain. McBain still at the front of this, has not been challenged so far in this final, but I've got a feeling if Benson can get past Yeadon, it could well be on here for a challenge to McBain. Benson has been quite clearly the quickest car on circuit so far in this final. So got to find his way through Yeadon.
Yeah, Yeadon's had half a move on him down the inside of hairpin 2 about 3 laps ago, and that did allow McBain to move gain a few kart lengths on him, because obviously that bulked the entrance into hairpin number 2 for Yeadon.
And they are now nose to tail all this front 3. McBain not feeling the need to go defensive, but driving down the sort of centre line of the track, down the back straight.
Yeadon does close up a lot down the tail end of that track. Now, that can't be anything to do with gearing, because it's fixed in Honda, of course, in Honda Cadet Pro and Club, and in Junior Pro Kart, and it's a fixed gearing. It is as well in Bambino, but here at Teesside, it's a 22th clutch and a 68 rear in this Honda Cadet Club class. So everybody running to the same gearing. So where he's towing up at the end of the straight, that could be down to where the power is in his engine potentially. Could be down to a bit of slipstream, but he's right on the back now of Alfie McBain, and the top 3 are nose to tail as they enter the back straight. Then we've got a right battle going on from 4th with Dinsdale all the way back to Cooney in 8th place. Eyeball is quite lonely in 9th. He's off the back of that. There he is, and then behind them it's pretty much nose to tail from Riley Buckton Young all the way down to Josh Hushker in 15th. So everybody sort of in a battle with each other.
Yeah, we've got like 3 distinct trains now, haven't we?
Yeah,
Benson's moved through into 2nd place as well off camera. So it's now McBain from Benson from Yeadon. 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
Well, he's had a few laps, hasn't he? Sat behind Samuel Yeadon, and maybe he's thought, well, maybe Yeadon's not trying to get past McBain in the same way that he quite fancies it, so he's going to put himself in with a chance. Down the back straight they go, right in the slipstream. McBain does move across again, which he has
had
done.
About 3 looks there.
Yeah, he has done previously, and then goes slightly wide on entry into round South Bank. And by slightly wide, I mean he's moved off the inside a little bit earlier in order to allow him a better run into hairpin 3 and carry a little bit more speed.
And Alfie McBain's going to have a look behind him in a moment, and he's going to have a face full of Sebastian Benson's front nose panel. Because Benson is right there now on the tail of McBain, bringing Yeadon along for the ride as well. Yeadon is still right there and could well make a move up the inside of Benson here to hairpin 1, but decides against it as they head out of hairpin 2 and onto the back straight with 2 minutes still to go here.
I think Benson's come to the inside early there to just, he knows that McBain's going to do it, but it stops Yeadon getting the run down the inside as well.
McBain with good awareness there, not feeling the need to go defensive, continuing that racing line as well to maintain that speed, and it holds Benson behind.
Head down behind the steering wheel, even in that short little straight between the dog leg section. Benson loses a few kart lengths through the D-chicane. Think he might close that one up though round the national loop, being pushed by Samuel Yeadon, and indeed he does.
When you look at the difference between Benson and McBain as well, it's like McBain is almost like Bambino sizes in terms of height over the steering wheel. You know, his head is already down behind the steering wheel, but doesn't even need to duck down really. Got down that he's already aerodynamic.
He is. Down the back straight they go, 1 minute and 20 as Yeadon clips a bit of grass on the way in there and maybe unsettles that car ever so slightly. The top three moving away, despite the fact that they are in a bit of a race of their own in terms of the fact that they're still trying to figure each other out, really. No real overtaking opportunities in this one, with the exception of Benson having to move back through the field after being forced out at the start, having started in second place and dropping all the way down into fifth. He's had to come back up into second place.
Speaking of aerodynamic, and I said earlier on in the day as well, I do love the fact that Alfie McBain is running that old-style Nassau panel on the front of that car. Much the difference of the two behind who have got this brand, well, a season and a bit old.
Mark 20 nose, the curved one.
This curved one that's supposed to be more aerodynamic. Well, Alfie McBain is proving that it makes absolutely no difference whatsoever.
I think for me it's aesthetics, and I think what it does do, that curved nose, is it does give a little bit more foot room for the driver in there, particularly if they've got using that pedal box which lifts that raises them up. Our younger drivers will definitely have them. What it does is it's a pedal box. It fastens to the yoke that holds the bottom of the steering column and raises the pedal position up by around about 1.5 inches, but also allows you to bring the pedals around about 3 or 4 inches closer to the driver, which gives them a much more comfortable position.
In a similar way that if you've ever driven a corporate kart, you've got those flip-over ones that allow, essentially a shorter pedal.
Yeah, in the same way, if you get in someone's car and you move the seat forward, well, you can't do that in a car because it's bolted in, so you have to do it at the pedal end.
Exactly. Last lap board about to go out now as they come across the line. This time we've got 2 more corners to go, then they will take that board. It is still McBain from Benson from Yeadon. They are still 1, 2, 3, and exactly the same gaps as they were a couple of laps ago. And it is all to play for now. Jake Walker still holding 4th as they come across the line, and it is Drew Davidson, then Mason Dinsdale, Cameron Tipping, Charlie Eyeball, Morgan Cooney and Riley Buckton-Young as they head into hairpin 1 for the final time.
Yeah, Buckton-Young leads a train all the way down to Josh Huschke in 15th place. There's 6 of them battling out for the final place inside the top 10. McBain looks over his shoulder again as Sebastian Benson tries to get alongside down the back straight. Samuel Yeadon right into the back of the 77 as well as they head towards hairpin 3 for the final time. Will there be a straight line move down the inside by Benson? He's just not close enough on Alfie McBain. McBain, who won the final here at round 3 but had it taken away from him from a jump start, redeems himself in spectacular fashion to win round 4 from Sebastian Benson and Samuel Yeadon, with Jake Walker and Drew Davidson 4th and 5th, Dinsdale Tipping, Eyeball Cooney, and it's Buckton-Young in 10th place in front of Mason Webster and Joey Swan. Ollie Carter, then we've got Summerwood and Josh Huschke completing the top 15, with Riley Sims-Ezard, James Winstanley, Jacob Cartledge, Freddie Housego and Layla Berryman, your top 20.
Well, congratulations to Alfie McBain. 2 heat wins and now a final for him. Benson with a good showing in the final as well. Difficult start for Benson and recovered well to P2. And again, 3rd place going... Oh, sorry, I missed that one there. I thought there was a signal. Yeah, sorry, third place going to the 118 of Samuel Yeadon as well. So a good showing from Yeadon, you know, to take third place in the best showing of the weekend so far.
He was right in there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, more dog watch. Sausage dog watch. I had hot dog for lunch, actually, speaking of which.
You couldn't get you couldn't get a bun round either of them, though, could you, Tom?
I could give it a try. There we go, famous doggies. Bring along your dog to Teesside and we'll make sure it gets on camera. So, yes, that is Cadet Pro, Cadet Clubman done and dusted. 4 more races to go here today, as we've got the recovering number 20.
Alfie Watson.
Yes, just been recovered on track. So we're going to move on to Junior Rotax final now. And everybody in the commentary box's head just bobs along to that little sting that we have every single time. Finley Watson with 2 wins in the heats today takes pole position for the final. Lizzie Mentier also with a heat win today goes off P2. Ben Ficini takes 3rd place with Alfie Warbank in 4th. Catherine Potter in 5th and Melissa Adrian in 6th. 7th place goes to Monroe Renard and Nathan Jensen will go off P8. 2 rolling up laps as usual for these junior Rotax. Also, that will continue through for mini Rotax and seniors as well. 2 rolling up laps due to the differing tyres for this season.
Just having a quick look into the live chat, Tom, to see if anybody is...
Have we had any penalties as well, David? Could you have a quick scout of that?
Not had a browse yet, but I'll have a quick look. There was support coming in for Charlie Ivor during that last race. Also Freya Yeadon saying what a drive, Amy, and then well done to Josh. And she was obviously should have been supporting Samuel Yeadon in that one as he headed towards the podium in 3rd place as well. Rotaxes are out now, so it's juniors then. We're going to be followed by minis and senior Rotax before senior Pro Kart rounds out our day here as well. Rossi Stig's been on saying, come on, Toby Turner. Well, he's just been out in Cadet Club. His brother will be out in around about 10 minutes' time in Mini Max racing the 99. We're now, Tom, into a position. Frank Bourne has been on saying, good luck, Catherine. She's going to go off 5th place inside of row number 3 here. Through they come then, Watson off pole. He's going to dictate the pace with Mentier alongside. The only 2 drivers to take victory here today in the heats. It's a really, really slow one from Finley Watson. Gets the power down, and they're so slow off the line, Tom. They don't go well off an almost a standing start. And Ben Ficini has jumped Lizzie Mentier for 2nd place. Ficini up into 2nd, Mentier down into 3rd. Watson leads us away with Warbank in 4th place. Melissa Adrian up into 5th with Catherine Potter coming under pressure into hairpin 1 from Monroe Renard and Nathan Jensen.
Yeah, heading down the back straight for the first time. Mentier looking very much under pressure here. She's sending it up the inside already of the 27. Is that the 27? Yes, 27.
Yeah, that's Ben Ficini, late sign-on, so he's not on the comms list, Tom. I think he might be here tomorrow as well, but we'll see. Watson leads us over the line then. 8 tenths is the gap already because Mentier's had to work her way through the pack, having dropped down into 3rd. Ficini 4th, Warbank in 5th, Adrian in front of Catherine Potter 5th and 6th, with Jensen 7th and Renard in 8th place.
Yeah, Melissa Adrian showing well in this final. She's had a bit of a tough day despite qualifying in pole position. Another one who's had a tough day as well, Catherine Potter, who's just sent it up the inside through South Bank and has overtaken Melissa Adrian now for 5th place. But she's had a bit of a tough day as well. Catherine Potter had a couple of spins and an
as well earlier on in heat 3.
Exactly. So not been the best day for Catherine Potter, but plenty of chance to make up for it in this final if she can.
And plenty of chance tomorrow as well, of course, because we are straight back at it tomorrow morning.
Yes, double bubble this weekend.
Now, one thing, I'm having a quick look at the live chat comments as well. Emily Cooper's been on saying good luck to Melissa. Now, if it's the Emily Cooper that I know, which is Emily Cooper Racing, Emily, sort yourself out. It's about time we saw you here up at Teesside Autodrome. I know that you race at other tracks as well, and I've seen you guesting in some of the other national championships, but it's about time we saw you up here at Teesside Autodrome. So, yeah, get the sat-nav out and make your way up north.
Okay.
Well, I did it last month, didn't I? And Finn Collister's turned up for the double header.
Well, there we go.
if I almost demand that a driver comes, then they have to come.
It's name and shame, isn't
yeah,
it?
pretty much.
Yeah. So Finley Watson now out in front to the tune of 1.6 seconds. Lizzie Mentier bringing Ben Ficini and Alfie Warbank along with her as she tries to make inroads into that gap of Watson. Not been happening so far. Watson got an absolute flyer off the start, as we said. It was his job to control the pace and did a very good job of that, slowing everybody right down. And as soon as they got to that cone, bang, he was away. It was 1.6 seconds over the line on the previous lap. The gap now out to 1.9, so almost 2 seconds for Finley Watson, who's taken 2 heat wins here today. I thought maybe Mentier might be able to get a bit closer to him than this at this point in the race, but unseemingly so. Catherine Potter right there in 5th place as well. She's not far off the back of Alfie Warbank here. Only 1.2 seconds behind.
4 laps in then, that'll be 5 when they cross the line. So we're heading towards half race distance. The gap, as Tom says, 1.9 seconds. Mentier currently still embroiled in a battle, which sees Ficini trying to hold on to 3rd place. He's going with Mentier though, with Warbank behind. Can't do anything really. Warbank at the moment, the gap is half a second and he's on his own. So if Ficini just tucks in behind Mentier and works together, they should be able to move away and then potentially just leave this one to battle it out at the end. Whereas if they start getting tasty earlier, then we're going to have a real problem and backing themselves into Alfie Warbank.
And Finley Watson is now the best part of 2/3 of the back straight clear of Mentier and Ficini. I think these are going to be fighting it out for 2nd place now, barring any mishaps for Watson. Alfie Warbank still not disappearing at the back either. He's holding true in 4th place, and Potter actually has started to move towards the back of Alfie Warbank again on that lap.
Yeah, half race distance now then in this 12-lap junior Rotax final. And Lizzie Mentier and Ben Ficini pretty much nose to tail. Ficini, this is about as close as he's been, Tom, and dips out of the slipstream and moves through into 2nd place. Although Mentier's going to try and be brave and stick this one out all the way around the outside. It's a long way round there when there's another right-hander to come for hairpin 3. And she will have to relent and drop back in. And don't know what that was about. I don't know whether she's willing more power out the car. She's got. But yeah, we'll see as they come round, or whether she wanted Ficini to push. And now she's going to have to push. No, she's got more, Tom, because she's back down the inside into hairpin 1 for 2nd place.
I think she's definitely saying she's struggling for pace, though. She's not struggling for racecraft. That's never been lacking with Lizzie Mentier, has it? But she seems to be struggling for pace here, as the gap is still going out to Finley Watson. So there's no answer to Finley Watson's pace here in this final.
But with them two sorting the overtakes out, Tom, it's allowed Alfie Warbank straight back into the mix, and he's right on the tail of Ben Ficini. The battle for the final 2 steps on the podium has 3 drivers in it. One of them is likely to go home disappointed.
Well, if Warbank wants a pace on the podium here, he's going to have to be super aggressive and super quick to in terms of his move to get this done, because the 2 of them were pulling away before they started battling. So Warbank needs to get up inside these inside the 2 of them and mix it up if he can. The gap to Potter as well has gone out, I think, with Warbank closing in on these 2 and certainly using the slipstream. I think Potter's now he's having to settle for 5th place, 2.4 seconds off the back now of Alfie Warbank, and Melissa Adrian a fair way back as well in 6th. But she's got Nathan Jensen for close company, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, only 10.5 seconds, Tom, between the entire field, as Monroe Renard in 8th place continues to close that overall race gap from you know, what was 15 seconds before down to 10. You know, as the gap closes, the field spread much tighter.
Yeah, and
this one.
It's indeed, Renard's only 7 seconds off second place.
Mentia's broken a gap, though, from Ficini now, Tom, as Ficini's become embroiled in the battle with Alfie Wallbank. She's got half a second and set a personal best of a 41.817 on that previous lap.
I think Ficini might have settled for trying to hold on to a podium here now. Not by choice, I don't think, but I think Wallbank tried to force the issue, not in terms of an overtake, but certainly applied some pressure to Ben Ficini, who felt the need to go defensive for 1 or 2 corners. That's allowed Mentia to get away, and Wallbank to left to fight it over with Ben Ficini for the final spot on the podium.
Final lap then for Finlay Watson to bring this one home to take the win and extend the championship lead. Mentia in second with Ficini and Wallbank still battling out for the podium. The gap has closed slightly. Mentia pulled away, but now Ficini is fairly equidistant between Mentia in second and Wallbank in 4th place as they go onto the back straight for the final time. They all almost in unison have a look over their shoulder to the right hand side to see where their nearest challengers are. Already disappearing out of shot though, round hairpin 3 and hairpin number 4 is your championship leader, and round 4 winner Finlay Watson takes the checkered flag. Mentia's going to grab second with Ficini the final space on the podium from Alfie Wallbank. Then Catherine Potter will be 5th. Melissa Adrian holds off Nathan Jensen 6th and 7th. Monroe Renard crossing the line in 8th place.
And there we go, already done with Junior Rotax. Finlay Watson taking the final. Congratulations from all of us to Finlay. Looked a fairly steady run for Finlay in the end. Almost a Sunday drive, albeit Saturday. Once again, the good news is that we go again tomorrow, and plenty of chance for not just Lizzie Mentia, but also Ben Ficini and Alfie Wallbank to put a challenge in to Finlay Watson and see whether they can take some other wins. And we will move on as they start to pull off onto the left-hand side and into pit lane for the Junior Rotax. We will move on to the final 4 minis. So running you through your grid for the Mini Max final. Jared Fox-Whiteley with 2 wins here today, taking pole position, and Lewis Goff with a single heat win, taking 2nd place. Addison Smith 3rd on the grid with Charlie Vary in 4th. Benjamin Lee and Joseph Yao 5th and 6th. Row 4 headed by Sam Robson with Ben Adrian in 8th and James Philip Byrne in 9th. Ollie Poole in 10th, then it's Finlay, Fishburne and William Robinson 12th. Zach Turner goes off P13 with Frankie Smedley in 14th. So the Goff, Fox, Whiteley, Addison Smith and Charlie Vary battle is about to resume, although Frankie Smedley's already off on the national loop. Really unfortunate day so far for Frankie Smedley. Does get going again though. Oh, and we've also got somebody who's spun coming through South Bank for the first time as well. Try and get them as they come through in front of us. I think it may have been Benjamin Lee.
William Robinson, that I think, Tom. It is William Robinson, 101.
In the 26?
101. Oh, the 20, yeah, the 26 as well. I thought it was the 101. I wasn't particularly watching. I was trying to be helpful with no info.
Oh, well. Either way, one of the two of them spun on the South Bank, but they will be able to take up their position, as will Frankie Smedley, who's now just heading through the national loop as well. So if you can catch up in time, they are heading fairly slowly through there. There's a chance for Frankie Smedley to get onto the back of this train. We'll see whether they do send them round once more.
Well, to be fair,
we've got a couple trying to get back into position now.
To be fair to Smedley, Tom, if he keeps his pace up, he will be able to go over start finish a full flat.
Full flat and with warm tyres.
Yeah, exactly. And given that we've got 95%, we are actually
going to go round again.
Yeah, we've still, to be fair, we've still got William Robinson joining the back of the pack as well. After he had half a spin down at hairpin 1 in the 101.
William Robinson, you're right.
Well, to be fair, he had another one, Tom, trying to catch back up later on at hairpin 1, so that's why it's caused him to knock things. But there's a bit of bumping on the run through, Tom. We've got
the 21 there pointing down as well, James Philip Byrne.
That's not going to do any of them any favours, is it? Well, it's gone to single file, but you've got to really be careful. It doesn't matter whether the drop down is on the outlap of the race or the inlap.
His nose already?
It doesn't matter when the nose drops down. It's whether it's still there when it comes back in. So if you do it on the outlap, the inlap, or the race lap, it doesn't matter, does it?
And we are already in order. So potential 5-second penalty already for James Philip Byrne, but we'll keep our eye on that one. And everybody is lined up as they should, and we're going to get going this time. So green flag for the starter is in hand. It is in the air. They come round to the acceleration cone, and away we go.
Goff is getting some help from Charlie Very into that first corner, but is he going to be able to sweep right the way round the outside? They're side by side as they come through the chicanes, and Lewis Goff from the outside of the front row sweeps round Jared Fox-Whiteley to lead them through the chicanes and into hairpin 1. Very up into third place, Yao in fourth, Smith then down to fifth as Ben Adrian gets alongside Benjamin Lee down the back straight, but then has to duck back out, and that's going to allow Sam Robson the opportunity to come down the inside towards South Bank.
Yeah, they head through into hairpin 3 for the first time already. Almost coming over the line to complete lap number 1. They are that quick here in Mini Rotax. And it is Goff from Fox-Whiteley. Charlie Very having a good showing already in the final. Addison Smith slightly off the back of the front trio, surprisingly off the start. Joseph Yao, then Benjamin Lee, Ben Adrian, Sam Robson, Ollie Poole and Finlay Fishburne round out your top 10.
Well, Smith had to get past Joseph Yao because he dropped down into fifth place. Now he's got back up into fourth, and now he's going to have an opportunity to close back up on these leading trio. Goff's pulled out a couple of kart lengths on Fox-Whiteley, as has Fox-Whiteley in turn on Charlie Very. They're evenly spaced, pretty much the same as they are all here on screens. We've got Ben Adrian, not for the first time today, heading towards retirement, I think, looking down at his engine and asking it some very serious questions as to why it's not providing him the power that he wants.
Why you no go back?
Exactly.
It's normally the one that you ask it with a 2-stroke engine.
Yeah, and he is rolling to a halt on the inside of hairpin number 4. The yellows are out down there, Tom. He's going to have to get out of that fairly quickly because he didn't roll it onto the grass. It's currently still out on the track. The yellows are out fairly waved down there at hairpin number 3 to allow our drivers sight that there's an overtaking opportunity and miss and that there's an issue, but the yellow is in because Ben Adrian has been pushed backwards onto the grass by our marshal down there, and we are clean to go racing all the way round this Teesside National Circuit.
So it is still Goff from Fox-Whiteley. Charlie Very is still hanging on there in third place, but Addison Smith has been well dropped now by this front 3. 1.8 seconds he is behind Lewis Goff now, and 1.3 behind Charlie Very.
Yeah,
so Addison Smith is going to need these front 3 to start battling if he's going to get onto the back of this train.
Yeah, Smith, our final winner from the round preceding this one, not quite had the 10th or 2 that he needs to stick with our leaders in the final, at least. Heat 3 as well, he was a little bit off the pace required. Leading trio though, still nose to tail. Goff has been reeled in a little bit from Jared Fox-Whiteley. The time at the top of the screen says 2/10, but on the previous lap it was almost out to half a second. So with Fox-Whiteley and Goff still nose to tail, varies 2 or 3 kart lengths back. That's probably where he wants to keep himself to give him enough reaction time so that should anything happen. It really played into the hands of Smith at round number 3 as they headed towards the final corner. If he was right on the back, he'd have had a problem with running in. He was 2 kart lengths off and just managed to sweep right the way round the outside and snatch the victory at round 3. So Addison Smith, our championship leader, coming into this round, and I think they'll still hold the lead going into tomorrow, because even though the points are quite tight, everybody normally finishing 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only a 10-point differential throughout the day between, if you were to win all of the races and then finish, and then another driver was to finish all the races in second place. that camera shot, Tom, it's the South Bank camera zoom right in up the other end.
Yes.
Really shows the elevation change that I don't think the other camera right in front of it shows quite so much because of the angle of how much that D chicane rises up. It must be a metre in the middle of that corner from where they're entering it, into the right, and then drop down. It just goes up and down, and the inside.
It's a roller coaster. It's
really,
right,
really
left,
is.
right, and it's the right-hander dips down, and then the left rises straight up, and then it's straight back down for the right-hander.
It's not just the left, is it? The curb goes left, straight a bit, and another left.
Yeah, and it's off camber as well.
It's very inviting to tag that inside the first part of that curb.
Well, next weekend you'll see how tricky that is through the British 24-hour with the amount of karts that will go straight on at that chicane.
Oh, well, we have a camera, don't we, on the opposite side that picks that up, and that is where pretty much all of the track limit penalties come from at the British 24. It's running straight up and over that curb as they head down towards the Addison Smith gets a bit crossed up there with Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee.
Yeah, Yao had a good look, or even an overtake on Addison Smith, and then Addison Smith was like, no chance, mate, I'm coming straight back up the inside. Locked it all up, and Yao returns the favour in hairpin 3, very cleanly, in fact, and got through. So Addison Smith seems to be struggling a bit in this final. Charlie Very with the fastest lap of the race as well. So he started to home in on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley again.
Doesn't seem in this one for me, Tom, that Smith has got any defence really from those behind him. Let's see whether he can put a move back in on Joseph Yao. He does. Down the inside there. Yeah, down the inside. And Yao's not going to give that one up, Tom. We saw from his cadet days that he's not a driver that's going to relent when it comes to on-track action.
Yeah, indeed. Joseph Yao doing a very good job there of holding that position. What we were saying about the D chicane as well, we covered that in the track guide that you may or may not have seen during the lunch break as well, but we'll certainly be showing that throughout next weekend and tomorrow's lunch break as well, most probably. So if you wanted a track walk guide, you can see that again, or you can rewind the stream to when we had the lunch break, and you can see exactly what we talk about with that D chicane and how it works. Here comes Smith back up the inside again, so it's a repeat of the previous lap, but this time runs him out wide and refuses Joseph Yao the inside line for hairpin 2.
Yao in the slipstream though, will he dip out before South Bank?
Yes.
He does, and Addison Smith may have to hand this one over. There's a little bit of contact there in the middle of the corner. I think there could have been. Now Smith is very, very wide into hairpin 3. Yao down the inside of Benjamin Lee, and Smith's going to drop 3 kart lengths off the back of Benjamin Lee.
We're looking at this one on screen. I'm looking out the window at the front 3, who are starting to get together a bit as well with
Smith back down the inside of Benjamin Lee, having dropped 3 or 4 kart lengths off the back, so he's now back in the middle of the Yao Lee sandwich. Down the back straight, right in the slipstream as well. Yao turns in the kart width earlier, but will that allow Addison Smith to try and chop down the inside into 3? He can't. The time between exiting South Bank and hairpin 3. Change for the lead though, Tom. We've seen it, missed it off camera, but it was down the far end of the circuit. Jared Fox-Whiteley now leading the way from Lewis Goff. Charlie Very's still there, and Fox-Whiteley then goes wide into hairpin number 1, and Lewis Goff is through. Fox-Whiteley outbrakes himself into that first hairpin. He was a kart width off the inside of the curb and the tyres on the inside, and that allows Lewis Goff to retake the lead with 2 minutes and 20 remaining.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Charlie Very hasn't had a look yet. Possibly doing everything he possibly can in terms of pace just to hang on to these front 2, but I thought he was going to be a bit quicker than this and potentially passing, but there is still time. There's 2 minutes left.
The pace has been there. He's been there or thereabouts, the fastest driver on track in all 3 of the heats thus far today. 2 minutes remaining. That's probably going to give us at least 4 more laps in. There's a yellow flag being waved at hair post 1, and that's because Addison Smith. Oh, Addison Smith, Tom. Kart's facing the wrong way. He's gone through the tyres at hairpin number 4, and the checkered flag is out. We'll not restart this one, I don't think, with 2 minutes remaining. We'll get confirmation of that. What that may well do, though, Tom, is Lewis Goff was leading, but was he leading a lap ago? when they came over the line, because it gets counted back a lap, doesn't it? You know, Fox Whiteley was leading a lap, certainly over the line. We'll get confirmation later on. Addison Smith, the helmet is off down there, which is good to see. The ambulance is already down there on the back straight. The medical team responding very, very quickly to the incident. As you can see, the tyres are skittled. That, Tom, is not a hairpin 4 incident. That's a sideways down the straight and into the tyres. You can see the way the tyres have come this way, and that is a very, very high-speed incident. And I get the
top speed in these cars.
Yeah, I get. I think by looking at it, Smith appears to be okay as he walks round into the ambulance. But the speed of that crash, I can only that's a precautionary red flag, and the best thing to do to make sure that driver is okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely, a good call from race direction, as always, here at Teesside.
Minimax will not resume, Tom. I can't see it restarting in Minis. What I can see, though, is almost every driver down there has just jumped straight out the car and ran back to the barrier down there just to have a quick look over to make sure that Addison is okay. A lot of friends in the Minimax paddock. They're all quite a tight-knit community in Minis, but he's in the ambulance. I think the quad will be out to collect his cart in a few moments' time. But I can't, with 2 minutes remaining, we're well beyond 2/3 race distance. I can't see us resuming that one.
We'll keep an eye on any results or notifications that we may have regarding the resumption of this race, or whether we are just going to go straight on to Senior Rotax. As I say, pretty sure we're going to go straight on. And, of course, our best goes out to Addison Smith, who's going to get a ride, at the very least, a ride back to the paddock in the ambulance.
The nose on that cart, Tom, that is definitely dropped down because the fronts are right up in the air. And that looks to me, Tom, like that's gone in nose first. Now, he was in a battle with Joseph Yao and...
I think the least of his worries is a drop-down nose in this one, David.
There is that. But he was in that battle with Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee. Tyre wall's been rebuilt fairly quickly. The cart's going to be in. The medical team are going to take Addison off. Now, what we're not going to probably be able to do, Tom, is resume until they've checked Addison over properly, because we need the use of the ambulance should something untoward, unfortunately, happen later on in the day, even though we do have only 2 races remaining with Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart. It is going to give us 1 or 2 minutes, Tom, to talk about next week's events here at Teesside Autodrome. Yourself and I will be here from Thursday, soaking up the atmosphere in the paddock for the British 24-hour race. We'll then be filming a few interviews and features on the Friday before the race starts at midday. We'll be live, of course, from 11:30 on Saturday morning next week on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
On the grid.
On the grid. We will start live, unless it's raining heavily, and then
I might still go out on the grid. I'm going to brave it.
Just going to have a quick ask of our producer. Do Alpha Live do umbrellas? Alpha Live don't do umbrellas?
I reckon we could get some by next week. Got a week's notice, haven't you, boys? to get some umbrellas.
Nonetheless, what we will promise is, unless the rain is coming down sideways, Tom and I will start the day on the grid.
And what we can promise is 25 hours of non-stop live streaming action, because normally we go on for about half an hour as well after the race, just analysing what happened and how and where and why, because it's a very long race.
We get down in the paddock and we interview those weary eyes and elated drivers that have taken victory across all 7 classes. Of course, we've got Pro Kart there split into 3 with Elite, Pro and Clubman. Then we've got the same 3 classes plus a novice class in hires as well. So 7 classes. Many of the drivers that are out there, many of the parents, in fact, as well, like Bambino, James Pybus, his dad will be racing in one of the hire kart teams. We know that Paul Watson, winner last year in Clubman, his 2 lads have been out there in Cadet Club and Junior Pro Kart as well. We've seen him once or twice, actually, in Rotax and Senior Pro Kart here at Teesside.
We've got Junior Pro Karters stepping up as well.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody sort of like, I think we've probably got about at least half of the paddock back next weekend. We know that some people MS, for example, they're not going home. It's too far to go back to Oldham. They're here for 11 days. So they arrived on Thursday, and they'll be leaving a week on Monday.
Great. Brilliant. I wish I could do the same. Unfortunately, I've got to go back to Scotland for 3 days, do 3 days work, but I'm back here Thursday. So David and I have 2 full days of preparation here to get you all of the information, all of the gossip, prepare our own spotter's guide, which is already well underway. Thank you, David. And get all the juicy gossip and info before the race starts on Saturday.
It really is, Tom, a very, very special event. I mean, we've seen...
it's a proper festival. I don't care what anybody says.
Really
the only
is.
difference between this and a music festival is the music is 4-stroke engines.
I mean, we look back to, let's say, 2020, which for me will never, ever be surpassed for an ending for a 24-hour race. It went down to the final lap between 2 of our teams as they came together at the final chicane. Then there was even things happening afterwards where there was issues brought to light regarding an engine that could have potentially caused the issue right at the end. And then there was a huge sporting act. Then you look at last year, Tom, as well. I was down there in the paddock. It was my off time. I think I'd done at 6 o'clock, and there was an incident that happened with a driver that we've seen here at Teesside before in the sprints, Jake Brooker. He had an incident where he was involved in quite a big off on the run round the paddock bend and down the hill towards Rib. Now, one of the first people to that kart, bearing in mind that he was with an MS team, was a member of a rival team. Mm-hmm. Was the first person to run down the pit lane to make sure he was okay and literally drag his kart back up. And a multitude of teams, helpers, just got together, got the kart fixed and got it back out. It was almost as if everybody had forgot that there was a race on, that everybody had forgot that there was a competition going on, and that everybody just sort of helped each other out, mucked in, make sure that Jake was okay, got that kart back down on the ground and got them all back in the race. Because 9 times, we're going to have 97 teams start next week. We're probably going to get 95 finish.
Yes.
That's it. It's not a case where, your kart gets damaged and you pack up and go home. You fix it and you get back out there.
It's why I always say that this is the best paddock in the country, the most supportive paddock in the country as well, because everybody helps out everybody else here, regardless of your team, your status, your allegiances, if you like, as we've got somebody off here in the rolling up lap of senior Rotax as they're heading out.
Stevenson, I think, Tom.
Yeah, so that indeed does bring an end to the mini Rotax race. Senior Rotax are out on their first rolling up lap, so we'll bring you a full rundown of the results as and when we have them for Minimax. Senior Rotax, let's move on to that one now and bring you a grid. Three heats and 3 different winners here for Senior Rotax. So it's Andy Ambrose, Andy Collinson and Ashley Savage have all taken a win here today. But it is in fact Paul Swan without a win today who has taken pole position. Kieran Savage taking second place on 143 points with Andy Collinson in third. Martin Fisher in fourth place with Chris Stoves in fifth. Emma Brown in sixth place. Then Sophie Stevenson in seventh. Arthur Louthian in eighth. Paul Janes in ninth. Ashley Savage in 10th place, Andy Ambrose in 11th and Roger Cheek in 12th, with Shane Collinson not starting, showing as P13, but not starting any of the heats here today.
Paul Swan has been very, very consistent, hasn't he? We've got a mechanical already showing for the 26th of Roger Cheek.
So they may have to go round again so that Roger Cheek can see that and doesn't start the race.
Well, what he doesn't want to do is duck straight into the pit lane seeing that mechanical flag, does he? Because there could be a real problem if he ducks off and everybody else goes power down.
But has he seen? Yes, in fact, he has. Has he got a puncture? Some sparks coming off the rear right. Well, he's in the pits anyway. That's the important thing.
I would guess puncture there, Tom, and I think it was the correct decision to roll that round. With him being, there was drivers behind him. If the power goes down and he then pulls off into the pits, everybody's power down, then you're going to have drivers going left and right.
Once again, a very good decision by Race Direction here. We've seen it all day so far, and they have been impeccable. Whoa, and we've got, is that Sophie Stevenson again round on the back straight? Ones to watch here, obviously,
was, yeah.
Andy. Oh, in fact, we have got Shane Collinson going off the back.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's...
I've just spotted his
helmet.
helmet.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that I don't know whether he's had a problem with the kart that he spent all day trying to fix, or whether he was at work till 5.
Oh, right.
Do you know what I mean? When you work till 5 but race at 6?
Right,
That sort of thing.
Well, anyway, the point is Shane Collinson is now here, out on the grid, and yeah, very pleased to see that. So, all going from the back of the field, we've got Andy Ambrose, Ashley Savage, and Shane Collinson. Andy Collinson is going off P3 right behind Paul Swan, and obviously Andy Collinson himself had his own dramas in the previous heat. Paul Swan taking pole position by pure consistency throughout the day. Green flag is away, and it is Paul Swan that leads us with Andy Collinson behind and slotting in to potentially second place, in fact. And it's
Stoves us through, Tom, as well for...
and struggled to get it stopped there into hairpin 1.
Flying start. Collinson's not messing about, though. Into hairpin 2, down the inside on Paul Swan and through into the lead. Swan slots in behind. And the top 3 have started to move away. Stove's already breaking away. He's the leader in our 177 class. He doesn't really need to get himself involved in a battle for the outright lead, because behind him he's got Kieran Savage and Andy Ambrose and Ashley Savage as well. So he's got some respite back to Martin Fisher. But if he can hold on for a few laps, by the time that they put it on him, he's going to be away from Fisher, who's down in 7th place as it stands.
Andy Collinson picking up a contact warning as well on that opening lap. Not sure whether that was contact with Stoves or Savage or who, but it didn't seem to be any issue with Paul Swan and his overtake for the lead.
No, and that was on the second corner, wasn't it? So it's not, he didn't have much time to pick up that warning.
But a warning he has got. We're looking at Andy Ambrose moving past, I believe that is Chris Stoves. Ashley Savage there as well, getting bulked a bit by Kieran Savage. As they came through hairpin 4. So the two Savages nose to tail. So it is Andy Collinson, Andy Ambrose moving through very quickly into 3rd place from a lowly qualifying position, or a lowly starting position for the final. And already back on the inside of Paul Swan and taking 2nd place. Paul Swan trying to come back up the inside, down the back straight, going to keep his nose in there.
Yeah, Ambrose is going to have to relent there, isn't he? He's just too far round the outside of that South Bank corner, and he would have to slot back into 3rd place. I think it's only a matter of time, and there he goes. He does make the move then down into 4. Swan's not giving this one up, though. He's going to try and run all the way around the outside, but this time it's too far for him. And Ambrose comes through, so it was only a matter of time.
Oh, we've got another red flag.
Oh, we've got an upside-down kart there, Tom, down at hairpin number 4.
In there.
Yeah, well, one of the driver that stopped is Ashley Savage. He's just stopped and moved to get out, and he's having a quick look at the driver down there. I don't know whose kart it is. Who's down there? It could be.
I can't see Kieran out on... I think it is. I think it's the two Savages.
Yeah, it could be down there. I think it's Kieran that is...
Have we even potentially got 3 in there?
That is laid. No, there's only 2. One of the drivers, there's Marshall's down there as well. Just having a quick look. We'll see if we can spot everybody else as they come through.
So it is Kieran and Ashley Savage, yeah.
Yeah, it's shown as 1 lap down for Kieran Savage. I think Ashley, obviously, his dad down there. I think we're going to roll these karts with 8 laps and 9 laps. So it's 9 laps remaining, because they're going to go back a lap. Are going to be stopped on start finish where the red flag is, and I think that's where they're going to stop here. Or are they going to roll straight down into pit lane? I think it's going to be pit lane. I think they actually might be stopped before they go in. In fact, what we may do with this one, Tom, is we may go to Senior Pro Kart and then come back to Senior Rotax with them coming in. We might come back to it, just because if they're rolling into the pits, they're not going to get back out, because there's an abundance of Pro Karts down there already in the holding area.
Yes, of course.
So if they were going to stop, they would have stopped on start finish. With them rolling off into pit lane, they're going to struggle, I think, to get through, and they're going to grid themselves up once again. Now, what I do know down there is that there's 2 helmets on the floor, and that means that the helmet is off Kieran Savage, which I will say is probably a good sign.
Yes. That's about as far as our diagnosis can go at the moment, and as far as probably we want to take it.
Yeah.
The ambulance is down there. The recovery quad is down there as well to bring the 2 carts back. We will wait to see what what's going to happen in terms of restarting Senior Rotax. It might even be a full restart minus the 2 Savages.
Well, we are 3 laps in, so I think on the overhead gantry it was due to go down to 8 laps, and then they've put it back up to 9, as we'll always go back a lap and then restart with that format. And then if we do restart, it will be a single file rolling start to restart the race in the order that they were when the red flag came out, minus a lap.
Have we got any results for Minimax in the meantime while we are waiting some news?
I don't think any results yet, Tom. They don't normally press the publish button on the results until after the race meeting has finished.
Okay. So we'll wait and see what is going to happen here. So shall we resume our 24-hour preview?
I thought the PA was making a funny noise, but it was just some dogs barking at each other at the combox door.
Oh, here we go, in fact. So here's a preview. So tomorrow we have the Teesside Sprints round number 5. So double header here this weekend once again. Sunday the 24th of July is tomorrow. Teesside Sprints round number 5. We go again exactly the same as we've done today. Same format. Most probably the same drivers. We go again. Yeah, following weekend, Saturday the 30th of July, we have the British 24-hour, the best race of the season, without doubt, without question. My favourite event of the year. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
No, it's superb, isn't it? The interaction we get through the live chat, the way that, you know, the stories that we get with people messaging people in.
And we've just, I've just seen recovering Ashley Savage has managed to drive the cart back.
It's his own cart.
Yeah, managed to drive his cart back into pit lane. So that's good news from the point of view of Ashley Savage and the cart as well. With it being driven back as well, potentially able to take a restart.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not convinced that they were involved in the incident together. I think the way Ashley was, he could have potentially just stopped because he'd seen.
I think he was. I think he was a few places back.
Yeah, and then stopped because he'd seen that it was another driver. I mean, I think obviously it was.
And obviously with it going back a lap as well, he won't be affected by that.
I mean, what I will say is.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
The recovery quad is out.
And the cart's coming back.
The cart's coming back.
It's got a marshal in it, not the driver.
No, I saw that, yeah. And we've got everything being cleared on the track. So, like you said, David, it looks like we might have Senior Pro Kart out first and then a resumption of Senior Rotax, but we will await news.
Yeah, they're going to have to get the Rotaxes through all the Pro Karts, and given that we've got 30 Pro Karts, and that is pretty much the capacity of the dummy grid down there, I think that they're going to struggle to get them all back through and then get them straight back out now. So it may well be that they go to Pro Kart final first and then back to the Rotaxes. Now, Ashley Savage, I've seen he's dumped the cart down there in the dummy grid and he's going after the ambulance, which, you know, is pretty much what I'd do as well. So he's down there just making sure that his drive. So whilst he's driven his cart back, I'm not sure he's going to have the appetite to go back out again, nonetheless, unless he knows that that Kieran is 100%. We'll try and give some feedback on that as soon as we possibly can, if we can, if anybody is watching at home that may be directly affected by that. There is one of the officials down there with a piece of paper in hand, and what that will be is they'll have gone back a lap, and what they're doing, Tom, the carts have been turned round and they're being wheeled out of the dummy grid, out of the pit lane, and then back onto the grid. So it looks like we're going to spin them round and resume. So the final carts that went in at the end are now being. So we are going to go with Rotax again, Tom. Like I said, I didn't think we'd be able to get them through, but we have been able to back them out.
Okay.
Now,
good to know. Okay, so we're going to get going back again with Senior Rotax, and then we will go for our final race of the day, which will be Senior Pro Kart.
So Rotax has been repositioned. They've just been lifted up, turned round, put down on the tarmac, and pushed out of the pit lane in the wrong direction. They're going to be put into an order based on the when they came over the line, the lap preceding that red flag. So that's why the timing gantry has now gone to 10 laps on the overhead rather than the 8 or 9, as we had the leaders had come over to knock it down to 8. So we're back up to 10 laps, and we'll resume this with a rolling start once again, but it will be single file rather than side by side. It will, though, close the pack right up once again. So any gaps that had been formed previously, it's going to, that's slowing them back up as well. That's going to move everybody back into a single file nose to tail. Now the car of Kieran Savage can go back in the pit lane, as the quad wasn't able to go in there previously because it wanted all the other carts to come out, so it had to back itself up and let all the carts come out. So everybody into position. They're going to roll round, where they may even get 2 laps to back, unless Andy Collinson can back this one up with the everybody else. He's already half a lap down the road, as everybody's just been sent out, been pointed out and sent out in the correct order. So if Collinson can back them up into single file sufficiently, then we'll get going at the first time of asking. If it's the second time, then no harm done, and we can get them there. He's taking it very serenely down the back straight towards South Bank, so we might get this one resumed at the first time of asking. It will be 10 laps on the gantry, but as they cross over, that should drop itself down into to 9 potentially as they go over the line. So single file, they'll get the green as they come over, and the remaining 75% of this final will be underway. Green is up, green is down. Collinson resumes the lead and goes straight through the D chicane into the lead. So it's the order that it was when the red flag came out, minus 1 lap. Collinson leading then from Swan and Ambrose, with Stowes, Fisher, Brown, Lothian and Collinson, Ashley Savage both shown as out on the and Kieran Savage as well. So we do have the 9 remaining.
So it's a short
runners.
appearance for Shane Collinson then.
Yeah, and I don't know whether, Tom, that has
anything
he could have been the driver that was involved there. We know Ashley Savage wasn't, because he's his kart was fine and rolled back.
I didn't think that they were too close on in terms of position on circuit, but could have been wrong. Anyway, let's move on. So it's Collinson, Swan, Ambrose. Oh, in fact, now the other way around. It's Collinson, Ambrose, and then Swan. Leading your 177 class is Chris Stowes, from Martin Fisher and Emma Brown. Then it's Arthur Lothian. Paul James and Sophie Stevenson, also in 177, are your 9 runners. Heading out onto the back straight with 7.5 laps to go now. So this will be what will feel like a very quick final. Through hairpin 3, the ever tricky hairpin 4. It's so important to get right the exit of this corner and get this run flat out through the 2 kinks. Andy Ambrose setting the fastest lap of the race. Obviously, he got a good drive out of hairpin 4 through the D chicane and the national loop into the wiggles, as we call them, the chicane section. Hairpin 1, get it stopped, get it right up, hooked around the inside, and then compromise the exit of 1, hold a tight, a wide exit into entry into hairpin 2, and a wide exit, maximise your speed down the back straight and into South Bank corner. That is Martin Fisher moving past Chris Stowes for the lead of the 177 class.
Yeah,
I just realised, David, as well, I can do the presentation with you today.
You can't, we're not having one.
Oh, okay.
We're doing it all tomorrow.
Oh, great. So I'm missing another presentation.
You can do the paddock walk on your own if you fancy it.
No. I don't.
Okay, cool.
I quite like doing it with you.
Yeah.
You're like my little support net.
I mean, I can't send you back to your Airbnb because you might fall asleep and not reappear.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, yeah. Thanks, Adam, in my ears for making me feel better about that. Andy Ambrose now taking the lead through hairpin 3 from Collinson, but only briefly. He had it for about 5 metres. And Collinson retook it there now side by side. Ambrose round the outside, almost identical looking cars, and it is Ambrose. What a move round the outside indeed. Through the kink, round the outside of the entry into the D chicane, and it is Andy Ambrose taking the lead now and holding it from Andy Collinson.
I almost turned off commentator mode there and just went with the natural reaction of, oh, what a move, all the way round the outside there. Andy Ambrose kept the foot in and got it stopped perfectly to take the lead from Andy Collinson. Now, what happened, Tom? Obviously, Collinson was a couple of seconds down the road when the red flag came out, in the same way that Chris Stoves was down the road with Martin Fisher in the 177 class, but the restart back the pack, the pack effectively coming together like a safety car, albeit a restart with a red flag. But all of those gaps that were pulled out became absolutely nothing at the end of that race, at the end of the first part of this race when the red flag came out. 3.5 laps remaining then in this one, with Ambrose and Collinson the top two, some 3 seconds away from the rest of the pack. Swan will be on the podium as it stands in 162. It's Fisher, Stoves and Brown in the same position, 4th, 5th and 6th in our 177 class.
Ambrose looking pretty good here, moving clear of Collinson to the tune of best part of 0.4 of a second now. Going to see what Collinson's got towards the end of this race, if anything, if he's holding anything back right now, or whether he's waiting for tyre pressures to come up and that kind of thing. I'd be very, very surprised if there were any adjustments made in the pit lane.
It's just, yeah, there'd have been too much there, wouldn't there? But it's a shorter race as well, Tom, now. Obviously, them tyres, despite the fact they were only off track for 10 minutes or so, they'd have gone back down to nothing, stone cold.
Yeah.
Almost. You know, it doesn't take much, does it, for these tyres to cool down if they're not being used aggressively.
And they only had one rolling up lap as well, didn't they? Although
yeah,
slow.
Well, yeah, it was slow, yeah. And I didn't really see anybody weaving or anything like that to get heat back in their tyres, because they were having to go slow to allow everybody else to catch back up again.
So the gap at the front is now out to 6/10. I'm worried whether Andy Collinson has got anything left. I'm also worried about the clouds getting much greyer, as we say bless you to Darren over the other side of the commentary box. Yeah, I'm wondering whether there's any rain incoming and whether we might catch some before the end of Senior Pro Kart that will really spice things up, Darren, as if it needed it in that class.
There's some lap traffic in front though, Tom, of our race leader. The final lap board is out, but we've got both Janes and Stevenson, as Stevenson spins at the D chicane and Janes goes wide round the national loop to allow the leaders to come through. Got a yellow flag out, obviously, over start finish with that spin with Stevenson. Last lap board still out though. Ambrose leading the way, having retired from 2 races here today. Won the only race so far that he's finished. He's going to win the other one. It's a 100% record of races he's finished. If the other 2 weren't retirements, this one could have been far more comfortable than what it has been. He's had to try and work his way past Andy Collinson, got through and disappeared off into the distance to win by almost a second. Andy Ambrose takes the checkered flag. Elation for the 55 with Collinson in second. Swan will come through for 3rd place to complete the podium in 162. And then Emma Brown has come through. Where has Chris Stoves gone?
He's 6th overall and 2nd in 177 class. So not sure what happened with Stoves towards the end of that one. There is Andy Ambrose, your final winner. But big shout from me. We had Ethan McClelland as most consistent driver of the day. I think Paul Swan deserves a notable mention as well. A really good showing today. While everybody else has been falling apart quite literally around him, Paul Swan has had a very, very good day at the office.
He flew under the radar for pole.
Yes.
And he's flew under the radar to get on the podium in the final as well, hasn't he?
He has, and he's had a really, really good day as Paul Swan. So big mention from us two, and a big shout out for Paul Swan. Congratulations, of course, to Andy Ambrose and Andy Collinson, finishing 1st and 2nd, but Paul Swan with a fantastic showing to finish P3 as well. So that brings to an end Senior Rotax. One more race to go of the day here, and that is going to be Senior Pro Kart. So random grid formation for the 3 heats has left us with 3 different winners, with Jessica Alexander taking probably the most dominant win of the day so far. She won one heat, Dan Tate won another heat, and Josh Falkus won another heat. However, Falkus goes off P1. By virtue of consistency, Connor Jupp goes off P2. Jess Alexander then 3rd, and Dan Tate in 4th. Thomas Braid P5 and Callum Booth in 6th. Lennon French going off P7 with Scott Tate in 8th. Brandon Truman Reddish in 9th, and Jake Richardson rounding out your top 10. Row 6 is headed by Harry Nottage and Mark Tate in 12th. Then it's Simon Doughty at the front of row 7 and Jack Morris in 14th place. Row 8 headed by Steve Nichols and then Gareth Plackett in 16th. Joe Burrell in 17th and Jonathan Allen in 18th place. Caitlin Frame is starting off in 19th with Josh Eden in 20th. Row 11 headed by Scott Blackburn and Alec Bowd in 22nd place. Jordan Cranston in 23rd and Harry Roddis in 24th. Henry Bowd in 25th with Andrew Worley in 26th. Jack Hewland in 27th and Philip Sadigi in 28th. Then it's Thomas Hewland in 29th and Paul Rye bringing up the field in 30th place. We have seen some amazing action throughout the field here in Senior Pro Kart throughout the day, excuse me.
As Tom dies, I'll pick that one up.
Yeah,
and,
I'm all right.
Welcome back.
Thanks. Back in the room. Yeah, so we've seen some fantastic action throughout the day in Senior Pro Kart and looking forward to even more here in the final. We've definitely got the cream of the crop at the top, and I've already seen it. I can see it out the commentary box window. Harry Nottage doing his usual Alonso style, cocking his foot up on the steering wheel.
Hands behind the head as
Hands
well.
behind the head, yes. It looks like he's having a
He's waving to us with his foot now.
Yeah. That's one way to get yourself on camera, isn't it? Do you remember we used to have the dabs and things like that when they came through at the end of the race from the cadets? I'm missing like little waves to camera and stuff. Here we go. Green flag is up, green flag is down. Connor Jupp's got his yellow helmet back on again today.
Oh, Dan Tate with a great start from 4th. Rat sweeps around the outside of Jess Alexander by the time they get to the D chicane. And he is up into 4th place. 3rd place, sorry.
Oh, we've got a slow starting Thomas Hewland as well, who's immediately pulling off into the pits. Everybody's made it round the national loop and through the chicane for the first time. Are they going to get through the hairpins cleanly? It looks that way. Much better than the previous heat where we had about half the field scattered at hairpin 2, and they're all through it nicely.
Yeah, much tidier into hairpin 1 and 2 as Jess Alexander has retaken 3rd place from Dan Tate. Tom Braid takes a wider line to try and chop through entry. Head down behind the wheel then for your race leader. Over the line for the first time. Focus leads from Jupp with Alexander and Tate 3rd and 4th. Braid, Scott Tate, Brandon Truman Reddish, Jake Richardson, Harry Nottage and Mark Tate. So all 3 of the Tates running inside the top 10.
Yes, indeed they are, and you've got the other one as well of Connor Jupp, who isn't a Tate, but he's part of Team Tate, and is currently in 2nd place and hounding Josh Falkus.
Oh, we've got a spin of Harry Roddis and Andrew Worley. Lennon French, Tom, I think, must have had an excursion on the opening lap.
Way down.
He was down in 29th, he's now up into 27th, having got through. So I think he's had an off that we weren't aware of. Potentially round the national loop, because we didn't see it on camera, and we've been looking out the right hand side window for most of the race. Alexander up into 2nd then at the expense of Connor Jupp.
And that's actually created a bit of a gap there for Falkus, which is normally all he needs, is about 3 or 4 kart lengths, and that's normally enough.
Yeah, as you rightly say, back to the yellow helmet now for Connor Jupp. That doesn't help us out as commentators at all when they change their kit midday.
No, I spotted it on the grid though, thankfully, and we've got
Harry
the
Roddis
88
coming in.
Yeah, Harry Waddis is into retirement as well. So that leaves us with 28 still here in this final.
Is there anything that Alexander, with Jupp in tow, can do about Josh Volkus? We'll keep tabs on it because there was Simon Dougherty and Jack Morris who had a spin in heat number 2. So he's got work to do to try and even just get anywhere near the top 10. He's currently running just outside.
Yeah, Morris having not his usual standard of day, particularly here. And we've got
Jake Richardson down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish into hairpin one. We were alerted to that by the squeal of tyres.
Yes, indeed we were. So Alexander dropped by a 10th on that lap by Volkus, but Jupp is still there, as is Dan Tate, Thomas Braid, Scott Tate, Brandon Truman Reddish, Jake Richardson, Harry Nottage and Mark Tate separated by 3.3 seconds as they came across the line. Top 10 separated by 3 seconds.
That gap's closed right up, Tom.
Yeah, Alexander's right there now. She's halved the gap to Volkus, and more, in fact, more than half. So really using that slipstream to full effect. It took a lap or so to get going, but now she's right there and brought Connor Jupp with her. Dan Tate is trying to hold on to this front 3, and Thomas Braid is showing very, very well once again today to hold on to 5th place, being hounded by Scott Tate as this front 6 make a breakaway. They're now starting to move away from Jake Richardson in 7th, with Brandon Truman Reddish, Harry Nottage and Mark Tate there as well in a train of 4, and then there's another train all the way back to about probably 20th and maybe even past that.
It's fairly evenly spread as they come over, 2.5 tenths between Volks and Alexander, a similar space between Alexander and Jupp in 2nd and 3rd, with Dan Tate 4th, Braid, Tate, Richardson, Truman Reddish, Nottage and Mark Tate, your top 10.
Alexander took a big chunk of curb coming off the D chicane that lap, and we've got Thomas Braid, I think, is trying to move past Dan Tate.
He's going to lose one though, I think, to Scott. He's going to get run out wide there and trying to run round the outside of Dan Tate.
Gain one, lose one.
Yeah, he's lost the place to Scott Tate. Tate up into 5th, then he had a spin as well earlier on in the day at the National Loop in the almost the first action of the day really in Senior Pro Kart.
Volkus ducking down behind the steering wheel, really feeling the need to eke out all of the extra speed he possibly can. Personal best from Alexander and Jupp in 2nd and 3rd, keeping him very, very honest here. As we head through 6 laps to go.
Oh, just seen a little bit of contact, Tom, in the D chicane. A bit of a bump and run with Callum Booth into the back of the 171. That forced the 171 up and over the curb.
We've got a contact warning out for the 13 of Callum Booth for that exact incident. Another one for Jack Hewland as well.
Yeah, I think they might have had a bit into each other at the same section. Booth's lost the place to Henry Bowd since then. Callum Booth well out of position, so it looks like he's had an excursion at some point in this one because he's outside the top 20. And we've seen him battling inside the top 5.
Yes, we have indeed. Your pro class leader is currently Thomas Braid. Your over 40s, I think, is headed by Mark Tate. Is that right? Mark Tate?
No, he's not. He's in pro now, I think. Although I'm sure I've seen him in 40s earlier on. It could be a bit of both. That's why I know he's got a white number, you see.
Yes.
And that matches in with the green for our 40s of Steve Nichols and Simon Dougherty as well.
So we think Mark Tate is heading 40s.
Oh, Tom Braid down the inside of all confectionaries delivered.
Yes, a slight distraction here in the final. David, give him a shout out.
Mason Webster, Sam Hayes delivering Coca-Cola and a twirl.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated.
By a twirl, I mean like the chocolate, not like the
They didn't do a pirouette at the door of the commentary box. But thank you very much for that, yeah. And we head with 4 laps to go. Volkus still only just in front of Jess Alexander. Oh, in fact, it's the other way round now. We've missed that. It is Alexander in front of Volkus.
Yeah, we've been focusing on this battle of Truman Reddish and Nottage, and then earlier on there was the incident with Braid and the 2
right there
Tates
as well,
overtaking each other many times round South Bank Corner. Tom, we're going to share that twirl. I've given the other one to
and well deserved.
Adam and Darren.
They've earned it today. So it is Alexander from Falcus now with Jupp still right there on the tail of this. He's only 4/10 behind. Scott Tate has now moved into 4th place, as we mentioned before. Thomas Braid in 5th, and Dan Tate has now dropped behind Thomas Braid for 6th place.
There's a cutback coming here, Tom, from Falcus. He's going to get a much better run down that back straight than Jess Alexander, who had to go tight into hairpin 2, and you can see there that he dipped into the suction and then had to come back out as well as Alexander went defensive down that back straight. 2.5 laps remaining, and it's already gone defensive at the front of this Senior Pro Kart final.
You could really see how Jess Alexander was using that concrete extra grip on the inside of South Bank there just to hold the line, because she took that tight entry and she really used that concrete there to help her grip up and hold that line. Fastest lap of the race goes to Scott Tate in 4th.
He's broke away actually from Tom Braid and Dan Tate. They're all fairly evenly spread in the background. There is some lap traffic coming up, Tom, for our leaders. It looks like the 8 of Tom Hewland has managed to get back out after his early problems. Focus has got to the inside, has he here?
Yeah, Jess
Alexander. Not enough of a gap though.
Went defensive into hairpin 2, and Focus got the cutback, but Jess was aware of it and made that white line move on the inside down the back straight to cover him off.
18, Caitlin Frey in contact warning. That flashed up on the screen in front of us just before the screen.
And last lap board is out now, so it's all down to his final few corners. What's Falcus got in the bag for Jess Alexander, if anything, and what can Connor Jupp do? Is he going to be able to take advantage of it as they head into hairpin 1 for the final time?
Yeah, she's going to be hugging the white line almost all the way round this Teesside National Circuit as Falcus tries to get the cutback and get to the inside early down the back straight, and I think he's alongside Tom. Unless she's got a good drive here, she's going to have to close the door. Oh, just about enough, and Jupp is right on the back of Falcus. Tight into hairpin 3 then for Jess Alexander. The lap traffic is too far away to come into play. Straight line down to hairpin number 4. Hard on the brakes to prevent the run by anybody else. And Jess Alexander takes victory here at Teesside, but crosses the line right alongside Josh Falcus. Connor Jupp takes 3rd and comes straight into pit lane. Tate in 4th with Thomas Braid, Daniel Tate, Jake Richardson, Brandon Truman Reddish, Harry Nottage and Mark Tate. Your top 10.
So interesting to see some drivers immediately peeling off into pit lane.
Well, one thing I will say, Tom, about that, and whilst obviously I don't want to end the stream on a downer, and we'll come to that in a minute, is that you should not at any point come straight into the pit lane whilst everybody is still racing through. It's dangerous to come offline, even if you're flat out and then come into pit lane. You're not going to get it stopped. Poor from drivers, if I'm honest, Tom, that we have seen and we know are of a better standard than that. Nonetheless, Jess Alexander, Josh Falkers put on a show at the front of that Senior Pro Kart final. Jess Alexander swept through at half race distance to snatch the victory. Now, between those two, Tom, there is a huge amount of rivalry, as there is with anybody at the front of this class, but also a huge amount of mutual respect between the two of them as well, as there is with a lot of our drivers here at Teesside Autodrome. Into pit lane they come, though. It looks like the race day has beaten the rain for the best part of it. We had 1 or 2 spots. We still have action here, though, at the circuit for the next hour or so after we go live off the stream, because we have got our ladies' charities race coming up with many of the mums and friends and family of our drivers that have been out there on track today, taking to the karts and the higher karts, taking to the circuit, many of them for the first time, and we can't wait to give them all the love and support that they deserve. My wife also taking part in that, along with many friends here at Teesside Autodrome. I just want to express how incredibly proud I am of everybody taking to the circuit in around about an hour's time for that event here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yes, seconded, absolutely, and it brings to a close a brilliant day of action here, as always, at Teesside Autodrome. We go again tomorrow for round number 5. That is round number 4 done. Round number 5 tomorrow, first thing in the morning. We will be live from about 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please like and subscribe the page if you've enjoyed the action today, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Congratulations to all our winners. on all our podium sitters as well
Just a
today.
quick one, Tom, before we go, and obviously we welcome you back tomorrow. Thank you to the marshals. Thank you to the medical team that we have needed today here at Teesside Autodrome. Before we close, I've noticed a bit of a ringer out the window. If it's the person that I think it is down there near the holding area, they shouldn't be allowed in a charity race. They're absolutely 100% too good, because I'm sure she races on the touring car package, and that is 100% not fair. She's going to need at least a five-lap penalty. Lauren Taylor, absolute bandit turning up for this. You're going to start 5 laps at the back. In fact, I'm going to take one engine off. Get down there, Tom. Take an engine off that car. Not fair. She can run with one instead. Nonetheless, we'll be back tomorrow from 9:30 in the morning with live action here from Teesside Autodrome of round 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning.